All right, hello everybody, and welcome to GSA's Aeon Drive tournament. It's been an amazing tournament. Today's going to be the last day, unfortunately, but we have some awesome matches coming up. We got some exhibitions, and joined here in the commentary booth with me is Electric. How you doing?
Doing good. Excited for these exhibition matches we've got coming up here between a few different Russian streamers. I'm pretty curious how they're going to handle the levels that they're going to be facing today, what levels they are going to be facing. I think we're getting into some of the latest sectors of the game, so we're probably going to be seeing some pretty complex designs, some complex routes and such. And these 30-minute rounds are just really fascinating in terms of these players experimenting, figuring out what works, what doesn't, and then trying to execute on a pretty optimal, pretty tight route a lot of the time.
Yeah, right. A lot of that stuff going on, a lot of different options, and some people just being able to execute, some people not being able to execute. So, really cool, a lot going on. I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Same here. It's going to be an exciting 30 minutes, I feel like. And it's always interesting to see how these matches evolve over time from that just initial, kind of like dipping your feet in the water of the level to like the very end where we have some crazy routes. And it really does seem like a lot of these competitions kind of get down to who is able to most thoroughly explore the level first. It seems like whoever finds that really fast optimal route very early on ends up pretty much taking it the majority of the time that I've seen a match.
Oh yeah, definitely has the better odds. Has time to really grind out some optimal movement if they find it early, and then they even have time to find the small optimizations that maybe runners that found it late weren't able to find. So absolutely, finding the optimal route is very important, as we've seen. So it looks like we're about to be selecting the map. We'll get started up here in just a moment, doing some final touches. But Aeon Drive is out now. Came out yesterday, was the first day. You get it on any platform you want, Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, or Switch. So no excuses to not have this amazing game right here.
Yep, and for the first week, it's 10% off, at least on Steam. And so, if you're wanting to pick up a nice cyberpunk aesthetic 2D platforming game, this would be the time to do it. And especially, I think if you really like the complexity of the tech in Celeste and you want to experiment with a kind of similar game involving like a grapple-esque mechanic, this is the game for you. The teleport dagger really adds a lot of interesting flavor to the table for this game, and it's super exciting to see as we've got these players kicking off into this live time attack round. So for those who may not be familiar with the format of this event, we're going to give these players 30 minutes to explore this level. None of them have seen it before, and whoever has the personal best time at the very end will end up being the champion here. We've got 3 different rounds of 30 minutes like this, and then the winner of all 3 of those rounds will be facing in head-to-head. So,
yep, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of gameplay to be had today.
So let's kind of look around this level. We do, of course, have a lot of branching pathways, like a lot of the other big stages. It looks like the players kind of are exploring the more upper routes. It does seem like the ending is like, although it's a bit higher than the midpoint, it's not at the uppermost route. So more than likely, these players are going to want to be on like a mid-route sort of path whenever they get towards that exit. We'll see what sort of routes these players start to come up with.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there's a lot of tight corridors in this one versus some of the ones you saw yesterday had some pretty big open spaces, maybe with like a tight corridor here and there. This one seems to be almost nothing but corridors. So a lot of tight movement. Gonna need to throw the dagger maybe at some angles around some tight corners to try to get everything going. Let's see, Get 88. Yeah, Get 88 man is he's definitely doing some work with this robot right here. He's being very clean with this beginning right here. As I say that, he messed up, of course. But I've seen him get some really good ones going through. He's already got a 10.8, 10.9. Can't quite see what that is.
It's looking like a 10.8.
Yeah, really nice time from him so far. Yeah, most runners kind of doing a similar route. Not seeing too many differences.
Normally, pretty early on, you don't really see players solidifying on a route too heavily. It looks like Gui 88 man is kind of taking a bit more of a low approach at the very beginning. Meanwhile, I was seeing Alina kind of taking like a more high approach, doing a few wall bounces at the very beginning. I think they may have kind of switched up their routing too a little bit, though.
Yeah, they just kind of explored that bottom section. Had two of those little fire bars right there. Didn't seem very easy to maneuver.
Gui getting a sub 10 time, 974. Gonna be the first one to break that sub 10 barrier.
Yeah. Alina is getting just caught up in that little hole right there. Yeah, going up top, not going straight across down below seems to be pretty good.
Yeah, I think that that corridor kind of you want to do a diagonal teleport to get out of there as quickly as you can, but it's very easy to have that diagonal dagger throw get intercepted by that wall.
Absolutely. Alright, Lena going down to the bottom again.
I think this bottom round might be a tad slow with that forced set of like dropping from teleports from like those fire bars. Because it's like you have to teleport in, jump, teleport, then fall, teleport, and it seems a bit slow.
Yeah, not able to change your movements very quickly. That's true. Let's see. I do like the route that Git is on. Is it Gui? Is that how you pronounce that?
That sounds the most troll. And let's see what Art's coming up with as a route. Well, actually going a bit higher than some of the other runners here. And then kind of ending up on this like mid route that we've seen. I think Aline kind of messed around with ending on that mid route as well. I don't really see players going much higher with their routing on the ending, but I could certainly see a bit more variation happening in the middle here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing about these kind of maps when there's like 3 different paths and they're all kind of like their own corridor. There's not too many options for routing, at least. You get a couple of them, but I think a lot of it comes down to what you can just get off quickly. You know, which route allows you to just keep moving. Kind of like what you said earlier.
Building and keeping momentum is a huge thing in games like this, for sure. You know, being able to get your teleports to go very fluidly, not having to like change a lot of directions. I think one thing that actually slows players down a fair amount is when you're having to do a wall kick in order to then do a teleport, because it seems like it does kind of like kill your momentum to a certain degree, as opposed to like being able to teleport and then just jump and launch right into another teleport. And there is it's kind of interesting how your momentum is carried through teleporting as well. Because I think like if you're jumping whenever you actually teleport to the dagger, you would actually have that upwards momentum on the other side of the teleport.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that works. I know we saw some really cool
for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we saw some pretty cool tech from the little lift pads. We've seen those. The runners were able to like dash or teleport to them, and then get like a pretty big boost out of it.
Yeah, like teleporting while you're on one of those platforms.
Yeah, or just like teleporting like directly to it, and then as soon as you get on it, it'll bump you up. It was pretty cool. There was like one map that had a bunch of them the other day. It's really cool tech.
Definitely. And we've got Gui actually experimenting around with the upper route, and there's like a switchback on the end that makes me kind of think that upper route is definitely not worth exploring.
Yeah, the far upper one. Yeah, there's a bit of a turnaround there at the end.
Victory!
We've got Alin kind of messing around again with this lower route still. I was watching her mess with a like downright diagonal throw earlier that looked pretty interesting. That maybe could speed that section up a little bit if it could be pulled off.
Yeah, perhaps. We've definitely seen sections that don't look fast that runners have been able to optimize that ended up actually being pretty quick. So yeah, maybe that diagonal is just, if you can get it and get it clean, then the bottom route should be pretty good.
Right. It's really easy to forget that like your first attempt to do a given idea for a strat is probably not going to be optimal. So if you think like, oh, okay, I just attempted this and I was slightly late for that cycle. Well, once you optimize and get that movement a bit tighter, you might actually end up being on time for that given cycle. You know, you shouldn't really make judgments about whether or not something is possible or is faster based off just like that very first attempt, unless like it somehow was flawless or somehow just. You know, there was an obstacle that came up during the attempt that you didn't realize was there before.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you definitely see that towards the end of these 30-minute rounds as well. Once the players get a little more comfortable with the level, maybe a little more solidified with their routes, you can just see how they can see the optimizations better, because they'll just start throwing them in here and there and whatnot, and you really do have to get that feel for the game and the map.
Right, and one thing that you... Like, one of the best ways to see that is just in the number of dagger throws. Like, as a round goes on, there's so many just, like, added dagger throws. Like, wait a minute, I could go ahead and teleport here. I could throw in another teleport here.
Yeah, just like you saw from Gui there, that was a really good time.
909. And friendly reminder, if you want to compete head-to-head with these players right now, you could actually download the game and start playing for yourself. The times these players are getting as their PBs are getting uploaded as their actual PBs. So you could, in theory, you know, log onto the game right now and see their times come up and try to best them if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of different strategies that'll go I just said strategies. There's a lot of different ways you can play this game, competitively, casually, whatever. And yeah, definitely if you enjoy what you see here, this is the more competitive side. Go and give it a try. See
if really you can something beat their for times. Everyone.
I mean, really, honestly.
It's such a meme with like game reviewing and stuff. But in the case of this game, if you're a completionist, if you're competitive, like this game still has something to offer for you from very different perspectives. You know, there are a ton of collectibles spread throughout. We joke about the hot dogs that appear periodically. You see the diamonds, the data blocks, or whatever. But if you're wanting to, you know, have this like neat platforming exploration experience, this game still provides that. It's not just, you know, run right to the end as fast as you can. There's a whole mechanic with like these time capsules that the players are like kind of grazing over sometimes that these runners don't even have to explore since they're finishing the level so quickly. But in normal casual gameplay, those capsules start to play like a pretty integral role. And so it becomes a bit more of like a collecting but also speedrunning kind of experience in just a casual setting.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're trying to explore and collect the items. I know when I was like first playing the game and kind of doing that, I was running out of time everywhere.
Yeah, just stressing out like, okay, how am I going to get this diamond and get this data block and get all these other canisters? For me, like, even though I didn't need all the canisters, I still wanted to collect as many as I could.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of fun. Really cool game, definitely. Okay, Alina, having trouble with the game, perhaps? Just kind of sitting on the start screen.
Yeah, it looks like maybe having trouble with, like, their controller or something. Since like the actual main menu isn't even pulled up. You notice like they just took a break for a moment, but then I guess when they got back, the game just wasn't really cooperating.
Yeah, perhaps. We have seen some controller issues, at least one other time this tournament, so wouldn't put it past him.
Always unfortunate.
Yeah, but Gui is really killing it this go around. I think he's really found a nice path, and I think Art is beginning to see it himself. Because he just had a run.
Was that an 884 from Gui's side? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's got that. Yeah, 884. That's his PB now. Brand new PB. Is it the second and a half faster than Art? That's a lot. And
when you've got a PB like that, that's significantly faster than your opponents with this much time remaining, you got to kind of ask yourself, like, okay, should I keep pushing this route or should I start exploring and maybe coming up with like an even more experimental, complex route to maybe try to shave even more time off?
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you're down, you really start to feel like maybe you missed something, maybe you need to explore a little bit. And I think about this midsection is about right. You know, you have the route that you have solidified enough to where you know, like, I can optimize it maybe here and there a bit more, but if the opponent's time is still going to be faster and, you know, even with the perfect run you're not sure, maybe just take a few minutes to explore. You know, you still got 17 minutes. You know, 10 minutes plus is way more than enough time to get a good run after you've solidified all of your movements. So
absolutely,
a lot of mental games.
We've got Gui with another PB. It's this time I think an 8.74. Might have been a 9.74, which wouldn't be a PB, but
yeah, that was a really good movement at the beginning from Art. I think we've been seeing like double wall kicks to get up. He was able to get up in just one, so that's pretty good.
Using the diagonal teleport effectively to reach that upper route faster is very crucial, it seems like.
Yeah. Oh, that was so fast from Gui.
Let's see what the final time is. That was really clean. 8.44. Wow. That's really so grinding good. This level down.
Yeah, if he could get that beginning, like Art did, he's definitely losing some time to that second wall kick. So perhaps we might even see a 7-second time. Which when we started this, I didn't think was possible, to be honest. They were sitting at like 10, 11, 12.
It seemed like this level was a little too long for a 7, but yeah. Let's see what movement these guys are coming up with here. Oh, okay. Getting an upright instead of a straight right.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. Gui's beginning isn't actually as slow as I was thinking it was. He's able to just do it all with like teleporters, so looks pretty quick.
I'm thinking part of what's messing with Art is the way that they're handling one of the later teleports. That they're like getting a wall grab and then like trying to release the wall and then shoot the teleport off.
Yeah, is he dashing through that enemy or is he just kind of avoiding it?
I'm not sure.
Couldn't tell.
Another 8-second time coming out from Gui.
Yeah, that's how you can really tell one of the runners has figured out the map is when they start getting those consistent times that's like can still beat everyone else.
Right. Like I think it was Ice Salad yesterday that was just hammering out insane times during the like main competition, and just getting them very consistently. And there would be moments where their time would just drop by like 2 or 3 seconds off of 2 or 3 sequential attempts. Oh, that was a pretty fast one too from Gui. Let's see if this one manages to improve that PB a little bit. 840, okay. So yeah, truly improving the PB by just a little bit. Just shaving tiny milliseconds off at this point.
Yeah, I mean that is the name of the game. We saw at one point yesterday, was it Fuzziness and Squilla tied to the 100th?
I think so, yeah.
It wasn't the end, they had a couple minutes, but yeah. Yeah, everything counts. As we saw yesterday. Oh, nice. But yeah, also as we saw yesterday, it's not over till it's over. Squilla sniping the win with like 30 seconds left yesterday, so still plenty of time for these runners to optimize and figure out what they're trying to do.
And just grinding these PBs down. We'll see if we start getting any more significant route changes. Looks like Aeon may be experimenting with or just practicing a little bit here.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Art there looked like was experimenting with trying to teleport to the ending, but they actually like overshot the ending portal since the wall on the other side is a bit too far away. Maybe they were intending on doing it downright and just got a straight right by accident, but
perhaps the angles can be really hard to hit sometimes. Because you're trying to do it really quick, and sometimes you're just like not quite in the corner like the game wants you to be, and so you throw it straight or up or something.
Right. What happened? And since the game like locks you into that, either throwing it directly vertical or horizontal, or throwing it in the absolute diagonal, it's easy to kind of like get used to the fact that I can have the stick a bit right of up and still get an up throw, and then that one attempt you put it too far to the right, and then you get your diagonal instead.
Yeah. Definitely, that'll happen to you. But Gui really figuring out this ending movement. I think the other runners are kind of killing the robot, or at least having to. Let's see. Oh, okay. Art kind of figured something out there. Gui's just like jumping at the very beginning and going straight across. But that didn't seem slow from Art. Maybe it was about the same.
Yeah, Art lowering their PB now to a sub 10, so getting kind of heated up against Gui. We'll see if they're able to speed up the rest of their movement.
Yeah. Alina definitely trying to figure something out here, still sitting on an 11-second time. Definitely doing a bit more running and not as many straight up teleportation daggers as the other runners.
It does seem like that teleportation dagger is huge in improving the times.
Yeah, especially when you get down to like this section where the runners, especially between like Art and Gui, are only like a second or so apart. You know, you're trying to save every 10th you can.
Jeez, the way Gui's doing that intro is so clean. Oh, I think that's gonna be that might be a PB. I'm not sure. I think part of what's slowing Art down is primarily the midsection and the ending, like you were kind of talking about with that robot on the ground.
Yeah, oof. Pretty close from Art.
Part of what's messing with Art too, I feel like, is that they're having to do a sword as they're falling onto that final robot, and it's hard to time, I imagine.
Yeah, I can imagine
the sword is more intended as like a horizontal attack, so I'm sure the sword doesn't really do that much downwards, and if you mistime it just a little bit, like you do it too early and then the hitbox is gone by the time you land.
Right. Yeah, you saw it there. Gui just like skipped it entirely.
Yeah, he gets there so fast, because I think there's a teleport in the midsection that Art's not doing that Gui is, that it's speeding things up just enough that he just skips right by the robot.
Yeah, every tiny optimization, especially with the cycles that we see all over this game. Enemies, fire bars, you know, whatever it is. Yeah, like you just said, those extra small frames, those tenths of a second will make all the difference in getting there on a good cycle or a bad cycle.
Yeah, Gui is like getting there reliably almost. It's crazy.
Yeah, he seems to have figured it out for sure. He's definitely doing what he needs to.
An 8.69 now from Gui. Below the 10-minute mark now. So these players kind of needing to settle on some absolute routing. I think Gui's going to become unstoppable now. He's trying to figure out Art's opener, I think. Art's gotten that pretty impressive single bounce opener plenty of times, and I think Gui was just experimenting with, you know, can I squeeze a bounce out of that open?
Yeah, really looking to hit that final for him, not give anyone a chance. Yeah, just opting for that double wall kick. We've seen it in a couple places where even though wall kicks aren't always faster, they're not always slower either.
Right. Occasionally, it's like the amount of time you have to wait to make a certain throw is negated by the time save of, yeah. It beats the time
negated
save
by the time save of the throw.
That way. Yeah. Like there was one level that there were some runners attempting a diagonal throw on the ending and doing just a straight throw, even though it would have required a wall bounce, was still faster.
Yeah. That's why you gotta experiment with everything. It's not just about the dagger throws. It's about where you can chain them in to make the most progress.
And don't just assume something is faster because you're skipping a wall bounce or skipping, you know, some other thing. You know, actually kind of watch the timings of it and watch how it feels timing-wise.
Yeah, this is definitely a game where it's like somebody can look like they're doing the optimal route, and then another runner comes in with something totally different. And you're like, wow, that actually makes a lot of sense. Like, wow, you just skip this here because you throw it there, and then at the ending you just do this instead of that, and you're like, and it just blows your mind. You never even thought about it until someone else did it. Because the first thing just made so much sense.
Right. Yeah, some of these levels are good at like almost misleading you in a way to start thinking like, oh, okay, this is how I should approach this here.
Yeah, precisely. But that's what makes it so fun. And you can, we keep talking about exploration, but really, that is the name of the game. Trying out all the different stuff you can do. And when you get into level and you start figuring out yourself, like it is kind of an addicting feeling. You just sit there and you're like, I could do a little better. I could do a little better, which is what speedrunning is all about. But this game definitely does a good job of exacerbating that to a good degree.
I definitely agree.
Yeah, 7:20 left on the clock. Gui still pretty handedly in the lead. Oh, did Art get an 8-second time? It's getting a little video's a little pixely for me. I can't tell if that's an 8 or a 9.
I think they may have, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's really good.
Так, чат, сколько у нас времени?
Really approaching.
Успеваем?
Yeah, it is an 8. Yep.
Нет. 8 или 7 минут мало. Блин, надо еще минут 20.
Oh, we get a 7 now. 799.
Пожалуйста.
That's insane.
That is a huge attempt right there. Must have like gotten that single bounce intro on that.
Ясно.
And yeah, I wouldn't be that surprised if we just goes ahead and hangs up the towel for a moment here, because it kind of seems like he's explored the rest of the level and is probably pretty sure that no other route could really be that much faster. Of course, he sees that Art is still close to a full, I think like a little over a half second behind now.
Ну вот ты что ты не прыгай.
But we were talking earlier, like we weren't sure if a 7 is possible. It's definitely possible now.
Yeah, now it's confirmed for sure. It's pretty nuts. That is pretty nuts. I'm sure he's trying to think where he could save a little more time if possible, because you got 6 minutes left in the clock. You want to grind something out. If you feel like you got that perfect run already,
Вот потолок.
maybe just go back, look. Maybe there's something you missed. You could save, an extra dagger throw or something.
You gotta just make 100% sure.
Yeah, because it's not over till it's over.
Ну,
Snipes
зачем ты
have
ползаешь?
happened.
It's absolutely true.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, Gui's got that beginning single jump. It does seem to be a little faster.
7:99, я понял, ладно. Мне просто интересно будет потом зайти в его маршрут посмотреть. Ну как? То есть как нахрен?
Yeah, this middle section right here with that little platform with the fire underneath. Yeah, Gui's trying to figure it out right now, but it has been a little tricky for these players to maneuver.
Yeah, a lot of tricky maneuvering throughout this stage.
Yeah, it seems you just have to throw the dagger through that section, it seems like, and just ensure that you're not hitting anything below. Like you just jump on one platform and then you want to get to the end with like one dagger throw. But it seems to be pretty difficult without any kind of slowdown.
Also, shoutouts to Alan lowering their time down to a lower 10 now.
What happened?
Oh, just daggering a little bit too high there.
Да-да-да. Ну вот это вот момент.
Yeah, that was pretty close from Alina.
Много времени прям отнимает. Вот это вот запрыгивание.
Yeah, definitely. Alina's definitely throwing in some more dagger throws and whatnot.
Получилось, чтобы прям быстро. Вот,
Starting to realize that just getting to the end might not be enough. You gotta zip there.
Yeah, we gotta use that teleport mechanic. I think Gui's at the point that they're gonna be killing any run that doesn't get that single bounce at the start.
I think he has optimized to about that point.
I really love the way that Gui is using one of those platforms for just a little bounce. Like if you watch, there's one platform that he just walks off of, but it's because, the fact that he's not jumping or trying to fast fall off it or anything else gives him just enough room to land on the next bit of land to go ahead and get ready for his next teleport. Like the way he's handling this midsection is so clean. You see a lot of Art's attempts die in the midsection from like just the kind of, and it's one of those examples where like when you commit super hard to one way of trying a strat, you end up like maybe missing out on an easier and faster way of doing that same strat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Gui's just doing his teleport throw in a diagonal a bit later, and that's what's allowing him to get these crazy times. 8:02 this time. Barely missing his sub 7.
That's so good. What is that? Is that 799? So he's like 0.03?
Yeah, I think that's like 260 FPS frames or something like that.
Oh my goodness.
Hate dying.
Yeah, so we were saying earlier, it's not over. Gui needs to get every millisecond he can. And not quite gonna do it for Art there. Yeah, this single beginning jump doesn't seem to be very easy.
It seems to require like a really good throw, and maybe even like you have to have a really good preservation of like a jump momentum from the ground or something.
Медленно. 20-40.
There we go. Gui getting at that attempt.
Кто на первом месте?
Waiting a little bit too long to do that up throw. I think what it really is a dash that Gui's doing that Art's not doing. Because Gui's dashing through that enemy, but Art is like using the I think the sword for that enemy. I'm not sure.
Right before the midsection?
Right.
I think so. Maybe.
And I think it's because like on the surface when you would first experiment with that dash, more than likely you wouldn't have enough room to fully get the dash out, then launch the teleport dagger. So it may have been an idea that the other players kind of messed with a bit and then just discounted.
Тут надо вот так, раз, раз, раз.
That is true.
Всё, нет.
And you don't always want to dash to the enemies, and if he's already lined up a throw,
7-8, да, пробовалось.
then yeah, maybe he's just used to it. But yeah, getting that extra dash in could be the difference maker here. 0.03 off.
И всё, и опять
You
встал
just
хотя
need
бы
a
второй раз.
tick of speed, really.
Свидание.
Yeah. So now we've got just a little over a minute remaining. You really got to kind of ration out the rest of your attempts at this point.
Да.
Trying to think of, what exactly you're wanting to accomplish in these last few attempts. See, our game does get the single hop there. Just go ahead and get the multi-teleport. It's just, unfortunately, it's too late for him to really experiment with trying to do that same dash that Gui's doing.
У меня еще есть возможность победить.
Yeah, it doesn't have enough time to get it out. 45 seconds.
Было.
He's looking to get
Lena,
one more
again,
good
like just
run.
an early up throw.
Что-то там. Блин.
In just over 30 seconds. Really just time for like 3 more solid attempts.
Ну вот ш-
Yeah, you kind of even see at the beginning now that the Gui's doing this single jump. He's doing a dash and then
в обратную сторону.
a jump and then delays the throw ever so slightly to make sure that he's close enough to the wall. Also, right there, he didn't quite delay long enough.
And Alina getting her own sub 10-second time. I believe it was a 9.86. GG's
Nice.
there.
Медленно.
Piece of cake.
Yeah, Lena, we haven't talked, too much about, but playing well, but it's a little overshadowed by these other two competitors. Really neck and neck.
What happened?
And that's going to do it right there. The last one from Gui
Понял.
wasn't quite able to finish, but that's a nail
GG's.
biter.
It was certainly heating up. If Art or Alina would have kind of figured out that dash through that robot, this would have heated up a ton just immediately. But that was really creative thinking from Gui, just figuring out that, hey, wait a minute, if I dash right here, I can go ahead and just proceed through this midsection very smoothly. And that's really, I think, what made the difference between Gui and the other two competitors in this matchup, because if you think the rest of their routes were very, very similar in the end. All the players settling on bouncing up this wall and then continuing through about the middle of the stage. So, Gui just having that little bit of extra creativity on that midsection routing kind of made the difference. But GG's to all three of these players. And don't go anywhere, folks, because we've got more exhibition matches coming up in just a couple minutes. So stay tuned, and we'll have a grand finals of these exhibitions in a couple of hours.
Yes, sir. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone. We've got another exhibition match for you, this time between Karmic Koala and Rexivit 8-Bit. I'm Electric in the booth yet again, joined by Markinator99. How are you feeling before we get into this 1v1 exhibition matchup?
Excited, really. It's the emotion I'm feeling right now. Looking forward to seeing what these two players have in stock. I really enjoy the 2v2s, or I'm sorry, the 1v1s with the two people on screen. It's really nice just to watch like head-to-head battles, especially one that we kind of saw last time where they were so close and we were like just looking at the minute differences of each of their routes. It seems to be a really enjoyable part of watching these events or these matches.
Oh, definitely. The way that these players begin from wildly different points a lot of the time. You see players experimenting with all kinds of different routes and such, but over time their routes start to kind of converge, and it all does come down to, like you said, just the little differences between how they approach these stages. I mean, you got a full 30 minutes, so you got time to start exploring, start messing with different routes. But, you know, you do also want to not waste that time. You don't want to commit way too hard to a route that may not be that optimal in the end. So we'll see how these players end up approaching these stages here as we go ahead and get started. So we're going to be on level 2-1 here, a Sector 2 level. I believe the last exhibition match was on a Sector 1 level instead. And so as the sectors go on, we start to see like a little bit more complex, kind of somewhat more claustrophobic structures sometimes. The earlier levels do kind of tend to be a bit more open overall, and this one seems to be no exception. We'll see what kind of pathing these players decide to opt for. All these levels, of course, have some intertwining pathways, and you'll have to kind of explore whether, you know, your top route would be the best, or like going the middle route for a while, but then moving to the top route, let's say.
Right, precisely. Just trying to find the quickest way through. It looks like Koala here has figured out a pretty good opening. I haven't seen the end yet. I don't think anyone has. But these runners, with it being a Sector 2 map, not sure if they had access to it or not. Maybe not. Maybe only Sector 1 runners had access to early. Only a few maps. But with the game out entirely now, I don't know. Maybe they did play it beforehand.
Yeah, and like you said, the game is officially out. Exclamation point Aeon in the chat for that Steam link. But you can also get this game on Xbox, PlayStation, and on Switch. And it's a pretty nicely priced indie game, and it's certainly worth your attention if you like these kind of 2D platformer games. The movement, as you can see from these runners, and as you'll kind of see later on especially, it gets really fluid whenever you put the time in and start, you know, really making use of all the available tech.
Yes, sir, that is absolutely true. And first time being put on the board for a Koala here, 841, and then didn't quite catch... how do you pronounce that? Just Rec? Just call him Rec? Rec Visit?
Rec Visit, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty good time from Rec as well. They're looking at 8 seconds as their starting times. Alright, Rec looking to go up a little bit. There's a tight throw right there. You have to throw the dagger right after touching the wall.
Yeah, that's super... I don't think it could get much tighter given that... I think it's like a 1 tile lower is what it looks like.
Пока плохо.
We got Karmic taking a short break here.
Oh, there we go. You got it that time.
Red gets the dagger throw there, so that's definitely possible, but I think that's going to kill a fair number of runs. Because that's a very tight throw.
Absolutely. Okay, 12.4. Doesn't seem to be like super quick. He didn't have that many slowdowns. Not sure how much time he could save over what he just got. Okay, yeah, going to the bottom route now.
Oh, getting bought by that robot right on the end. I think he was trying to use his dagger to go ahead and get that kill, but just couldn't quite swing it.
Yeah, bottom route seems to be pretty straightforward. Haven't seen like the very top route. Oftentimes, unless the finish is also towards the top of the map, we don't normally see runners go up there.
Right. It does seem like overall falling movement can be a bit faster than climbing movement, and so, you know, if there's not really a reason to go to the very, very top, like the level ending isn't, like you said, at the very top, you know, it kind of ends up just adding unnecessary distance and unnecessary complexity to a route.
Yeah, seems to be the case. Yeah, I think the bottom route seems to be the fastest one here. Is what I'm going to assume for now.
I think we might see some players experimenting with some more middle type combination, but yeah, like, I'm thinking that the first route that these players are going to explore pretty deeply is going to be this pure bottom route.
Да, вот два диагональных, блядь, попробуй пролети здесь.
Yeah, and you can see Karmic kind of trying to figure out how to deal with this enemy right here. Both of them are kind of just sorting through him at the moment, but I'm sure we'll see some more optimized movement as the game goes on.
That was a pretty decent use of the dagger from Rek there. He knew he wasn't going to be able to fully clear that gap and was going to have to take a ledge grab or something, so went ahead and daggered down and then just jumped out of the teleport to skip over the ledge.
Так, надо добавить здесь, я понял. Надо добавить...
Karmic bunny hopping all the way to the end there.
Типа тут как-то хреновенько.
That is a pretty
10-6-1.
open ending. It's pretty hard.
27 поставил Ропл.
Oh, what
It's,
did
it's the fact that like there's that pit and then the opening is, or the ending is like on that sort of cliff face almost. There's not
Yeah, there's-
really a way that you can like clear that whole gap. You have to fall into that gap at some point, it seems like.
Yeah, or get some kind of like crazy jump. That's such a big gap. Can you even downright that?
Yeah, I wouldn't think you can. I think any attempt to downright that would be landing right into the wall.
Yeah. Or,
I don't know if there's a way to maybe do the downright, and I'd almost wonder if it'd be advantageous to like fall into the pit as early as you can, and then try to like teleport onto the corner, jump out, sort of like what Karmic just did there. You teleport into the wall and then jump out of the teleport to skip a ledge grab.
yeah, or possibly like throw the dagger as you're like falling in.
Все плохо.
Maybe something like that.
Yeah, that's a tricky one though. I don't know. It is a nice level to be running here. It's not super complex, but it seems to have some nice tricks
Так,
to it.
где, блин,
A lot of variation between different things. Like you've got a lot of different opportunities to dash, a lot of different opportunities to teleport. It's very varied.
Yeah, I keep seeing Karmic
сделать, как
teleport up and then to the right in that little bottom section towards the beginning. Not sure if that's a mistake or not. Yeah, like right there. Attaches himself to the roof.
Because
Oh,
I
that
think
was
Rek
good.
ends up doing like a straight right there and just skips over the upright. Just jumps a bit later, maybe.
Так, ну... Пробуем,
Yeah, just
пробуем,
does like an
пробуем.
extra dash and then just jumps. That might be it. Oh, there he goes. I don't know, perhaps maybe just some missed inputs from Karmic. But yeah, down
Yeah.
right, hitting that wall, you just do a little wall kick. That seems to be pretty
Пробуем,
fast.
пробуем.
Not sure how you'd get that much faster.
And I think Karmic's solution is a hair faster than Rek's, where Rek like lands on the floor and jumps up.
Right. Yeah, it's really the lack of grappling ability in these like big open areas seems to be a pretty large slowdown for runners.
Not to die.
Any place you have like just a large area where they have to run or just like dash through it is going to be a pretty hefty slowdown.
I think it's a bit of a detriment, but also it forces you to be very creative. The fact that your diagonal throws are pure diagonals. You don't have any analog capability, so you can't throw basically straight right, but kind of down. Like,
Right.
and then that kind of, like in this situation especially, really
Ah.
disadvantages you, because that gap you could easily make a teleport if you did have some analog control capability there.
Yeah, precisely. I think we were talking about this yesterday, was if you could do that, you could just like aim your stick slightly down and just like dagger all the way across to just throw it to the ground.
Yeah.
That would be pretty funny.
That'd be an interesting speed tag. It'd probably completely obsolete dashing. You know, just aim at the ground a little ways in front of you, and that's how you run now.
That would be a crazy tech. Pure mechanical skill. But, okay, Rek and Karma both on a good run. Karma getting caught up, but yeah, so both runners not having an amazing one after having two good starts there. Okay. Rek with the clean beginning. Did you see that?
Oh
He's
man,
really
that
figured
was
something out
sick.
here. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna see a really good time here from Rek. Watch this. Two straight across. Okay.
Oh, that
missed it
second
that
throw
time.
looks like it's gonna be a bit brutal, but
Yeah, he attaches himself to that ledge right there. That's so fast. He's definitely saving time.
Так.
It's weird how that's almost a callback to when they were messing with the middle route earlier, and there's that other section where like you have to do a very quick 2 teleports through small gaps.
Yeah, that's true.
Almost had it.
Yeah, but still getting caught up in that little like mid to ending section. It's got these ground robots just in some
Блин,
weird
как
spots.
здесь
Maybe
диагонально
attaching
делать
yourself to the
нормально?
roof twice just to kind of crawl over that gap.
Hmm.
I'm not too sure. I saw Rek do that a second ago, or like go for it. Couldn't tell if it was faster.
So close.
Yeah, I'm thinking like maybe just 2 like diagonal ups right there would be pretty quick, but maybe not. Okay, yeah, Rek just looking at that time, knowing he's got just a little more to save. Just needs a clean run with this nice beginning, I think. Which he's on right now. He's got to get past this robot right here, just with a clean ending, but doesn't get the dagger through.
Nice.
Robot just leaves him behind.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Maybe like missed input or something there. That was a bit strange. Oh, that was good. Oh, maybe he's going for that little gap right there, so he could just do a quick hop up. Maybe that's what he's trying to do.
Maybe so. Kind of like what we were talking about earlier with landing earlier.
Yeah.
Right. I want to see like one of the runners like stop here at the end and like test it out. Both of them are kind of just testing it out as they do their attempts.
Right, just kind of flying through. It feels the same as like trying to practice a star in Mario and just refusing to use save states.
Yeah, a bit. Not practicing the single sections.
Victory!
Karmic. Knowing he had, was that a new PB or was that a 9? I couldn't tell.
And I think that was barely not a new PB from getting. I think he got caught up on the ledge or something. Something slowed him down right in the end.
Yeah, just a little something.
Mission complete.
Mission complete. So.
Ooh, interesting little change here from Rek's side. I think that earlier he was doing a straight right teleport at one point here, and now he's doing a diagonal instead, which seems to be a bit faster. That second throw at the beginning seems brutal. There are a lot of these stages where it looks like you're doing a throw on like a 1 tile high wall.
Try not to die.
Yeah, it seemed that way. We had one. It was like first or second day of the tournaments. There was a map, and on a long section, there's some corridors involved, and there was a tiny gap between a platform and the wall. And one of the runners had figured out he could throw the teleport dagger through that gap and attach himself to like a corner. And it was just so crazy to watch him like at full speed, just like throwing this almost pixel perfect dagger. It was insane.
Wow.
Да, давай так сделаем.
Yeah, a lot of throws like that. That's what this throw kind of is too. You just got to time it as you're like fast falling down.
Так, вот отсюда, если в робота...
Yeah, so
попадет,
hard.
интересно, в робота или нет.
Karmic accidentally double throwing the dagger there, I think.
Yeah, that's really easy too. Sometimes you can get ahead of yourself and you just kind of start like hitting the B button 1 or 2 too many times.
Yeah, because you got to remember, you press B to throw the dagger, and then you press B again to actually teleport once the dagger is landed. So if you just double tap B real fast and your dagger hasn't landed yet, that second B press is just going to be gone.
Нужно за один раз.
And so it's
Так,
kind of
подожди,
easy to
ладно,
end up
ладно,
accidentally like just falling into a habit of like pressing B like 3 times or 4 times. You know, especially if you think that your second B press didn't actually teleport you, but then like you'll end up teleporting, then immediately dagger throwing. And there is a dagger release button, but in the middle of some fast fluid movement, you're not really thinking about using that button.
Right. Yeah, you want to make every throw count. As clean as possible. Both runners kind of figuring out this beginning a bit better. Getting some more to that more tricky spot. Getting more runs there.
You're really
Okay.
making some good progress.
Yeah, Karmic on a nice run right there. But so was Rek. What is that going to be for both these runners?
Надо побыстрее поставить время.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're watching through Discord. It was a bit more pixely. Can't quite read out those numbers properly, but it looks like a 905 from Rec at least. We'll wait for the official word.
Да ща этот нормально сделаем, потом другой попробуем.
Okay. Yeah, it's still 866 from Karmic, and then that 905 from Rec.
Блять, доэгнал, сука!
I hate dying.
Yeah, Karmic still holding on to that lead, just barely.
Какой смысл пробовать, если мы этот не сделали идеально, даже близко?
We'll see how long he's able to hold on to it. It looks like Rec just really needs a good finish on one of these attempts. It's like he's got the better opener, it seems, but like the mid and later sections of the level, he just kind of struggled a little bit with here and there.
Yeah, I agree. That's another 9 from Rec right there. Where's Rec losing his time? He's got to be having slowdowns. It's got to be that middle section with that like robot on that small-ish platform. I think that's where he's losing this time.
Like on this attempt, he did fail a couple of teleports, but I don't think that's the main issue.
Тёма, спасибо большое.
Won't give up.
На тебя на турнире, говорит, ставлю все свои деньги. Зачем? Зачем ты это делаешь?
Okay, so another 9 here.
Игрушки из киндеров, господи. По сути, это деньги.
909.
Flirting with it.
Так, ладно. Тороплюсь.
He can feel it, I can tell. He's got half the time remaining, just about. I'm sure.
He's got plenty of time to get the run.
Yeah, he's got it. I believe.
Блядь, зарунил такой трек. А сколько у меня времени, кстати, осталось? Сколько у меня времени, я даже не знаю.
Try not to die. Please, they can take advice.
Yeah, I'm actually not too sure that that Rec Visit's
Блин, здесь
opening
delay,
is
короче,
faster
есть в
than
управлении,
Karmic's.
я от него
Because Karmic's just
офигеваю
doing that
немножечко.
quick like down right throw after the dash. I can't quite tell which one's definitely faster. Oh, that was gonna be so good from Rec, but he didn't finish. He thought he was there and just like held neutral.
По-братски.
Oh man, that's the worst.
Yeah, just like a pixel off. No.
Nothing worse than when you think you're done and you go ahead and take that break, and then you get this weird adrenaline rush when you realize like, wait a minute, I didn't actually finish the level. It's like by then it's too late. You can't do anything about it, so you just get to feel stressed and anxious all in this. Ugh. I hope Rec's able to get another good attempt out. That'd be an awful way to close out the session.
О!
No, I'm sure he will.
What happened?
We got plenty of time going there. They're consistently getting to the end, and that's what you want to see. See
Yeah, that's one of the bigger
Бля,
things I feel like.
охуенная тема, балдеж. Все, сейчас сделаем, ребят.
Yeah, also kind of helps with the nerves, I would imagine, a bit. You're not so focused on really, like, hammering in every throw into your mind. You're kind of like, oh, I got this, I can do this, and then focusing more on just the difficult parts.
Эй, блядь, чуть-чуть поторопился.
Let's see. Oh, that was almost, like, mega clean from Rec right there. If he was able to, like, clip up that corner.
Rec just got a low 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, 857. Nice.
Alright, that's going to take the lead from Karmic.
Yeah, Karmic could still reclaim that lead, but this is what Rec has been looking for, an attempt that's really kind of showing off the capability on this route.
Yeah, precisely. And that was a really good attempt from Karmic. I really do think, like, one more upright throw into that ceiling would be beneficial to these runners. Haven't really seen either one of them play around with that Spider-Man technique yet.
Окей. Просто не шаришь, чат.
It's an interesting feeling whenever you start doing that diagonal upright throw over and over.
Чуть-чуть надо попозже.
Okay, so Karmic's got himself down to an 8.29.
Okay. Then I misread the time then. Okay, so Karmic is still in the lead then. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, but that lead did get cut very significantly by that PB from Rec, so Rec only just 0.3 away.
Yeah, super tight. Yeah, and there it is
on
from-
that robot.
That seems to be the consistent mistake from both of these runners.
Whoa.
Consistently.
Give up.
What is Rek doing to get past that robot? Rek also kind of seems to get caught up in that corner a few times. Karmic.
Oh, jeez. Let's see. Rek really seems to kind of be getting a bit more comfortable with the midsection here, and then right on the ending.
Victory.
Yeah, there's so many tight throws in this.
The ending throw, like the very ending, we already kind of talked about being pretty difficult, but right before that, we're having to do that upright diagonal and then a down right to land on the platform properly. It is so easy to mistime that, it seems. Rex seems to have a bad habit of doing it really early.
Так, понял. Таня, давай тащи, да я пытаюсь.
Try not to die.
Yeah, this is a pretty insane match right here. I don't even know what more to say. It's just like I just want to watch him like
Right.
figure it out. That's what I want to do.
I mean, they have very close routes, and it's really kind of more so down to who's gonna get the attempt, the god run, rather than
There it is from Rek
necessarily
right there, but he had that last slowdown. No, that was so close. Such a
They're gonna
good
raise that
attempt.
to a high 8 second time.
Yeah, he did some different movement there in that little middle section. I think he might have just found something out.
Слишком плохо.
Yeah, because this level's just been kind of waiting for a real revolution here.
Yeah, here we go.
Ooh,
Rek, yeah, doesn't do that
ooh.
first dagger throw. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Just jumps straight up and then does the upright. Make it all the way over
Да ладно.
That should
gap.
be more consistent too, so Rex should have more chance on the ending now.
Yeah, just in time. 9 minutes left, like a good solid amount of time to really grind it out.
Да камон.
We had almost like a direct comparison for a moment there between the two openings these players are doing. Oh, I had to get an extra wall bounce there. If he hadn't taken that wall bounce, that would have probably put him in the
Ну что,
lead.
чат, поехала.
Yeah, he's getting there. It seems like he's on a better cycle with that enemy too, so that last throw isn't so precise. Yeah, as soon as he gets that last one. Yeah, super fast here. Oh, with the kill with the enemy simultaneously. You can do that. You can kill enemies and have the dagger keep going if you just like graze them. And I think that's just what happened with Rek right there.
21, лол.
Didn't quite catch his time.
Это ПБ, но можно лучше, ребят.
It's got to be something real good.
Ай,
Alright,
блядь!
doing one
Inching
more.
closer and closer.
I hate dying.
Дагер говна, блядь.
Good work, Jack.
Ха.
Yeah, Karmic getting some alright runs
Дагер
in, but
говна.
this new strat that Rex found is pretty game changing, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely
it
able to.
almost Rex strat might open him up to being able to like dash through that robot and then jump to the ending, or some other like he might be able to do a new ending with that strat.
Не знаю, а чё здесь? Что там происходит?
Oh,
Seems like
oh,
it.
that's
That
it.
was.
He's in the lead.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. That's gonna be what an
8:14
8:14 something.
Чат, вы
Yeah,
что, ебанулись?
That is
8:14.
sick. Yeah, GG's to Rek. Okay, so we 0.07 apart now.
Слышно, как ты матом
And now the ball's back in Karmic Koala's court. Needs to just shave 0.07 off his time. Just get a slightly more optimal run. I think that's about 4 or 5 60 FPS frames. That's almost no time whatsoever.
That's, that's the difference between like a solid dagger throw and like an okay dagger throw. It
Like
is
you
nothing.
probably took longer to blink. Like genuinely. I don't know, how long does it take someone to blink? I'm surprised I don't just know this offhand.
Probably, it's probably faster to blink.
Yeah, because I mean, I feel like it would be a good reference to explain how precise some of these timings are, but
Yeah, that's 3 blinks right there.
The blink becomes a new standard of measurement for speedrunners.
It's an actual measurement of time now.
It's a blink perfect trick.
Not frame perfect, not quite.
Yeah, but blink perfect. That shows you how hard it is. I'm coming up on the 5-minute mark here soon. I think these players have about 6 minutes or so left.
Yeah, Karmic has not been able to get to the end as much as Rek, and I think we're really seeing that make a difference at the end here. I don't know if Karmic's just trying to like be more precise with it so he can get those extra milliseconds. Doesn't seem like new tech is going to do it. That could be why he's making more mistakes.
Right. And I think what's gotten Rek in this position is Rek just kind of really surveying as much of the level as he can and trying to figure out, okay, what is the most consistent but also fast thing that I can do to get through this. Meanwhile, Karmic, I think, settled on this bottom route a bit earlier, but hasn't really been doing as much of that continuous, just slight optimization, slight strat updating stuff. You know, it kind of seems more like Karmic is more hammering his head against the wall, like with the same route, the same strats and everything. But Rek has changed things a little bit, and it has worked out to his benefit very strongly.
Yeah, I believe that's absolutely the case. Just that little extra exploration, like you said, is going to make all the difference here, potentially.
It does kind of look like Koala might be experimenting a bit with trying to land earlier on that platform with that robot. Because I think the big problem that's been making that ending section so difficult is players have been trying to go over the robot for a while. Rek kind of was the first to like really figure out, okay, you can go through it pretty consistently and quickly.
Right. Yeah, and then attach to the ceiling to get over that gap versus over the robot. Right, yeah, just like that. Just like you're talking about. Oh, but just a little misthrow.
Keeps having those issues with that down left misthrow. I wonder if that's like a stick flick thing or something. Like he's trying to let his stick go down into neutral and just snap back or something. Because it seems like a weird direction to miss the throw in.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is really nice level overall, I think. Just not having to with having a tricky ending, you know, it's not like the ones we've seen where a lot of the runners are finding the exact same thing. This ending with just these two gaps here and these two enemies have made such a complex problem.
I think like if you want to break optimizations down into micro and macro optimizations, you know, there are some stages that emphasize more macro optimizations, like figuring out how to make a given route work faster. But then this stage really emphasizes the micro optimizations. Like, here's your route. It's kind of obvious, like, this will be the fastest route. But how much can you do within that space, you know? And then Rek is really showing, like, he can do a ton within that space. Finding a lot of these double throw setups. Finding, of course, that ending setup that we talked about. It's really cool to see that contrast compared to other levels where the evolution is more the players started using the top route and then in the middle of the session they started trying to go mid route instead, and then in the late part of the session they started trying to do only mid or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of entire route differences. That's a really good explanation right there. Macro versus micro. This is definitely one of those micro maps. You're correct.
But
both of them
you're
barely
digging through with a
that
fine-tooth comb. You know, looking for whatever little time saver, whatever consistency strat you can get. I keep admiring this sheer simplicity, but just the elegance of like Rek's solution to that robot at the end.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be the difference right here. 2 minutes left on the clock, just over. Karmic's got to get some runs here to the end.
Yeah, just that 0.07 away. Could certainly take the lead again.
So close. Here we go. No!
Oh, if you would have teleported that dagger, that would have still been very fast.
Yeah, it looked like he like double pressed it as he like warped to it and threw it as soon as he got to the wall. Man. Yeah, Karmic has definitely been trying to skip that entire like robot ceiling section entirely by having like 1/3 of the ceiling and one down right throw across the gap. But it just seems to be not possible without landing. Yeah, I think you have to land on that block in order to grapple the ceiling and make the gap.
Rec got a 788. So that is... The ball is really in Karmic Koala's court to try to take this victory back. That it's 788, or I think it's 789? Oh no, 799. That's what it is.
99.
What happened?
That is a crazy time.
Yeah, I mean, it truly is sub 8. We actually
Вот
saw it.
здесь у меня самая
Last
большая
2 minutes.
факторина.
1 more minute here for
Жалко,
Karmic.
что
He's got to get
вообще не
something.
туда, куда нужно.
He's like I said earlier. I think he's just trying to be too precise. He's trying to be like pixel perfect, frame perfect on these throws, not waste any time there, and it's just causing too many issues. It's being too perfect.
Right, and I think the way he's trying to handle the ending, while it is still pretty quick, it's introducing so much precision into his run.
Yeah.
Ой,
Yeah, I don't think Karmic has
я
picked like a
покажу,
bad
я
route
плохо,
necessarily. I don't think.
конечно.
I mean, Rec, we keep saying figured out the ending a little bit more, but I mean that's more so because he's just getting there, right? He's not being as precise.
Right. I kind of think so too, yeah. Also, it looks like from what chat's pointing out, Rec's time is the world record on this level right now. It is the top time on the public leaderboard.
That's absolutely insane.
So
And he's had
the
30
only
minutes.
person. Yeah, within a 30-minute session, he's managed to be the only person with a sub 8 on this level. That is
Yeah.
just ludicrous.
Piece of cake.
I think that's going to do it here. Karmic started this run before the timer went out. Let's see where it goes, but isn't able to finish it out. And that's going to do it for our 2 runners right here. Man, what a race. What a race between these two.
This is a sick
contact.
exhibition. You know, Karmic did kind of settle on the route, figure out the route a bit earlier, but then Rec really just brought it home. Like, really, like I was saying, he really hammered in on those micro optimizations. It was seeing that, especially that section with the robot right towards the ending, he was seeing how problematic it was and just started experimenting and thinking, what can I do that will still be fast, but will make this a lot easier on me? And that's where he started getting these really great attempts, and that's what got him the lead, I think. That one little stroke of inspiration with that robot definitely kind of turned the tide for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Just was able to put it all together, do exactly what he needed to. And like you said earlier, really practicing in the middle of the stage, you know, or like in the middle of the time at 15 minutes, 12 minutes, something like that, that's when he found that optimization with the robot, and just being willing to try out new things, you know, halfway through or so, not trying to be perfect. Yeah, I think that was definitely the play for Rec to take it today. But that's going to do it for me and Electric for now. We're going to throw it off to Warning Track and Unknown Availability. For the last 2 exhibition matches, we got 1 more, and then the one after that's going to be the winners of the last 3. So they're going to be doing that. We'll be here later for the actual bracket matches right after these exhibitions. We'll have the semifinals first, and then we'll have the bronze match and the grand finals. So final 4 players from the tournament. Don't go away. We're going to be here for the next 3 hours, so make yourself comfy. And Electric, it's been a pleasure, man. I will see you here shortly.
Will do, and of course, as always, it's been a pleasure to calm with you, Markinator. Stay tuned, chat. We'll have 1 more exhibition match and more to come after. Peace out.
Hello and welcome back to the final day of the Aeon Drive launch tournament. My name is Warning Track, and we're going to slide into the hype gradually today with another exhibition match here between OrcPod and Chio. But in just a few hours, we will crown a champion. Before that, we're going to watch this match. Just 2 players this time. The winner will face the previous 2 winners you saw in the other exhibition matches. I think that's Gweet and Rek. Rek, who just set a world record during their speedrun. The game came out yesterday, so these speedrunner times are now competing with the entire world. It was 799, which is a sub-8 by the smallest possible amount. Maybe some rounding there. We're not sure. We'll have to check the stats later, but we are going to have a little 3-way match after this one is over, right here after this little showcase of some of these streamers. You can see that little VTuber there on OrcPod's side. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're getting into, I think it's Sector 3-2 here, as it turns out. They are setting up now. They're going to have 30 minutes to grind for the best possible time. Their best time is the one that counts, and all the others you can throw out. That's what's known as a live time attack. They are just about to get started here. There it is. I think we're starting right now. OrcPod's going to start first by just a moment or two. And immediately dies. And that's okay. The first handful of runs are routinely about scouting things out, feeling out some of the mechanics, especially some of the players who haven't been playing in the tournament proper. With the exhibitions, you're probably going to see a little bit more of a learning curve here. Going to feel it out. Not doing a lot of the teleportation dagger first. OrcPod clearly just trying to see what the whole stage looks like. Simple jumping, simple platforming, but as we've been saying for the last few days in this tournament, jumping and platforming is not how you win. It might be how you scout things out, it might be how you learn, how you ease into things, but eventually you're going to want to be using the dagger pretty much constantly to get the best possible time. You can see Gio also trying to kind of figure that out on the other side. Looks like Gio has some fans in the chat. An undeniably Cyrillic vibe in the chat right now. Welcome everybody. And it's going to be interesting because as these players go, we're obviously just 1 minute into this right now, but as we go deeper and deeper into it, you're going to see them get better and better. There's the first finish right there from OrcPod. Obviously not that quick. Very few dagger throws for that matter too, but that's going to change as they get a little more comfortable here. Chio has their first finish shortly afterwards. And we're off. Now, these best times aren't going to matter too much in the early going. You know, they're going to be beaten by quite a bit. A little too early to say how fast they're going to get, but there we go. OrcPod's starting to use the dagger a little bit more, a little less judiciously, and you want to be using it pretty much constantly by the end of your run, and that is way quicker. OrcPod already looking much, much more comfortable. Chio falls to their death, but already you're seeing a tremendous improvement from these two. That's, I think, 18-something there for Chio. And it's interesting, you're not really seeing any enemy deaths. You're just seeing platforming deaths so far. There's another one from OrcPod. Dagger goes into the wall, but there's nothing to latch onto, nothing to land onto. OrcPod now exploring up a little bit higher, going through that laser wall. This is their first time taking this top route here, and it looks a lot more involved, a lot trickier. But I would say there's also more platforms, more places to latch onto, so maybe higher degree of difficulty, but better times if you get very good at it. You can see they're just exploring. Is there an opening down there? No. And how do I hit this little block through this laser wall for OrcPod? And they're definitely struggling. That was maybe their 8th or 9th try, but it is their first attempt to go through the top. And yes, the top just way more involved, and nothing to hit through on that last laser wall, and that means they're just going to die. They're going to walk into it, suicide by laser wall, and restart. And I think it'd be interesting to see if they try the top again. Nope, they say that did not go very well. There was way too much going on up there, way too many little tricks and deeks and fakes. I'm going to go right back down to the lower route that I was taking before, and already much more comfort as a result. Probably going to end up being the OP route. OrcPod's finish, by the way, is a little under 18 seconds, so about a second faster than Chio so far. Chio restarting now. We're 3 minutes in, and both runners have started to look a little more comfortable, but I'd say OrcPod is a little further along in that sense. Little smack of the head on the wall, and then fall down below. Definitely some growing pains here, but I'm impressed so far by how comfortable these runners seem to be getting. There we go. And not only that, OrcPod is now firing daggers into the ground to fall faster. This is, I feel like they're actually going from like really rudimentary stuff to fairly advanced stuff from what we've seen in the tournament in just a matter of minutes here. I really like what I'm seeing out of OrcPod right here. Chio a little slower and steadier, but with 30 minutes, you can afford to get good at the very end. They are exploring that same top route. They did hit that tough shot, though, in one try. I don't know if they're going to want to keep going up there, but I'm seeing a little more precision from Chio than OrcPod with some of those really tough kind of thread-the-needle shots with that teleportation dagger. Yeah, there's another one, 2 for 2 on it. Decides to take the lower route around the middle there after going up high. but the visibility on the screen's a little bad, and you really can't see where you're landing, and they die shortly afterwards. But their first few dagger throws have gotten much quicker. This top route is a lot more viable when you can hit those tough shots. There's a couple misses there from Chio, and they run into the drone instead. Meanwhile, Orkpod with another finish. I don't think it's going to be a best, but I can't tell exactly. And obviously, these times, 17 and 18, they're probably not going to hold up. Chio hits that shot again, looking more and more confident. Oh, look at this! Does the fall, but this time uses the floating platforms to latch onto, web-slinging like Spider-Man from below. And those are moving platforms. Those are unbelievably difficult shots, and Chio just hit 2 in a row. I think we're seeing tremendous dagger precision out of Chio so far, and that could really serve them well when they start to optimize their route. We're about 5 minutes in, and this is already looking really, really interesting. Orkpod with another platforming death right there. Kind of going back into scouting mode, it seems like a little bit. They're starting to optimize their route, but there's still just a lack of precision with some of these dagger throws. I think their platforming is a little better than Chio's, but Chio hitting those really tough shots, and their low now is down to 14 thanks to those little web-slinging throws that I mentioned earlier. Orkpod is flying through the beginning, but keeps dying to these enemies, is not using the power sword very often, and that makes sense. Most of the runners we've seen have not used the power sword much. They've mostly just flown over and around the enemies, but every now and then, I think right there, it might actually make sense and not slow them down much. And there it is. There's the power sword to kill an enemy, and another one to take down a drone. I think those first ones have been dubbed Roombas, and I fully endorse that nickname, I hope, and think it will catch on. Orkpod with a little bit of wall jumping, and platforms right to the end, but you gotta imagine to them right there to speed up those last few seconds, but they are getting better, they are getting faster, as we would expect. Chio with an early reset there, just hit their head against the ceiling one too many times, and that's gonna happen when you're shooting daggers up from below. Interesting little strat from Chio. I haven't seen anyone try to do that more than once in a run because it's just so high, the degree of difficulty. I am joined in the booth, by the way, by Markinator. How you doing, Mark?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well, Sorry about that.
No problem. I don't know how much of this you've seen, but Chio is taking on some very difficult dagger throws from floating platforms and hitting them. There's 2 right there, for example, and then 3, not on a platform, but on another one from below. I have not seen a runner attempt this many difficult throws in a row, let alone hit them.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like pretty insane. Yeah, no, I just jumped into this, wasn't able to see it, but yeah, timing everything on those moving platforms, knowing exactly when he's going to be there executing it, not easy at all. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, and if you don't hit them, you fall, so if you don't execute, you're going to be executed. Orkpod, meanwhile, not quite as tricky with the dagger throws, playing a little safer, but also getting more solid runs as a result, so they're also getting to practice the entire sector a little more often, and I think you can make an argument either way. You know, when you take the safer route in the beginning and you work your way up to those tough dagger throws, you do become more familiar with the entire sector instead.
That is true, yeah. More familiar with the entire sector. Also able to see like maybe where you can throw in some optimizations versus if you didn't go to the end, maybe you don't know your spacing needs to be a little different. So yeah, absolutely. Having a much better picture of the entire map is really good, especially early on like this, you know, within the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, I would say most of these matches within the first few minutes, you feel like you've got a favorite already. Most of them have settled into something, and I feel like you've been able to guess maybe, say, 4 times out of 5 who's going to end up winning. I don't have a very strong guess here, though. I see Orkpod definitely started a little stronger and has looked very solid throughout. Chio just seems to have a little bit more upside because they're hitting those very difficult dagger throws, and I have to imagine, because it's only your best time that matters, at some point everything's going to line up.
That is true. Yeah, we've seen that in many matches today. And just to your points, we had one yesterday where it looked like one runner was going to win. It was ahead the entire time. 30 seconds left on the timer. The other runner finally got what he was looking to nail and was able to take it out. So yeah, it's all about what you can do the best, and it's not about how many attempts it takes.
I mean, I was saying yesterday, and a lot of the other casters seem to have come to a similar conclusion, which is that the person who uses the dagger the most usually wins, and that I think that's almost become banal now because it seems obvious. But let's throw in another possible principle: whoever hits the single toughest shot might also usually be the winner. And right now, Chio's hitting the single toughest shots.
That is true, yeah. Single toughest shots. I think Game Guy was saying about it, and it was like he was saying how you want to throw the dagger as much as possible, but you don't always want to throw it always. You want to throw in some dashes. You want to throw in, it's a timing game. You have to hit the correct shot and whatnot, and it's it's a difficult game to play for sure. Oh wait, T.I. Joe actually made it across doing exactly what he wanted, but I'm not sure he was expecting to.
We'll actually have to talk to them at some point and get that pronunciation, because T.I. Joe certainly could be. If it's Ukrainian, though, it would be Chio, I think, something like that. But yeah, it's hard to say. So I'm gonna go with Chio until I'm proven wrong, because it's also fun to say.
That's probably more correct. Yeah, you're right.
But T.I. Joe sounds like a riff on G.I. Joe, so that seems just as plausible to me, actually. They might have chosen an American pun.
Perhaps.
Yeah, but it's not so as a kind of a fill-in. I think if you go by toughest shot, it would be sort of a proxy for highest skill ceiling, right? It would be that they have the most precision available to them when things go right. So that would kind of be the logic there, and it is holding up. Chio has thrown off another, I think, half second or so, and they are at sub 14 now, which doesn't sound that much. I still feel like there's a ton of optimization left in both these routes.
Yeah, probably a ton of optimization left for sure. And we've seen multiple winners of like double-digit seconds. Earlier sectors, it seems to be like 6, 7, maybe seconds can be the winner, but we've definitely seen some 11, 12-second winners. So this map seems to be one of those. It's pretty big, moving platforms. I am noticing on OrcPod's side, like you were saying, going for the less optimal ones, and he's having to wait on some of these platforms here in order to get the throw. Like this one right here, not able to like be low enough to get that throw. So not sure if he's going to be sticking to this route for much longer.
I think it's to what you said yesterday about cycles. You were talking about enemy cycles, but platform cycles certainly a thing too. And I think because he's kind of taking it slower earlier in that route, it's costing him a little bit later. If he goes a little faster in the beginning, he's going to hit that platform at the right time and be able to fire another dagger rather than wait for it. Because if you're waiting for a platform at any point, there's a pretty good chance there's a mistake somewhere earlier.
That is true, yeah. Yeah, cycles are the name of the game when it comes to things like this, like moving cycles, moving enemies, things like that. They have to be in the right position for you to optimally do what you want to do. And figuring out that timing, yeah. And it's a gradual thing, you know. Like I think you said earlier, you get the timing different at the end versus how fast you go at the beginning. So you have to notice the time loss that you've had and adjust as you go, if you have any.
That's saying T-Joy for the pronunciation, and because two people said it, I'm going to take a chance and say that they're right. We are at the mercy of their trolling instincts, though, so be gentle, people. T-Joy it is. It's OrcPod versus T-Joy, and that's a lot easier to say. That'll work. No changes to the best time on either side, and we are about 12 minutes in. We're starting to get to the point where we want to see more improvement. We've definitely seen, I think, a little less in terms of the time curve than we've seen in some of these previous matches, but I still think there's a lot of time here. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna say I don't think we're gonna see a sub 10. I think a sub 10 is possible, but I don't think we're gonna see one here.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tricky. T-Joy had a really good run there at the end, right before this last one, but would die just to an enemy being in the wrong position. So I think it was like the quickest he'd gotten there, so he hadn't seen that enemy position yet.
That is an excellent point. If he hits a new speed in the first half, he's going to find platforms and enemies in different positions in the second, and suddenly he's totally broken out of the flow that he's gotten going. Kind of a victim of his own success there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's that progression of the cycle game right here. Everything's on a cycle, it looks like here. You got the enemies, the platforms, everything you're trying to grapple to almost. So not an easy game for sure. There's a lot of trial and error involved. And I think that's why you're seeing OrcPod also have a pretty big time here as well. But
yeah,
because they're just trying to figure it out. It's going to take a minute with these later sectors.
Yeah, both have sliced their time down a little bit. A couple seconds here, a couple seconds there, but it's still a 3-second lead for T-Joy. That was a pretty good little run from OrcPod there. We'll see if they have a new low, and they certainly wanted to stop and look. And oh no, it's looking close. And that again is the telltale that they think they had a good run when they stop and look at the leaderboard. Whether they have a new low, I don't know, but they feel like they might, and that's usually when they take a look at it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, even if you haven't gotten a good time, I think little check-ins are really nice.
Every now and then.
If somebody has, I think we saw it a round or so earlier. Somebody was like 2 seconds faster, almost, and the person looked at the leaderboards and they started trying out new strategies because they were like, okay, what I'm doing has to be slow. It's not going to get the job done.
Right, they have to have a sense of my route right now, is there a lot of optimization left? If there's not, and I'm losing by more than a second, I need to try something else. Kind of funny to see those gears turn through their actions, but not their words. And I think that's totally right. You need to have a sense of how optimized is this run? Do I need to try something new? And you need to check it often enough that you will leave yourself time to grind the new route. That was a slightly small PB for OrcPod a moment ago, by the way, but they only shaved off, I think, maybe 1/5 of a second, so they're still down about 3 seconds. A little under 3 rather than a little over 3 now, but T-Joy still with a pretty significant lead, and we are almost halfway done.
Yeah, just above. And yeah, Orkpod, I saw it started throwing up some uprights onto the lower section of the platforms, or the underside of the platforms. So maybe could be thinking about switching some stuff up. But let's see.
Yeah, we actually haven't seen a lot of route differences between the two runners here. They've mostly settled into what they're doing, and I think that makes sense because, as I said, both of them still pretty unoptimized in this case. A little less practice than the tournament participants, of course, that we saw earlier. This is an exhibition, and as a result, you see that they need more time to grind their routes, which means there's more left in their routes, which means there's less reason to try new routes because they're not necessarily confident that the route they're taking can't be done much better. It looks like it probably still can, and they're... Case in point, T-Joy missing several of those daggers that he was hitting so easily earlier.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, it's all got to come together, and that's what makes it so difficult to get a good time. But here we go. Oh, just barely missing that dagger throw. That would have been really nice from T-Joy.
Yeah, he's very close here. He chains these together very effectively. And you can see how he's content to just die to take the chance, right? That he's going to hit the tough shot, that he's going to go. Rather than like slow down, he'd rather just take a shot, and if he dies, and he starts over again. And he's still got enough time for that. But he's trying the high-risk, high-reward maneuver from the get-go every time. Unfortunately, Orkpod hitting that laser wall again and remembering again, oh, right, there's nothing to latch onto on the other side. Anytime I end up at that wall, it's run over.
Yeah, and with that being said, T-Joy just got a new personal best. I believe it's a low 13 from what I just saw. He had a killer run right there. I mean, it looks super clean, and he didn't even shave off a full second. So maybe we're just going to see like 12 seconds here today.
Yeah, I think sub 13 is going to happen. That's a 13:02. That is excellent, and it's now a little over 3 seconds again, except no. Look at that. Orkpod almost matches the amount of time that T-Joy just shaved off, just over 16 now. So both of them coming down quite a bit, but T-Joy maintaining that lead.
Yeah, and T-Joy just barely getting caught up right there.
There's that platform thing again that you mentioned. There's that little bit where they get there at the wrong time and they're waiting for the platform. In this case, not because they were too slow maybe, but because they were too fast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if you are too fast to something and you end up having to wait, it's probably worth checking out other things, but also it's you might also just be able to afford a mistake earlier if that's the fastest route, and like you have like maybe 0.2,
right.
0.3 seconds of mistakes that you can actually make.
Maybe there's a slightly safer route that takes an extra half second that you're going to waste later anyway.
Precisely, yeah. You get more attempts to the end, something like that. So a lot of things happening with these moving cycles. It's really crazy.
Speaking of trying new things, Orkpod did indeed try that top route a little differently. They're starting to experiment a little bit now that we're past the halfway point, and that deficit is still about 3 seconds. So I like it. They took a little shot going even higher than they currently are. Did not go very well, and they seem to have gone right back to what they were doing before. So just a little foray, and they did not like what they saw, and they went right back to the familiar here. And I can't really blame them. And obviously, the route they're taking, the general route, we know it can get down to around 13. There's still a lot of fat left on this run here for Orkpod.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really do like he's looking for the things to save time, right? He's not just like sitting here doing the exact same thing. Like he's still actively looking for any optimizations he can, or like if he's doing something totally wrong, because you don't know, you can't see the other runner. A lot of mind games.
They ended up at that wall of death again, and they were looking around and said, surely there's got to be something I can use to get through this, but no, it's just a dead end, unless we're missing something too, but it doesn't look like there's anything you can do once you reach that laser wall, and it's happened at least 3 times. They're kind of going, I don't think they have the whole level in their head, because they've ended up at it several times, even though they now know about it. I think now and then they try to drop down from the top and end up a little lower midway through the run and think, oh no, here I am at that wall again.
Yeah, it's just a pretty tough spot to be in, honestly. But Orkpod looking to get through, finishing this one up. Couldn't quite tell what the time is. Looked fairly clean.
Yeah, a couple little slow bits there, not using the dagger as much as they could have, but wasn't terrible. There's still time to shave this off. They're still at just over 16, and T-Joy still at just over 13, which means the deficit is still at just over 3, and the clock is at just over 11.
Yeah, it seems like T-Joy is kind of just hitting it hard from the get-go, a little better than Orkpod is. I see Orkpod like definitely pausing, not getting super fast wall kicks. Like right there, when you test that wall, you kind of want to be neutral, so you just drop, but he kind of attached himself and took a little slide. So it's those little time losses that are really costing him, I think.
Yeah, I've also noticed a lot of the dagger throws are straight up and down. You're not seeing as many directional ones. Like right here at the end, he needs to do up and right for that dagger throw, and he was doing straight up and having a little trouble. Ended up running into the Roomba as a result. This time takes the slightly safer route, and I think they can afford to, because I don't think they need to do super optimal things to beat the 13 seconds that T-Joy's got right now. Neither runner is really flying through this exactly, so I think OrcPod could win without taking a ton of risky shots. But the problem is, for whatever they beat T-Joy on earlier, that little sequence where T-Joy hits 3 things from underneath in a row, they just fly through that portion every time very reliably. And OrcPod's going to have to do everything else almost perfectly because they're not doing that.
Precisely. Yeah, I totally agree. And with that, T-Joy just got a new personal best, I believe, 13 even. So almost hitting that 12 seconds.
Even. Wow. I mean, we could be a rounding error away from the sub 13, and we wouldn't know for sure, because we do have to round at a certain point. There are more digits available in the game itself, but for these purposes, we have to round them off just a little bit. And wow, literally anything better, and we're going to have our sub 13. I do think we're going to get it, but making me look smart there. I'm not sure we're going to get that sub 10. It's going to take an absolutely epic run. But T-Joy has it in them. We've definitely seen a lot of mechanical skill on that side in particular.
Yeah. No, I do believe that this map can definitely go down lower. The tricky part is, like, it's such a hard map we were talking about with the cycles and stuff. They just don't have enough time to truly grind it out and take their time. They have to find something that's reasonably quick that they can execute.
Right.
And I think they're doing a decent job of that.
They totally are. Sub 10 will happen for Sector 3 too. It just won't be during this match, I don't think.
And I think that's
hope
the
I'm
new
wrong,
PB. I think that's the 12 from T.I. Joe.
Wow. Wow, T-Joy with the sub, finally with the sub, was hanging around
T-Joy.
13 for, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes at least, and hit it dead even, and then I think you're right, finally breaks it, and OrcPod is still stuck at just over 16, and I just don't see enough dagger throws right now mixed into the routine to come back. That's a 12-7-2 formally.
Yeah, it is pretty insane how one runner can look so fast and they're just like constantly throwing the dagger, you know?
Yeah.
But you can barely tell where they're going. You're like trying to locate where the dagger lands. That's all you're keeping track of.
Increasingly, the winner is just the one who takes not just the most dagger throws, but like tries the tough ones from the get-go and spends the whole time until they nail them down. We haven't seen too many people who kind of start slow and introduce more dagger throws. It's more been people who miss their dagger throws when they start, but just keep going until they get it. Partially because it enables them to grind the first half to a really, really like fine point. And then they get into the second half more and more, and because the first half becomes second nature.
Exactly. Yeah, we have seen like some people have tried tricks that are so hard at the beginning that they're not able to make it to the end, and that actually ends up hurting as well.
Right, I'd say in particular for the 10-minute ones, but for the 30 minutes, they end up having enough time that they get the whole second half of the match to grind the second half of the stage.
Precisely. Yep. Definitely agree. And T-Joy, sorry, I keep doing that. T-Joy has found a really good beginning here. He just does a quick upright throw. He's not doing any kind of jumps, and he gets right underneath this platform. So quick.
It's so quick. Yeah, getting that opening down really, really helps them grind the middle of the stage, and then things just, snowball from there.
Yeah, definitely. 7:30 left on the timer. Running out of time for OrcPod to really find something out, but he got that beginning pretty quick, it looked like. As I say that, continuing to go for it. Wow, okay, that's looking a bit more like T-Joy here. So maybe going to be able to pull something out here at the end.
Yeah, that little precise shot coming right up here after we get through here, right through this laser wall. Nope, we died before it, but that little block sticking out, T-Joy was hitting that early and often, and OrcPod has struggled with the whole time, and it's just a crucial part of the stage to try to get through, and it's just giving them a lot of trouble. Right? Yep, see right there.
Yep.
Same. That has happened a lot of times. I would say they've hit that shot maybe 1 out of 4, and it is a tough shot, and right now that's the difference, though, because they're not even getting onto the back half, and yes, under 7 minutes now, and that's significant because this is one of the longer stages. Since the best is just under 13 seconds, that means you're basically got half as many attempts left in you relative to the time as you would if this were one of the early stages, which was going to be 6 or 7.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like not as much practice on these tricks as other stages would be because of the length. And
Yeah.
There's probably a little bit more throws and stuff to do. Maybe not as hard, precise, but I mean, it all adds up there.
Both players missing that shot I was just talking about in quick succession. T-Joy's hit it very often, but not 100% of the time. It's just a tough shot. You have to land, jump, and I think throw it either going up on the jump or coming down. They both opted for coming down, and I think that is a little easier, but it's not easy.
Right, still really tight.
Let's see if Orkbot can hit it. No. Second try, but last time it was the third or the fourth, so slight improvement there. Orkpod also took an extra moment to try to time it. They did not try to rush through it that time. I think they're thinking, you know what, with this particular shot, it actually does make sense to go a little slower and make sure you hit it and then ramp up the speed. Another death to that Roomba. I think they need to start incorporating the power sword. I know generally you want to go around the enemies, and the perfect run is not going to go anywhere near that guy, but we're dying to them too many times. I think we should slow down and just kill them.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, right? Maybe he's getting there a little slower.
Lucky.
I don't know.
Oh, it's
T-Joy's
the
not
laser
killing
wall
it.
again.
It's so hard.
It's the same one. And not hitting the downright throw to get out of it that I think you can. Orkpod has been at like these no man's land laser walls so often. They did hit that tough shot the last time. Here it comes again.
Yeah.
All right, that's two in a
there
row
it
for
is.
Orkpod. Yeah, and that's going to help them a lot. But then they die to the drone. Orkpod has actually, I think, suffered at the hands of these robots a lot more than most of the runners we've seen, actually.
Probably. I would have to agree. With him being just ever so slightly slower than T-Joy here, he is kind of catching them on a worse cycle, and yeah, having a lot of issues for sure.
And it's not just worse cycle, right? It's at a slightly different cycle every time because the beginning of their route is not as consistent. If the beginning of the route is consistent, they get a sense of where the robots are going to be. But if they're kind of all over the place in the first 4 or 5 seconds, the robots are in a new place every time, and you don't get any sort of routine. You have to react in the moment again, which is even harder.
Yeah, precisely. All right, so that snowballing effect, basically, is kind of what we're seeing. But we got 4 minutes left here. Oh, we just barely missed that throw there from Orkpod. I just want to see Orkpod get more, like a couple more runs to the end on a fairly clean pace. That's kind of what I want to see from him.
You know what? I'm seeing Orkpod attempt, and I've seen T-Joy attempt it too. There's kind of controlled falls around the center of the stage. They don't seem to go very well very often. When you're kind of at the mercy of gravity and you have less agency over the direction you're going, and you have to, the screen below you comes into view so quickly that it's actually harder to react than it is to the dagger stuff, I think.
Yeah, probably. You just get that escalating gravity effect going. And yeah, it's hard to tell where you're landing. It's got to be more like a feel.
I mean, look, maybe the perfect run does have a controlled fall like that, but I'm not getting the impression it's the way to go for these runners right now. I think they want to maintain the agency, control their trajectory, and go more left to right than up and down, because it definitely seems to be throwing them, even though you can tell they sense there's some optimization there, but they just don't have time for it. There's only 3.5 minutes left. The margins have not really changed for a while. T-Joy still with the only sub 13. It took them a while to get there, and they haven't improved on it since. It sits at 12.72. Orkpod still at 16.08, and they are running out of time.
Yeah, time being the name of the game here, and yeah, it just looks like Orkpod doesn't have enough.
Yeah,
He's been doing really well though. He's been hitting a lot of hard strats, and I mean, we're comparing him to to T-Joy here, which he's really killing it. I mean, he honestly is. So maybe a little unfair to Orkpod there. A little more praise to T-Joy for his execution skills, because he really has been killing it. He found out this quick beginning right here, like you said, makes him on a good point and consistent point to hit these enemies here, these little robots. So, I mean, really is just kind of killing this really hard level.
And Orkpod, to their credit, has started hitting that tough shot that I mentioned very consistently. I would say they're hitting it about 4 out of 5 times now. They've started using the power sword a little more to kill the drone at the same time. So they've definitely gotten much better. It just took them a little too long, I think, to get into that groove. 2 minutes left, and I think if they'd done it a little earlier, it would have been a little more interesting. Another controlled fall, by the way, about 1.5 minutes ago. Got them the same way. They almost pulled out of it with a dagger, but it was just too much. I think it's just too unpredictable to fall like that, especially because the platforms below are moving.
Yeah, that's true. You got moving platforms above.
So it's even tougher, right? Yeah.
It is, yeah, even tougher. It's just no forgiveness.
No, it's a tough game, especially as you get into the later sectors, and both players are learning that. It's possible that the best you see on the screen are the ones that are going to hold up. We've got almost exactly 100 seconds left, and that means just a handful of runs left for Orkpod to try to change this outcome before we go into the final exhibition match, which will be the 3 winners of these previous 3 exhibition matches up against each other. And right now it looks like T-Joy is going to be the one joining them.
Does certainly seem to be like that, and hopefully not too early to call, but only, I mean, with a minute and 20 seconds left, you only have like 3 attempts left. But there's a finish from Orkpod at least.
And it definitely looked better than most of the ones they've been doing lately. As you mentioned, you just wanted to see more clears, just straight up clears, so they get a little more practice on that back half, and that was the first one they've had in a little while.
It was, yeah. They're definitely trying to like get there on pace, which obviously you want to do. But little
I think, yeah.
too late, unfortunately.
I think you do want to get there on pace, but you need a handful of clears just to have the whole thing in your head, I think, first. You know, if you've gone this long and you're not clearing very often, I think you might want to make an exception. Orkpod's
Yeah.
struggling with that downright dagger again. This little laser wall corner has given them absolute fits the whole match.
Yeah, you see just jumping around at that time. I wonder if he knew he could do that the whole time. Or maybe
Not
if
really.
he just decided that one throw was a bit quicker. Because it really was precise, and it was something that he really got hung up on.
Throw's definitely quicker if you hit it, but hitting it's another matter. We saw Orkpod get stuck on that tiny dagger throw earlier on, which they're about to attempt. They've been hitting it more and more often, but then they get to the end and they have the same kind of problem, and they just don't have time to grind for it. 15 seconds left. This is not going to do it. It is going to be T-Joy going into the end of the streamer showcase here. The third winner out of the 3.
Yeah, super good from T-Joy. I really enjoy these little streamer exhibitions that we've got going on here. Really fun to see people who are just like brand new to the game kind of tackle it, who are obviously great gamers themselves, and not just the people who've kind of been practicing for the tournament. So it's been really fantastic to watch, and I'm really excited to watch the winners finals essentially for that.
Yeah, there's a little less predictability in the streamer showcase because they're not always, experienced speedrunners, or at least not as much with this game. They haven't been playing it all week like the people in the knockout tournament. So it's a little less predictable. It's not necessarily, you see someone jump out to an early lead and you figure it's going to be them. You can't really tell because you get more variation and people can kind of spike in skill very suddenly. There's that beautiful cat staring us right in the face. Lovely, lovely. The cat wins, everybody. Don't worry.
Always the winner there, yeah. But yeah, with that being said, I think we're going to end this exhibition right here. Once again, congratulations to T-Joy and Orkpod for participating. Loved you so much. It was fantastic. But the next one going to be winners of the last 3. So we're going to have T-Joy, and I'm going to have to get reminded who won between Rec and Club.
Wheat and Rec are the other 2, I believe.
Okay, perfect. So Gleet and Rec will be joining T-Joy here in the finals. And we're going to have that here in just a minute. So nobody go away. It's been a pleasure commentating with you, Warning Track. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. We'll see y'all in a sec.
Hello and welcome back once again to the final day of the Aeon Drive launch tournament. That's right, I said launch tournament. The game is out. It's been out since yesterday. You can see there in the bottom right of your screen. It's available on Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, and Switch. You should pick it up. If you need convincing, just watch a few more minutes. My name is Warning Track, and I'm joined by Markinator99. We've just had 3 streamer showcase matches, and the winner of those matches are now facing off for the title of Streamer Supreme, which I just totally made up. It's going to be Gweet88Man, Rek, and T-Joy. And I'm very excited.
Yeah, super excited. It's going to be a great match. We just saw all these runners, and even though they haven't been playing the game like the tournament ones, they are extremely, extremely good at this game. I believe we saw Rek get the world record on the map that he had to win the match. It was absolutely absurd. So these runners are extremely good, and I'm very excited to watch them go head-to-head in whatever this next stage will be.
Yeah, the world record was 799 there, and that's significant because when this tournament started, the game was 5 days away from release. So you saw a world record, sure, because these were just early builds and people playing them before the game was out. But the game's been out for about 24 hours now, so that's an actual world record against actual people all across the world, and that shows you just how good these speedrunners are because they're not grinding it for days or seeing it in advance. Sometimes they're just literally doing it in 30 minutes, and it's the fastest it's ever been done already.
Yeah, precisely. And that just shows you the raw skill of some of these streamers as gamers and stuff like that. So, absolutely incredible. But we're off right here. Let's see what
we're
this
underway.
has to offer. We got a couple corridors here going on, starting out in an open section and then leading into the corridors. Looks like you can choose a few options here from the get-go. You can either climb up or just go straight.
Yeah, I like it. We've got 3 different people to watch at once. So this is going to be harder than usual. I think we're up to it words per minute wise, but it might test our strain our throats just a little bit. I dare say the players still have a harder time of it with this teleportation dagger, which, as the name implies, allows you to warp across the screen anytime it lodges in any wall or surface. As long as it's still on the screen, you can still warp with it, and they use it to great effect here. We've seen all 3 of these win very tricky little matches here in the Streamer Showcase, and now one of them is going to emerge over the other 2, and it should be really good. This is a little bit of a quicker, slightly simpler level than the one we just saw, though.
Yeah, precisely. All the runners figuring out exactly what options they have to work with these obstacles in their way. Let's see. But yeah, we got Gweet finishing his first time. That's an 11-second time. Not too bad.
No, not bad at all. And I'm just going to say it. Let's just tempt fate again. Sub 10. It's going to happen.
Proposal.
If we've got 11 seconds within a minute,
For the advice.
sub 10 almost certainly, and maybe beyond. But we're not going to see too many interesting times in the first few minutes because all these players are just going to be feeling this out. And it won't take as long as last time either because you can see fewer enemies, moving platforms, all that stuff. This is a much more straightforward one, but I will say tighter spaces too.
Yeah, tighter spaces make everything so much more difficult, as we've seen. These tight corridors make for some really tight throws, but also some really awkward positioning sometimes. Like, the corners just don't add up very well, and so you can't maybe do like a nice angle throw that you want to do. Kind of have to do something a bit different.
Yeah, it's a different skill set. Some players may be a little better at avoiding the obstacles and they like the open air, but others would rather not have to worry about enemies and just have more places you can latch onto, even if it's harder to kind of take the optimal route every time. You can see this little narrow thing. Here comes T-Joy coming up on in the top right, and then nope, he's going to die. Rek in the top left will do it instead, and you can see wall hop up there and hit that little shot right through there. Dies to the little floor robot there. I can't tell if that's a Roomba or a buzzsaw, but they might as well be the same thing.
Yeah, it's like it almost looks like a buzzsaw. I think it is, yeah. We've only seen a few saw enemies in this game, actually. I've been seeing more of like the Roombas, like you just said. But yeah, I want to see what's more up on this top section. I haven't seen a whole lot of it quite yet. We see T-Joy here checking it out.
We haven't seen a lot of it because none of the runners seem terribly interested in it, but those platforms are there for a reason. These are handcrafted levels, which means whether it's faster up there or not, it certainly may as well be. It's certainly worth exploring because if it's not faster, it's probably close. We've seen that a lot. And the top route in general has been quicker than expected a lot too. It's just, I think, a little harder sometimes.
Yeah, I believe so. I think me and Electric were talking about it earlier, and it kind of seems to be dependent on the finish position, because if the finish is towards the bottom of the map, the top route seems just to be too long. But this one's at the top route, or top of the map, so the top route might be an option here.
And
Not
even
too
so,
sure.
there's a point in the middle where you can kind of switch and go back to this quote-unquote standard route that we've been seeing. And I think Rek tried that just a minute ago. They started up top and they came back down. But I think staying up top would be the way to go. But there is less to latch onto. There's fewer things in the way. The spaces aren't tight because it's wide open air. But you can't just throw your dagger in any spot and necessarily hope to hit something like you can in those tight corridors.
Yeah, exactly. So it is much more harder in that aspect. TJ just got a pretty good time there. He's figuring something out. About low 12. Not going to quite take the PB, but just kind of playing with it.
No, and Rek under 11. And actually, look at all these times. All three of these times are within a second of one another right now. This is looking very competitive.
Absolutely. As we see Gweet coming up top here, too. Okay, now everyone trying out the top section here.
There we go.
Someone's going to find out some really good movement, and I think that's going to might just determine the time to beat once someone figures that out.
Yeah, I think so. They've all come to the same conclusion, and while that doesn't prove that it's the best option, it strongly suggests it.
Yeah, or at least there might be something to be had here. The small platforms seem to be a pretty big detriment.
Yeah, we're not quite seeing the level of mechanical skill that you would need to hit this consistently, but you don't need to hit it consistently. You just need to hit it once, and right now they are all not only going in the same route, but producing roughly the same times and having trouble with roughly the same points. This is about as even as it gets, folks.
Absolutely. Absolute scramble to find out the fastest route. And only 5 minutes in.
I know. I expected to look up at the clock and see, low 20s or even high teens or something. It feels like a lot more, probably because there's a whole third player on here now, and because it's been constant action and been so close the whole time. I wonder if the first person to break 10 is going to be the one who takes it home, though. But right now, I have no idea who I would pick if you forced me.
Nah, me neither. This is excellent.
I'm seeing T-Joy struggle with these dagger throws in a way we did not see in the previous match, though, because they're very different types of throws.
They are types of throws, and I've kind of been noticing you're definitely going to be doing at least one wall jump on those platforms, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be the perfect throw at the very top. It just has to be enough to get to the top. And so maybe just finding a nice timing, like top 75% of the platform, maybe not the top corner, doesn't matter. Will be good enough. So there could be some leniency here that we didn't think was there before.
I think we have another low for Gweet. We're going to update shortly, and I think that is our first sub 10 by a significant margin, too. Sub 9 actually seems right around the corner. Yeah, that's a 913 for Gweet recently. Wow.
That's nuts.
That's nuts. And it's not just that it's a new low, it's that it's like a second and a half off of what we had 7 or 8 minutes in with 3 players, too.
Yeah, just absolutely crushing everything else that the other players have tried out. Did he do that with the bottom route, or did he do that with the top? I didn't see.
I did not see. Unfortunately, I guessed wrong and looked at the wrong part of the screen. You got to pick at every moment.
It is hard when there's so many things going on.
Look, I only have 2 eyes. One can look at one, and one can look at another, maybe. I don't have a third. Here we go. But we do have our first sub 10, and the other two, Rek and T-Joy up at the top, are still above 10 and still trying to make that top route work, except Rek has started to go back down to the bottom. I think he might have decided the top is a little too tough, at least for now. I've still got a lot of time, 23 minutes left. I'm going to try to optimize this lower route, and I do think you can optimize this lower route to beat the time that Gweet has, but I don't know if you can beat the time that Gweet is going to have.
That is true. That is the scary thought, is what will happen at the end? What will the other players figure out? Is that top route actually faster? Am I wasting some time here on the bottom route? All of these things will be going through the players' heads.
I think it is. I did have the privilege of casting this exact sector, too, earlier in the tournament, and I don't remember what the low was, but I think it was lower than this.
Yeah, the ending on the bottom route with that last little saw seems to be kind of awkward after this series of wall kicks. We just saw one of the players get caught up there. Like, Gweets looks like has frozen. Not sure if that's a stream or probably a stream. Yeah, his face cam is frozen too. All right, we're back.
Yeah, slight stream issues. We are streaming several different feeds at once here, so they are going to hang up now and then on the streamer side. But it looks like it's going again. And there is basically no change to these best times yet, though. They are all still grinding, and we are about a third of the way through. Only a third of the way through, and it feels like so much has happened already.
It really has. So many different options, so many different movesets to try to get to. And okay, Gweet having a really nice attempt there. Gonna be trying to play with the top route again.
Вот смотрите сейчас.
T-Joy is really committing to this top
Он
route.
кидается выше.
Is getting some crazy throws.
Almost had it.
That was pretty insane. So yeah, so it looks like you can actually just kind of get through that gap. That's what T-Joy is trying to do after getting up here and just not having to jump all the way up with wall jumps.
Oh, very nice ending from T-Joy there, and I think this is what we saw from them last time. They were going for the tough route from the beginning and grinding it out. They've decided the top route is the way to go. I think they've decided correctly, too. I think that is that literally
Жестко,
just
что я могу сказать.
slightly faster than their previous best before. It was definitely one of their better runs, and I think there's a lot of room left for improvement. But that's what we saw in the previous match, right, you and I? We saw T-Joy take the tough route from the beginning, struggle with it, but eventually nail it. But they didn't kind of ease their way into it, and they've decided this top route is the way to go.
Yeah, definitely just easing their way into it. And these runners will definitely have a better feel of it. I think we can get a good idea from looking at it. But when you're playing the game, I mean, you really do have a feel like, oh, that was a little faster. You know, you definitely get that extra intuition involved. And with all the players kind of opting for this top route, I think that is exactly what we're seeing.
Right, right. Yeah, no, that intuition's a big deal. Which route is not just faster, but gonna be faster if I can nail it. And T-Joy has shown, in a relatively small sample size at least, very good instincts for that sort of thing. And I think they're right here again about the top. And I would say that actually, even though they have the lowest best right now, they might have the most upside. Oh, is that a new low?
Most practice.
Да, come on.
Good work, Jack.
Yeah, Rek having a really nice one. You could hear it. Come on.
I think we might have broken 9. I think we might have broken 9.
Yeah, definitely very possible. We'll have to let the back end people figure that one out.
Yeah, bear with us, people. We've got data coming in from the back, but we want to verify it before putting anything up, so we might be a little more cautious than you, chat.
84 уже.
Just to make absolutely sure that we've got it right. We don't want to put up a wrong time, just in case. We don't want to give you false hype.
Yep, and...
But that's T-Joy, by the way, under 10. They are all under 10 now.
Or is that 9.93? Okay. Yep.
Yeah. They are all under 10 now. They have all improved significantly. They were all close just a few minutes in. They've gradually made their way down, and they are all somehow even closer now, all within a second, all sub 10. This is anybody's match.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is exactly what you want with the finals. 3 ways between 3 incredible runners. That's exactly what you want to see.
And that time is confirmed now. That is 884 or even lower now for Rek? No, hang on. We're trying to verify it. Bear with us here, but I think they might have broken 9.
Так, окей.
Yeah, looking like 8.84.
Еще лучше.
It does seem to be the time. So yeah, broken the 9-second barrier. Half a second from Rek, a full second from T-Joy here.
856. 856 now on the leaderboard. Rek is wrecking it. Look at this. Opening out a pretty big lead. Sub 9 with room to spare, and sub 8 might not be far behind because we're not even halfway done.
We're not halfway done either. There's so much happening. It keeps feeling like we're blasting through this stage. But we're still good. We're going at our nice, easy pace here. Oh, T-Joy. Oh, that was a good find from T-Joy there. Did you see that?
No, I missed it.
He's going to jump up here, and then he's going to do a downright throw onto this platform. Where the spikes are down, but not up, and then he can get a throw over to the right.
Wow. He is definitely finding these optimizations, I think, better than anyone we've seen in a little while.
Really has. And like you said earlier, found it early, and it just has that extra time.
Right now, 0.07 seconds separating Rek and Gweet, and T-Joy is just a second behind, maybe a second and a half behind both of them, but showing signs of finding those micro-optimizations that when they hit those dagger throws, they could be right back in this.
Yeah, absolutely. All looking for
Да блин, он не цепляется.
just anything they could get. T-Joy having trouble setting up. The first time he did it, and I saw it, I mean, it looked really smooth, but I guess now he's trying to find a more consistent setup. Or just opting not to do it entirely.
Rek and Gweet are doing the same thing, except they're throwing up rather than down, which makes sense because they have to go up higher anyway. It might be quicker and easier for that matter, and that's a combination you can't beat. I'm not sure if T-Joy wants to be hitting that lower throw because you need to end up high anyway.
That is true. That is true.
Hard to say. But the thing is, the lower throw might open up a second throw right afterwards that is quicker, right? It's a ripple effect, and until you chain them all together, you can't be confident.
Precisely, yeah. Oh, there it is, finding the bottom there. Because once he lands on that platform, he can then do upright. But I think that's all we've seen, so we're still not sure if that really sets him up to be faster.
Yeah, I don't know, because when you hit the higher platform, you sort of have to wall jump up a little bit afterwards, and it does slow you down. I think you would need to hit 3 in a row really quickly to be slightly faster there. Because there's a third shot, another tough upright kind of dagger throw that he's been going for, and it's very hard to hit because the spikes are right there.
Precisely, yeah. And Rek almost finishing a really good one. Kind of overshot the ending. That was a really good attempt.
We're at the point now where if they make any kind of significant mistake, they're starting over because they are already that optimized. They're already sub 9.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, any mistake half a second is just too much.
Early on, it was fine. Not anymore, though. Yeah, there's Rek restarting again, trying to get this opening down. And it's funny, in this stage in particular, the opening is bedeviling these players a lot more than the end.
Yeah, it really does seem to be that way. And I think they do have to time all these wall kicks. Kind of like what I said earlier, the goal would be to like only do 1 wall kick per post, but oftentimes you see the runners having to do 2.
Yes.
Throw not quite tall enough to make it over top of the jump.
And if you want to know why one little wall jump matters, look at the margin. Gweet has lowered their personal best, but somehow not enough to actually overtake Rek. The difference is now 0.03, which if it holds, I think might be the single closest margin we've seen.
Yeah, I believe so. 0.04 being the next fastest in time. But absolutely insane, being 0.03 apart.
Yep. But T-Joy's been sitting there at that 993 for a very long time, just working on these optimization strats, and we're just over halfway done, so there is more than enough time to put together that beautiful run that he's been trying to craft this entire time.
Yeah, absolutely. And he clearly seems like he is grinding for that one time. He's not slowly, incrementally adding things. He's like, no, I'm going to figure this out and I'm going to do it. That seems to be his goal.
Uh-oh. Yes. Rek has shaved it down to 835 now, it looks like. That's still not very much, but Gweet is no longer 0.03 behind. So now it'll take more than just 1 superfluous wall jump.
Almost had it.
Yeah, the push for 7 is real right now between all 3 of these runners, I believe.
I'm starting to think it's going to happen too, but 14 minutes left, and they're already making just very, very few mistakes. Rek is getting better and better at this, and has maintained that lead. Gweet has gotten closer, and then Rek pulls a little farther away again, but T-Joy lurking in the background, trying harder things, hitting tougher shots, but just never enough in a row, and doesn't seem very interested in it. You might see that change as we get under 10 minutes, where they start trying to put some of the endings together here, because they don't have that much more time.
Precisely. Yeah, just got to get that run that you're going to submit. You know, maybe it's not perfect, maybe it still has a mistake here and there, but you have to get it as good as possible.
I hate dying.
Yeah, and
don't want to leave
T-Joy,
anything.
even if they can't win, they might want to get a sub 9 in there at the end, you know, a little moral victory. If they all get sub 9, I think that'd be pretty hype, and I'm starting to think it's going to happen. That is looking a little better from T-Joy there. I don't think that's sub 9, but it's one of their better runs in a while, and they did make a point to actually complete that one.
Yeah, it was a pretty good run. I did see a couple of hiccups, so yeah, once he gets that actually down, that's definitely going to be an 8-second time at least. But yeah, going under that platform, getting caught by that saw, it seems to be a pretty big issue.
Won't give up.
I mean, I think sometimes you ask yourself what is the optimal strat, and other times, especially with this live time attack, you have to ask yourself, what am I dying to? And if I cut it out and give up that extra half second I'm looking for, well, I actually get many more opportunities at it, which is almost as valuable sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. That consistency is definitely key in some of these in these races, which we've seen.
If you're not dying to the saw, you give yourself a chance to practice all the other parts of the stage that aren't giving you trouble more and more, which means you're going to get better. And it can be a net time gain, even though it's slower.
Durin.
Yeah, it's a pretty good time from Rek.
I think that might be a new low. It looks like 814, and meanwhile, T-Joy does shave a fifth of a second off their time, too. 978. Still not good enough, but it's their first movement in, I'd say, about 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah, precisely. Exactly what you want to see, at least. Oh, what a clean ending from Rek. Just straight down right from that platform.
You love to see it.
Proposal. Try
Yeah, did,
Thanks for the
when you said 814, was that Rek or was that Gweet who got
I
that? They
thought it
finished
was
like
Rek, but I'm trying to keep up. My eyes are darting around. That was a problem when we had one player doing an exhibition, trying to keep up with a teleportation dagger. Now we've got 3. It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. I apologize. It's going to be a tough one. Jeez.
All right, yeah, it was Rek with the 814. Does have that. And then yeah, 9-7-8 there from T-Joy.
Почему вот он летит вверх по диагонали? Что не так?
11 minutes left, and the margins are still very, very close. It's pretty much the same dynamic. Rek with a modest lead over Gweet has held it pretty much the whole time, but it's never gotten very large. And T-Joy displaying a lot of mechanical skill, but not putting those runs together, still just barely under 10, which is a little surprising at this point because we are getting low on time. I think if T-Joy is going to do it, we're going to see some kind of jump in the next 5 or 6 minutes.
Yes, I believe so. And these games come down to the wire. We had one yesterday that was exactly like this. One player slightly in the lead the whole time, and then in the last 30 seconds got it sniped away from him. I believe that was Squilla who did that. So gonna come down to the very end still. Nothing is solid.
That is the fun of the format of the live time attack, is that only your best run matters. So up until the very last run, you don't have to do anything. You can come in at 29 minutes, fire off a perfect run, and walk away. Nobody does it that way, but that's how it works scoring-wise at least, and it's not over until the final run is. But the margins have not changed here for several minutes, coming up on 10 minutes now, and they are just trying to shave tenths of a second off. And if you're Rek, I think that's what you're thinking right now. You're thinking, if I can just grind out, just like barely get that sub 8, I think that's going to take me home.
Yeah, precisely. And we saw Gweet right there. It looked to be about on pace with the sub 8. Got a really good beginning. Oh, and he does it again. So he's just one jump over those, and he's like getting so much momentum too. But just has to clean up the ending a bit.
Yeah, they're testing when they can throw the dagger, and they're testing how far they can get away with these jumps so they don't have to do 2 of them and lose precious milliseconds. And when they find one of those and they realize, oh wow, if I go to the very edge of the platform, I can make this whole jump on 1. That definitely is something to kind of add to their routine going forward and get better and better at. And you can see Gweet throw his head back because he's ground sliding immediately into that first block, and his run ends immediately on it, and he just goes, oh god, and looks to the sky, exasperated.
Yeah, really frustrating. That's going to be a nice 8-second time from Gweet. Not going to be his best. This ending seems to be really difficult for like all the players. I think Rek has figured out something really nice by just teleporting to the right side, and then you can do a down right to the end. But no player has really found something super smooth.
No, not really. There's been no tech changes here, no major route changes for everyone. It's just been 3 great players trying to grind basically the same route in slightly different ways, taking slightly easier, slightly harder teleportation dagger throws, depending on whether or not you value upside or consistency. I think right now, though, consistency is winning out. T-Joy taking those difficult throws more and more often, but hasn't been able to convert it into a low time yet.
Yeah, and it can definitely be really frustrating for T-Joy if that is what happens here at the end. Sorry, I was watching.
There's a lot to keep
up. Talk and concentrate. I was looking at T-Joy as I was talking about him. But yeah, it could be really frustrating if he wasn't able to get like that good time he's looking for, especially because we know that he can, right? We're looking at him. He can definitely get that time.
He definitely can. We saw it in the previous match, but this stage might just be a little too hard for that, or just hard in a different way, in a way that doesn't complement the skill set as much. That's another thing too, because sometimes it's about timing, sometimes it's just about precision. It depends on whether there's moving platforms or not. Some people are better at the wide open spaces, reacting in the moment, and others are better at the stationary stuff that is a harder throw, but that is always in the same place. And every sector is a little different in terms of which skills it tests.
Absolutely. And did we just see Gweet get a PB? Did he get a low 8, or was that a low 9? I couldn't quite tell from the timer.
Rek has a low 8, 8-10, and I think Gweet... Wow, yeah, Gweet has an 8-10, Rek has an 8-14, yeah. I think. I think he might have got him. I think we might have those switched, and if that's the case, then they are both low 8, and I think Gweet might have finally overtaken him.
Yeah, but
and not be far.
When he finished, I thought it was a 9-second, but it was absolutely an 8-second time that he finished with. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Gweet taking the lead there. We'll just double check here. Yeah, and that's it. It is Gweet right there.
By 0.04.
But Rek got a sub 8.
Oh my
goodness.
When did he
get that?
7.94, I think it might be. Boy, I don't know. 7 minutes left, and we've hit 7. How appropriate. I don't know. I don't know if they have to play more. Gweet can definitely beat this. It is far from over, but it will not surprise me if that 7-9-4 is the final score, unless, of course, Rek beats it. But meanwhile, T-Joy still watching from afar. The others lowering their scores. T-Joy still trying to find that perfect run, and I just don't know if it's in them today.
Yeah, it is going to be really hard. He still hasn't figured out this beginning very well. It's double
it's too
jumps
late
on
to be
both
struggling at the
platforms. It really is, yeah, and it's just unfortunate. I think Gweet has it figured out the best. He can consistently get up there with just those 2 jumps.
So that's interesting. Doesn't have the lowest score anymore, but does have the best opening. I wouldn't have necessarily guessed that because this opening, like I said, definitely tripping up these speedrunners a little bit. Rek and Gweet, though, mostly on it and mostly on each other. Look at this 1.6.
Yeah, it seems to be they're
16th.
kind of reversed in what they're good at. Oh, but maybe Gweet. Okay. So what Gweet just did there is what Rek has been doing, except Rek just throws down right and gets there instantly. And with that faster ending, that's what's put Rek in the lead, and Gweet having the faster beginning is what's kind of keeping him in contention with the lead. And one of them needs to figure out the other and just complete it with like a mid-7.
Yeah, I like comparing runners like that, where you see one of them is falling and one of them's throwing a dagger down, one of them's avoiding a platform, the other's landing on it and jumping and losing a precious second, and they all have their own blind spots, though, which is interesting, right? Because one of them has an optimization on the other on one thing, but then the same kind of optimization later is the other way around.
Yeah, precisely. It's very...
That's the downside to the habit stuff, right? Because it is good to get into a routine, to get into a habit, but I think that also makes you blind to certain optimizations as you go.
Yeah, if you're just trying to commit something, you end your thought process of what could be fast, and it's like, I have to make this fast. And those are very 2 different thought processes. So yeah, I 100% agree.
And that is the skill. It's simultaneously focusing in on what you're trying to do, but weirdly, paradoxically, remaining just a little open to changing it as you go too. It's a very nuanced skill set.
It is. And T-Joy just got a nice PB. I believe that's a mid-9. So good movement from him. Just got to see it come down a bit more.
Yeah, he's got to get that opening down to have any chance here with under 5 minutes left, and he's still dying very often in that opening. I just don't see. If you don't have the opening down by this point, you're not going to have time to grind the rest of it, and your deficit is just too large.
Yeah, most likely I think that is the case. But Gweet did just figure out that ending that Rek has been doing. He just threw the dagger down right and didn't PB on the run that he did that. But if he can get a clean beginning and then do that, I believe he's going to take it. So let's watch.
Oh, it's so close right now.
Runner to watch to take over the lead as this is the ending. I think.
He just overshot it there.
Yeah, it might have been a little too slow. I did see like 1 hiccup before that. So.
Oh, and Rek has a new PB, 7.66 now. Now it's a full half second Gweet has to make up. That dagger throw is not going to be enough. He's going to need a little something extra along the way too.
Yeah, that was it. Like Rek found out at the beginning. They both just found each other out right here.
One from Gweet. This could be so close. I think it's still mid-8s, though. It's still mid-8s, but that was very, very clean and very, very close. And the fact that that isn't a new mark shows you just how close this is getting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's every throw, every frame is gonna come down to the wire, I believe, right here. Because Gweet's got to get another time in here, at least one better time. Get that 7 second, and then he's gonna be right there with Rek, possibly beating him if it's clean enough.
He keeps overshooting.
Get that one last one.
Keeps overshooting that last dagger. His better run, he hit a dead center, but he's missed it in the run before and missed it in the run after, and it's just giving a little bit of trouble. And it's hard to watch sometimes because the whole run will be good except for that last dagger, and you'll think, what could have been? Was that going to be the one? Were we one dagger throw away from taking this? And that could end up being the margin.
Absolutely. In such slim margins they are. Alright, yeah, Rek's stream kind of glitching out on us, unfortunately, not able to see the last couple minutes. But eyes on Gweet here. And yeah, it just lands too far to the right and is not in a great position on the ending. I don't know if if Rekvisit is actually moving left after he dashes to that wall, and that's how he's able to get like right to the end. But the spacing does seem to be off for Gweet here.
Yeah, just a little bit. There are 2 minutes left and 1/2 second separating Rek and Gweet. T-Joy, looming in the background, has been steadily lowering their best time. It's at 9 even right now, but they're going to need a huge leap forward to catch up. They are looking better, but I don't know if they have enough runs left in them to do it. But with all the runners under 10 seconds, that's still a fair number of chances. 1 minute 40 on the clock. Who's going to take it home? Gweet has led for just a minute or two of this 30-minute live time attack, but it doesn't matter. You only have to be the one standing at the end.
I hate dying.
Yeah, just one run. 1:20 to go. Gweet has to pull it out.
He's got just a handful of runs left in
And-
him, and they're looking good, but they're just not quite quick enough.
Yeah, that was a clean ending. That's what he needs as far as the ending goes. And
Yeah, but the beginning was just too slow, yeah.
it's unfortunate. Just has to pair him up. All right.
1 minute left. Half a second is still the margin. Here comes Gweet, and immediately has to cancel after an unnecessary wall jump. They do not have any time to spare. They need to get in as many runs as possible, and one of these next 2 or 3 has to be close to perfect. Looking pretty good. I think this might be just shy. Oh, basically stuck that last shot. This is going to be very close. I don't think he got it, though. I think it's an 8-2 something. Yep. Just needed one more dagger throw in there, I think.
Если бы не вот эта
Won't
срань.
give up.
Yeah, it's just barely off. Just barely missing what he needs to.
20 seconds. This could be the last run, especially if he dies later. And he bumps up against the wall. This is going to be it. This is going to be Gweet's last run. Otherwise, Rek is going to take it. It's barely possible to finish here. It's got to be perfect. First throw, second throw hits. The third one hits. Cannot make any more mistakes. He hasn't made any mistakes, but it's not fast enough. He misses the wall, and that's going to do it. Rek is going to take it home with a 7-6-6.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Did come down to the wire, literally shoutcasting the very last run that looked to be about on pace, but was just half a second behind, couldn't quite make it up, and Rek absolutely pulling it out, was able to find everything he needed, and then to execute. Every time he found something, like, he was able to execute it really quick, and I think that's what really put him ahead of all these other runners here.
Yeah, the speed with which he incorporated the optimizations into his routine and made them feel like they'd been part of his routine for a while was very impressive. I am genuinely surprised, though, given what we saw of T-Joy in the previous match, that he did not eventually string his run together, given the high-level stuff he was trying early on and the tough shots he was hitting. But could be a fatigue thing, too, playing for so long in a row. It's a very difficult game with a lot of precision involved, and having to have played the previous match right before might have hurt him. Some people that's a good thing, some people it's a bad thing, maybe for T-Joy a bad thing. But impressive run from all three. All three of them got sub 10. I'm not at all surprised that the margins were that small, and just hats off to Rek for taking it home.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 100% agree. T-Joy just not being able to break it out, Rek taking it, and Gweet right behind Rek. Absolutely insane match. Loved every moment of it. But that's going to do it for the showcase matches. Because after this, we have the semifinals and then the bronze match and grand finals of the main bracket stage. So don't go away. We'll have more time there. I believe this is going to be the last one for me, unfortunately, for the day. But honestly, I got to con with Electric and I got to con with you, Warning Track. So it's been an absolute pleasure and I really appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure doing it with you, too. Thanks for hanging around, and can't wait to see more. Take us home.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. We'll see you.
Hello and welcome back. We are here with Grandius, and I believe that is iSalad. Sometimes we have a little bit of a low resolution on this side, but we're here with Aeon Drive. It is out now, came out yesterday on all your favorite platforms, Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, and Switch. So you can go grab that wherever you want to grab it. And honestly, this game is a fantastic, fun, fast-paced game. We're going to have 30 minutes on the clock. So that way, we're going to be going into a level, and whoever gets the fastest time in 30 minutes, grinding it out, is going to win. You're going to see a lot of speed involved with this. You've got the teleportation dagger, which is the most fluid way to be able to get through each level. And then you have a couple of other actions at your disposal with things like your sword, and also you've got the ability to do the dash as well. This is actually close to be the end. The winner of this match is going to go on to the finals, and then you've also got the next match coming up also. This is a semi-final one, so we've got only 3 matches left. That's it, and then it's going down to the end. So we're starting now, and here we go.
I hate dying.
All right, so a lot of times what you're going to end up seeing with these kind of this kind of matchup is a little bit of a slower start. They're going to be figuring out the fastest way to get through each section, and instead of just zooming through it right away, they're going to come through and see where they can throw the dagger, what they can do to make this as fast as possible. And it looks like we have a newer mechanic that maybe they may not be familiar with. It looks like a little teleport pad. Nobody has got a finish on the board yet, but we're trying to see the fastest method we can get through. Crumbling blocks below them. They're going to have to swing their sword to get through that. Avoid the spikes and avoid the ground enemies as well as the flying enemies. Rondia seems to be going towards the bottom route, trying to go with the... Oh wow, yeah. Just missing the teleport there. Both of these runners really, really familiar with how fast you can throw the dagger and teleport to it. As you just saw, Salad right there, throwing it really quick as they were falling down, and the dagger, as long as it's on screen in something like a wall or object, they're able to teleport to it. If they get it off screen, it will teleport back to them, rather than them teleporting to it. Nobody has a time on the board yet, but they're still just trying to find their way through, find the fastest method here. Pretty soon you're probably going to see a time on the board with Grandius. First time on the board, but that definitely will not be the fastest time.
I hate dying.
Yeah, and some of these levels were in the tournament build that the runners did get to play through, so they're kind of familiar with some of it, but they really didn't probably grind it out as fast because they weren't familiar with what levels were going to be available to them right off the bat. So this has definitely got a lot of dangerous objects to go through. This is a very, very tight level with the spikes on the ground. You're going to have to worry about that. You can't just simply fall to the ground. You have to constantly use your teleport dagger. And it's looking like Salad's going towards the top, seeing if the top is the fastest route, where Grandius is testing out that bottom route, trying to go with a downward throw, but now going towards the top and just really finding their way through, getting another time on the board.
Piece of cake.
I'm interested to see if they're going to end up pulling out the sub 10 on this one. Most of these levels are definitely sub-tenable and less, but whenever you have a format like this where you're going for 30 minutes, it's kind of a for lack of better terminology, it's kind of a crapshoot what they're going to try to find out to do, because it's going to be we're going to see who's going to go faster as far as who can get closest to probably sub 10 on this level. This level's got a lot of problems when it comes to obstacles and what you have to go through. You have the ground that breaks through with your sword. You've also got the floating enemies. You've got the spikes that show up every once in a while on the ground, the rotating spikes, as well as the saws, as well as the ground enemies. There's just a lot of obstacles in this that these runners are going to have to worry about. Alright, so the back office has told me that there was a slight mix-up, so there's going to be a restart. So guess what? You got 5 minutes of this level, and now you're going to get 30 minutes of another level. So we are going to be restarting and putting the time back on the clock, and we're going to be going to the correct level. So, a little bit of a mix-up, no big deal at all. That was just a warm-up round. They just got the rust off, and now they're ready to go. Now we're going to see what they have to deal with here and watch. There's not going to be anything they have to worry about. No ground spikes, no nothing. I have no idea, honestly. I'm just coming up with something as we're waiting to start here and see this new level. Press start. Hey, you know what? Honestly, as a runner, that wouldn't bother me too much because I'd be like, you know, hey, cool. False start, other level. All right, that's good. I feel loose. It's almost like the pre-game warm-up.
Let's get those drive cores.
Oh wow, this is these are some tight corridors here. So they've got the little panels that are making them jump forcefully, and they start out with the crumbling walls that they're going to have to swing their sword through. And it looks like you can actually dash, do the ground dash as well. Okay, so we see the end. Grandius doing what we discussed before. Instead of just finishing the level, kind of seeing where, working from the back to forward, coming from the end, going to the beginning, seeing what other paths were there and if it was doable and what is available and things like that. And you see also Salad just kind of getting a lay of the land and saying, all right, we can do this. That's here. If they go the top route, they're going to have to do a down throw with their dagger, which might be a little bit difficult. That might be the right and the fastest way to go, but it's definitely more dangerous. You have to be careful with that. Salad right there, accidentally having the dagger in the wall and finding out how easy it is to go ahead and teleport back by mistake. And once again, this game, Aeon Drive, just released yesterday, September 30th, on all of your favorite platforms. And then Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, and on Switch also. And it looks like Salad has an idea of how they want to go about it. They got themselves on the board right there, getting a really decent time to start. There's no doubt in my mind that over the next 27 minutes you're going to see that time slowly dwindle down to be faster and faster. It's no telling how low they're going to be able to go on this level in particular. This level seems like it can be about a 7-second time frame. I think they can definitely shave off about another 3 seconds on this, with as precise as these runners are. Just watching both of these runners, Grandius and Salad, they're really, their dagger throws are so well timed and so precise. They are very just meticulous about where they throw and how fast they can teleport at the right moments. It's very impressive. And that lead's going to change so often. Right now we're at 1070 and about 1048. respectively, between Grandius and Salad. It's really going to be this close. That lead's going to change probably 3 or 4 or 5 times. No really way to tell. Salad could have that lead for the next 15 minutes, and then Grandius shaves off another second. The one thing I can say for sure, this is probably going to come down to way less than a second, probably a 1/10 of a second to see who the winner is. Most of these matches have been well below the second time frame between the runners on screen, which is just impressive. And here we go, Grandius is now at 880, shaving off 2 seconds just like that. 960, excuse me. Pixels are a thing when it comes to small print, and it is 960. But yeah, just like that, here we go. Shade off another second. That's going to be your terminology for the day. Shaving off a second.
Good work, Jack.
And it's looking like, as far as the route is concerned, you've got Salad really grinding out the one route that they have found, and Grandius is pretty much going the similar route, it looks like, maybe just slightly different at the end of it. So it's really tough to tell who's going to have the faster and more efficient route as far as what is the correct route in this. I think both runners are almost exactly the same, if not exactly the same. It's kind of hard to tell because of how fast they are going, and trying to pick out where they're at in the level sometimes can be pretty hard to pick up on. It looks like they are pretty much the same route. It's just going to be a matter of execution at this point, and who can really find the nitpicky moments to throw the dagger and land it just further than their opponent. Yeah, each wall jump is going to take that 1/10 of a second. Each mistimed dagger throw is also going to just... It's such a tight window, and you can see with any of these levels that you've seen in this tournament, it's all about... It's about the little blocks that you can find, the little optimizations when it comes to holding neutral when you throw your dagger and landing it in that one spot that makes you go just a little bit further, and getting through that spot. It's really... And as you just saw, like, Grandius missed by just a little bit. They have that small spot at the top that they're trying to hit through the laser door, and
Victory!
neutral, fall, and then throw their dagger again right there. So runners are always going to be looking for the fastest method to always throw their dagger and just use their dagger always, and never spend any time on the ground physically standing. They want to always be using their dagger and using it efficiently. Salad putting a faster time on the board now. We at 9.74. But we have 9.6 on Grandius' side, so this is now between 0.14 of a second. This is a insanely close match right now. I feel like we're going to get down close to the 8. It's very possible. It's just a matter of hitting those daggers at the right possible second, and not missing every possible optimization. It's just like, that's all this comes down to, is optimization. That's all speedrunning is. Again, this game is very approachable from many different levels. You see these runners like nailing and going as fast as they possibly can, but if you're wanting to look at this casually, by all means, this is a good way to learn how to speedrun or even just pick this game up and have a lot of fun with it. It's got a decent story along with it as well. It's not all just speedrunning and moving fast. It's a very comfortable game to pick up. But in the meantime, we can watch these runners in all just amazing how fast that they're able to pick this up and make sure that they can land these daggers in the best possible spot.
Didn't even break a sweat.
And it looks like you see Grandi's kind of trying to figure out if a down right throw is going to be faster than just the regular right throw, going towards the ground rather than that little section, if it's going to be an easier, safer method, maybe, so to speak. Because I can tell you right now, Grandi's probably does not feel comfortable in the amount of time that they have. They probably see how close Salad is. Grandi is making that distance a little bit further, 9.2 seconds to 9.74. When you're in the semifinals, you do not take your opponent for granted, because you know that a small distance like that is not going to change much. And just like that, we are below 9 seconds. That is 8.9 for Grandius to 9.74. So we're closer to a second in distance. 1 second difference between these runners. But at any moment, Salad could just, again, shave off that 1 second. That's all it's going to take, is a single second to boost themselves ahead and be first rather than behind. And I feel like at any moment that could happen. Grandius does not feel safe. There's no way that Grandius is just going to let this this lead feel comfortable by any means. You're going to see more grinding and more meticulous looking at what's available as far as speed is concerned. And I'm really feeling like this is going to come down to really who's able to find that one more optimization, that one more single spot that they're able to shave off a little bit of a either problem section or a section that is just killing you a little bit more. Maybe it is that safer strat rather than the more difficult route, and optimizing that difficult route in what is now less than 20 minutes. So and right now we're very close, with just under a second between these two runners. You've got 8.65 and 9.59 respectively between Grandius and Salad. It is really, really close, but again, all it's going to take is just one good run. That's all it is. It's not about how many times you mess up. It's about that one time that you actually nail it, and then get it all down to that last little bit. At any moment, we could see Salad just pull out ahead and get to the first place spot, and then Grandius is going to have to find the little section that they can to move forward and try to win. But for the moment, they're holding on to that lead. They slowly got ahead and made it closer to a second. This is not going to be your typical round either. This is definitely going to be decided by less than a second, like most of these rounds have been, so I guess it would be typical. Right, and it does look like I am going to be joining the booth with Warning Track, my partner in crime, my friend.
It's good to be here. I thought I'd save your voice. It's a tough gig. Not as tough as playing the game, as we've said. And also, I just let you do the first half, where they're optimizing their strats, and I come in for the cool stuff at the end, where they get really, really good.
What happened?
We call that optimization of commentary.
That's right. That's right. You can kind of swoop in at the end with a good run, and I can swoop at the end with a great line like I was here the whole time. Yeah. Well, one thing I want to point out, because you can't sing your own praises, so I'm going to sing them for you. The two of us opened this event about a week ago, and Grandius was the very first player we saw. And now he might end up being the last, and you predicted it. You said right away you thought he might go the distance.
I did, and that was because a lot of people in chat were pointing out exactly how good Grandius is, and we're seeing this literally coming down. But again, this is not over. So Salad at any moment, we have 15 minutes. That is more than enough time for that one single run. I was listening in earlier, and I think you said it best when it comes down to, it doesn't matter how many times you mess up, it's that one time you nail it.
It's that one time. If any of you watched the sports classic Little Giants, the little pep talk at the end had a similar sentiment. Even if someone's going to beat you 99 times out of 100, that still leaves one time. And this live time attack format is designed around that Little Giants principle. Your best time counts. Everything else you can throw away. Now, you and I know, and obviously all the viewers know, and certainly the runners know, that you need to grind for that one time. But every now and then, something like that happens. You see a big leap forward, and it doesn't really matter. You can take the tough strats. We saw T-Joy doing that earlier. Take the tough strats, try to put them together, and for the first 10 minutes, you don't get anywhere near anyone else, but then it clicks. And that is absolutely what could happen here, especially with margins these tight. Although it looks like Grandius has lowered their time again. They are almost sub-8.
Yeah, I was saying this earlier before you joined. I feel like this is possible to get to about 7.5. I really feel like this is going to be a 7-second level. It's just a matter of putting all the steps together. I've seen just little spots here where the dagger didn't land quite where they wanted, or they're trying out something that could go a little bit faster. But it's really, really close.
Really, really close, and iSalad getting it even closer there, but not close enough. It's only going to take one. There's 14 minutes left, as we said, but Grandius has had the lead pretty much the whole time, and in pretty much all of their matches, for that matter. It's been just an absolute show from Grandius. It's been a pleasure to watch, but we're at the point now where there's only great, great players left, and no one's going to play bad from this point forward. Someone's just going to play a little bit better.
Exactly, and with any tournament, there's always going to be one winner. There's always going to be one loser. That happens. And in all honesty, just because the word loser is being used does not mean that these runners haven't played amazingly well. Because let's face it, we're at the point right now where we're at semifinal 1. This is the first semifinal. You made it this far. That's impressive and amazing feat, because at the beginning, just like we said, Warning Track and I starting this off, 4,000 competitors, and now we're at the semifinals. These runners have just grinded to be the top of the best of the players of Aeon/Aeon Drive.
Yeah, from 4,000 to 4. Imagine that. If you took 1,000 random people, each of the players you're seeing would be the best in that entire 1,000-person group on average. That is absolutely ridiculous. Not that you need to be told watching these runs. They are ridiculous too.
And it's looking like Grandius does have a 7.95 right now, getting that sub-8. And I think Salad has an 8.40, if I'm not mistaken, if I saw that leaderboard correct.
Yeah. Bear with us, chat. We're going to be careful about these times. If we seem a little cautious announcing them, it's because we don't want to announce the wrong time. You're excited enough as it is without being given false hype.
Yeah, correct. And the print is not exactly the largest print either. So we're trying to get it, and I'm reading chat as well, just to kind of see what chat's saying and to confirm it. Mm-hmm. So, of course, we have Milo in the back there running the behind the scenes and doing an amazing job, helping us commentators out.
But Milo can't make the internet go faster, unfortunately. Not yet, at least. And also, I don't have too much bad to say about this game, but I will say futuristic fonts, not great on legibility. They look cool, though. Those little Blade Runner style fonts are a little hard to read at small sizes. They're not really designed for it. They're designed to be on giant dystopian billboards.
Yeah, and on top of that too, I don't know if they're designed to be restreamed. Probably the more appropriate way to look at it, right?
Yeah, a copy of a copy of a copy. We're passing it through a lot of tubes, people.
Yeah,
Give us a break. Give us a break. But we do know that Grandius has about a half-second lead. We're sure of that, and that's a pretty significant lead for players of this caliber, where, as you suggested earlier, a tenth of a second is very often the margin.
And then just think about that. Think about how much you can't do in a tenth of a second. Let's just talk about that. There's so much in this world you are capable of doing in 1 second. We're talking about a tenth of a second being between these two runners and how well they're running this game.
It doesn't seem fair. Right?
It's insane.
You blink and you lose. I mean, speaking for myself, in a second, I can get like 20 words in, but, you know, I have a problem. So, I have a problem. I can't regulate it.
It's almost like they've listened to you before when they asked you to do commentary.
Oh, by the way, Grandi is down to 7-5-5, widening the lead. The lead is almost a second now. There's still 10 minutes left, but Grandius, like we saw so often in the earlier matches, at a certain point in the second half, they just kick it into gear, and they take what already looked like a good lead, and they widen it, and it just starts to feel impossible to catch up.
And right now, it feels like Grandius is like, all right, I've done well with this one route. Let's test this route. And it feels like they've kind of gotten the idea that what they've done with the previous route may be as optimized as they want it to be, and it's now time to spend more time somewhere else and figure out if there is a faster route, that what they've been doing may not have been the most optimized.
Well, Grandius is testing out little bits of tech, too. Spent a lot of time going up and down on those little boost pads to try to see, like, do I hit it here? Do I hit it there? Does it make a difference? If I want to get past it without hitting it, which seems to be the case. They want to land just past it on the edge of that platform without hitting. Let's see if they can do it right there. Nope, they miss it. And you see, that's what they're testing right now. They're having too many runs ruined by hitting the center of that boost pad by accident, and I think they want to miss it so they can go down. Or they want it to fly them back up into the ceiling next to it, so they don't go back up the corridor they just came.
The movement tech in this game is so impressive. It is very... It's very reminiscent of games like Celeste. I can't help but reference Celeste because of how precise the movement is, and also how easy that game is to pick up as well as this. From a casual standpoint, Celeste is so fun, so easy. This game, so fun, so easy. It feels smooth, feels just perfect to control, and then you watch a speedrunner and you're like, I haven't even tapped half of what I can do.
Oh,
and
boy.
It's
Speaking
amazing.
of which, I salad with 2 personal bests, I think, in a row, and it is down to 806, but Grandius has matched them with a 724. It is just punch, counter-punch between these two heavyweight speedrunners.
Grandius could break that 7 seconds, and I'm sitting here trying to just eyeball, and
Yeah.
Grandius is proving me wrong, and I'm happy I even got close with saying 7.5 seconds just by eyeballing the level.
Yeah, I mean, your intuition's getting better. I think all of us, as we see this game, I said it at the beginning, the players, the casters, the viewers, we're discovering the meta, discovering what's possible as we go in real time here, which is the fun of the format. And that means that even the casters, after a while, we get a little better at looking at these sectors and saying, yeah, this feels like a 7, this feels like an 8. And we're still going to be wrong a lot, but it is getting better over time as we all discover this game together. Still about 3/4 of a second between them, though, and that's got to be a little disheartening if iSalad has stopped to look at the leaderboard to make that big leap forward with 2 personal bests in a row, and then look and see that Grandius has basically matched it, taken that gain right back.
Mission complete.
And I can't help but constantly see Grandius and just looking at the little sections that they managed to go back through and say, okay, this is where I need to throw this, that's where I need to throw this, and just you see the thought process in real time where they want to go. Coming up on 7 minutes right now, Grandius finding a faster and more efficient and fluid route going through the bottom route, I feel like this is going to go below a 7-second time at any moment, and Salad's just going to be thinking to themselves, what is going on?
What do I have to do?
What did I miss?
It isn't fair, I tell you. The thing that's striking about Grandius's play, especially in comparison to some of the streamer showcase stuff, and they have had way less time to practice this, to be totally fair. These players have been playing for weeks now in some cases, but certainly the last few days the most. The thing that's really standing out for Grandius is that when they have a part of the run they're getting stuck on, they will dedicate an extra 10 or 20 seconds to just repeating the motion and testing it over and over again until it makes sense to them, like that bounce pad I mentioned. And there was the little corner giving them trouble, as you were talking about them just a moment ago, and they stopped and they did it 3 or 4 times in a row. And those investments in getting those tough areas down, they're doing it again right now. They're doing it again right now around that corner. Those are really paying off for Grandius.
And there you go, 708, literally coming down, 708 to 806. Grandius is putting a full second between themselves and Salad, and that's just insane and so impressive. I can't stress that enough. How just no bad words towards Salad. I can't.
Oh, yeah, those last few moves from Salad, I don't know if you saw them too. He is nailing the end of this run. Like, nailing it. And the fact that it's not enough is, to your point, just explains how good Grandius has been. But I think you were basically saying, hard enough to beat Salad, but to beat them by maybe a second is almost unthinkable.
It really is. I'm floored. I'm watching this and I'm losing words because I just can't believe how well Grandius is doing, and I think it's a real challenge as a caster, as a commentary, to not try to sing the praise of one runner too much, because of how much we're seeing from Grandius. It's really insane. It's impressive on another level.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at iSalad, it looks like they've got this completely down, and I would not have expected this margin to be possible, and it's nothing against Salad. It's just Grandius just hitting a new level. But Salad is, I'm watching their runs, and they're so good. The ending wasn't perfect that time. The middle was perfect instead. If he changed those together, he might just get there. But I think he's going to have to get close, because Grandius is knocking on the door of a sub-7 with 4 minutes left. 4 minutes away from out of 4,000 entrants to making the finals.
Yeah, and we have officially hit a full second difference. 707 to 808. Or that is 806, excuse me.
Yes.
It looks like an 8, how close it is, but still, it's 0.01 second difference.
What a terrible place for a Seraph on that Styx. Come on.
Might as well be a full second. Come on.
Yeah.
So, it's absolutely impressive considering previous matches have been literally less than this. So Grandius just managed to find that bottom route being so much more efficient.
Yeah, and that's something that Mark and I were talking about earlier, that instinct for which route is going to be best. We talk about our instincts for what the time is going to look like at the end. Way more important, way more impressive. Are the speedrunners' instincts for which route is going to optimize better from the get-go. Sometimes within a minute or two they've figured it out. 3 minutes left. 1 minute separating these two. 3 minutes separating Grandius from the finals. And it's looking very, very good.
I won't give up.
Still 1 minute separating them. 2.5 minutes left. We're just not seeing much movement because not much movement is possible at this point. That's how optimized these runs are. Grandius still struggling with that bounce pad, unfortunately. And it's given them fits this whole time. They did dedicate some time to just experimenting with it, but it's so precise. There's a matter of pixels there. That's the difference. And so that even with that extra practice that they gave themselves, still giving them trouble. Hits it again. That's 3 runs in a row for Grandius, ruined by that bounce pad, but they don't necessarily need to improve their time because they have a full second lead. Do they hit this time? No. That's 4 runs in a row ruined by that bounce pad, by that tight little corner. Under 2 minutes left. iSalad is still over 8 seconds. And a 5th run. Grandius cannot get past that bounce pad, but I don't know if they need to do anything. They could probably just hold their controller and watch, because it's all going to be about whether or not iSalad can make that big jump, whether Grandius does anything or not, and they just haven't yet. They just haven't. I think they're not taking the kind of route they need to take, and it's too late probably to do it with 90 seconds left on the clock. They've committed to this kind of mid-route. Grandius has gone a little bit lower, and I just don't think, because you're looking at it, you see, how can Sal get any faster? They can't. They can only get faster by going somewhere else. Little over a minute left. This one might already be baked in unless they do a bit of a Hail Mary at the end and nail it, and I just don't see how they're going to have time. Grandius knocking on the door of the finals. Very close here.
Wow, that run Salad just did was so close. If they would have hit that final dagger, it could have shaved off some more seconds, but or not even seconds, milliseconds. It still wouldn't have been enough. We're at a minute left, and Grandius going to be solidifying their spot in the grand finals match. We're going to be coming up to the semifinal 2 here soon. It's going to be Aurora Dash versus Carter Freak, and it is going to be another tight match. I just so much impressive runs that we've seen in these levels, and these runners are really getting a real good handle on how to control and just manipulate every possible section that they can. I feel like later on, once this tournament is over, we're going to see some absolute insane speed runs coming up on your favorite channels of these runners, and you're going to see this time change like crazy. It is definitely an impressive...
Here we go. Last route. Last run for Salad, last chance. I'm not even sure if they have time. They probably don't. That's probably going to do it. iSalad, by the way, has been flying through this middle route, and that shows you what's going on. The middle route is the difference because they cannot do it any faster, and they've run out of time anyway. Choosing routes has been the difference. Grandius has busted 7 in the meantime, just for good measure, just to put the exclamation point on the victory. Grandius is your first finalist.
Finishing this level with a 691, sub-7, just nailed it. Grandius is proving they are really the runner to beat. They are the one. They are... Grandius is insane. Coming from iSalad on the right-hand side. Yes, I agree. Hands down. One of the, like I said, runner to beat. And they're on to the grand final. It's
that
something
is...
else.
GG's in the chat, stands for good grief, great Grandius, whatever you want. They are into the finals with, look at that, the first number in the time is not even the same. How often do you see that in any of these matches? That's kind of unheard of already.
It really is. So stick around, we're going to take a brief break so we can set up. We got Aurora Dash and Carter Freak going to be going at it head to head. Another 30 minutes on the clock for them, and they're going to be going up against each other to see who faces Grandius and tries to take down this giant in the grand finals. But before that, we will have a bronze match as well. I'm definitely coming back for the next one. I don't know who I'm going to be joining in the booth with. Possibly Warning Track, possibly Electric. I do not know. But hey, I'll be here. Don't worry. Come back and see me. We love you. Thank you, everybody. Hello and welcome back to the Aeon Drive tournament. We are in the semi-final 2 matchup between Aurora Dash and Carter Freak. My name is Unknown Availability and I am joined by Electric. How are you doing, Electric?
Doing great, and I'm excited to see this match between these two pretty well titans. Carter Freak, I caught one of their earlier matches, and they've been a pretty formidable force to face against in this tournament. And Aurora Dash is a name you might recognize if you watched other 2D speed games, specifically Celeste. They've really made a name for themselves in games like Celeste. I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring to the table for this game. I think this is going to be a, pardon the pun, electrifying match, and I think that we're going to see a pretty close one.
Wow, okay. Pulling out the self-named puns, you know, I'm going to tell you the final times are going to be really unknown. I'm terrible. So, we have Carter Freak and Aurora Dash going to be going... You mentioned these two being Titans, but whoever wins this is going to go face Grandius, who won the last match by a full second, which is insane in this run. Knowing that Aurora Dash is familiar with games like Celeste and has run games like Celeste, it's no surprise that they're in the semifinals. No surprise at all, because this game is very reminiscent of Celeste. Wow, this level seems to be a little bit more open.
All right.
And it seems very, very wide open space compared to the like kind of almost claustrophobic corridors of some of the other stages.
Right, that's the immediate thing that I noticed. I don't think we're going to see much of a routing change. It's going to be a matter of nailing the tight, rather, sections that they can hit the teleportation dagger with. Actually, it's going to come down to really just... It's going to come down to not missing. Like, that's literally what it is. It's going to come down to that one run that it happens to be the fastest. It's not how many times you mess up. It's a matter of hitting it that one time and finishing faster than your opponent. At risk of sounding obvious.
Yeah, and I think the limited opportunities to teleport are going to make this one kind of a doozy. We've seen already Aurora Dash kind of trying to take a couple of teleports directly into the side of a platform. It's like only about a tile high. It seems that walls tend to be better for teleporting. And in a stage like this, where you've got a pretty wide open space without a ton of walls, you're going to have to start going for some very difficult shots against things that really shouldn't be walls in the first place, like the edges of these moving platforms.
Level as I go here.
Yeah, really, it's going to be a matter of walls or suggestions. I already like what I see from Aurora Dash. There is that one floating, well, not really floating, it's a static floating platform. It's not moving, but they're already saying, all right, well, I can hit the side of this and do a quick wall jump and get up on top of it and use that as an optimization. That's very clever, and a lot of times those one single tile high things are just going to be so useful if you can hit them right, rather than going for the broad. Sometimes I think in an open level like this, going for the tight throws is going to be the difference between a win and a loss.
Absolutely, that's certainly fair, especially whenever you have a level like this that seems like that there's kind of a general ideal path already. It's not like some of the other stages we've seen where there are a few really viable looking paths. It seems like for the most part these players are wanting to go mid, maybe stay towards bottom overall. I guess there are a couple of sort of intersections, but looks like we're going to be seeing the route stabilize pretty well pretty early on in this set.
Yeah, this level is definitely a far cry different from other levels that we've seen, which is good. That's actually refreshing to see. Sometimes if you see nothing but claustrophobic levels over and over again, it becomes exactly that, claustrophobic. And it's a very interesting way to see. There's a little bit of a routing difference that I can see of where, not really routing as much as where they're throwing the dagger. It's the decisions of when to throw the dagger and where to land that to get the proper teleport.
Right, and not only is using the dagger a lot pretty important for getting nice optimal times, but you have to use it well. There are situations where like you might have to delay a dagger throw to make it a certain way, and if you just did a different dagger throw that came out faster, you'd probably be saving more time. I've seen a couple of situations where it looks like an angled dagger throw is more direct, and you might initially think that has to be faster. But because of the delay in making that angled throw, a straight throw with like an extra wall bounce or something ends up being a tiny bit faster.
Absolutely, and there's so much little movement tech in this, and I keep referencing the game only because it is so close in style with the way the movement tech works. Celeste and this game really do complement each other in the way that they are as speed games, and you can see the process and the thought of how it works and how well you can move in certain spots and what wall dash is gonna, or what ground dash, what wall jump, where to throw the dagger. Because the dagger, as long as it is on screen and you don't take it off screen, it'll stay in that wall. You can use that to your advantage. As you can see where Carter Freak is on there, throwing the dagger up and hitting the ceiling to try to get to that platform a little bit faster rather than running is using the height from that ceiling to fall to the platform, which is going to be faster rather than just running to it.
Yup. I think that the big thing that really relates this game over to Celeste and a lot of other 2D speed games is it's all about preservation of momentum. You know, you really want to be able to build up speed and then maintain that speed through like continuously teleporting forward, not having to like wall bounce and like kill your momentum in going into another teleport. Just that constant velocity is huge in getting some really good times. And it really seems like Carter Freak is kind of starting to settle on a particular route. You can see their PB is already down to the 10-second range. Meanwhile, Aurora, it looks like it's still kind of in that very heavy experimental kind of phase.
And really, we haven't even gone past the 10-minute mark yet, so we're still at 24 and a half minutes, which is about that experimental stage for most runners. It makes sense. Just kind of figuring out the direction they want to go and figuring out how far they can throw the dagger and things like that. And it's easy to reference other games that have been out for longer because you can definitely see the influence that the developers had whenever they made the game. And that's perfectly fine. That is actually great that similar games are an influence because I'm gonna say it. Celeste is one of the best games I've ever seen in my life. It's an amazing, beautiful game.
Almost had it.
And I mean, it's very obvious from the first time you play both that game and this game, the appreciation that the developers had for just good platforming design. Because even though there are a lot of levels throughout Aeon Drive, a lot of them are very carefully designed, and you can kind of tell whenever you see players trying to optimize a PB in such a short time span like this. You see how enemy cycles seem pretty deliberate to make you have to figure out how to navigate around these enemies. You know, it's not like they were haphazardly placed in and they're not even in your way half the time. It seems like the developers definitely had people playing this game quickly in mind during that development process and really wanted to make sure that you would have both a game that lends itself really well to that kind of problem solving of figuring out nice fast routing, but also like it feels satisfying when you do pull off very fast movement. It's not like you're just, a robot trying to hammer away some, very, abstract button presses or whatever. It feels like you're moving very fast. It feels good. It feels like you're moving through this nice city.
And really, that's the thing about games like this that happen. There's games that have been out forever, like Super Mario Brothers 1, where you can almost get it down to a task feel where you're hitting A at the same time every time. There is not that's not the case with this. It is literally different every single time. You're not going to get to the point to where it is a robotic feel, and that's amazing as a player. As of right now, Carter Freak has had the lead for quite some time at 10:56 on the board and 11:67 for Aurora Dash. We're going to see those times get shaved down so much, and honestly,
we've got a 9.76 from Carter now, breaking the 10-second barrier for the first time.
Speaking, you shall receive. So it's like I'm telling you, it's commentary. Just I don't even know what to say regarding that. The word just escaped me. But yeah, well, just like that, we have another PB on the board. So 975 to 1167 or 1152 rather, excuse me, and it's going to be getting down to that pretty fast.
And friendly reminder, this game is out now, so if you'd like to try to, see if you can get a better time on this level, we've got the level displayed on screen. It's Sector 4, Level 2. And you can get this game on Steam for Xbox, PlayStation, or Switch. And on Steam, at least, I know it's 10% off since it's launch week. If you're at all interested in 2D platforming games like this, I mean, this is definitely worth your time. It's it's very clear from the first time that you start playing it that the developers have made a game that really kind of challenges the way that you approach each level. You know, when you first, I think the biggest thing showing how good this game is as a speed game is just seeing how much these levels evolve through these 30-minute sessions. You know, from the players kind of walking and crawling at first to like them just teleporting everywhere by the end. You see just such a drastic change in movement from like as players figure out where they can make the best use of that teleport dagger. As this game has a very interesting speed gaming future ahead of it, I feel like.
Oh, 100%. I mentioned this before, that this game is going to be... Right now, we're seeing a lot of experimentation. We're seeing a lot of, okay, step, throw. This is where I've got this. Step, throw. And as it goes on, you're going to see it just absolutely torn apart. I don't even think the developers are ready for what is about to happen with the speedrun community. If any of us who've been around in speedrunning communities as long as some of us have, we've seen how ripped apart and glitchy some of these games are, and you're just like, where did this even come from?
Right.
And it just gets ripped apart, but it's in a good way, because it's just the speedrun mindset. And you can see that with these runners in live. You can see it with the runners, that step by step, they're just taking it, they're breaking it down, they're seeing what they can do, they're seeing how fast they can do something, not just because it's competition, but it's a, oh, this is an awesome strat, I'm gonna use this for later. And when I'm practicing and grinding runs, you can see them think that, not even just in the competition aspect, but in the personal best aspect.
Right. Ooh, Carter's on a really good run. Let's see what that attempt got. I think that was a really nice time. Oh, a 990. Okay, a little bit off their previous best.
I know that any moment we're gonna see another just huge chip off a time here. Most likely from Aurora Dash. I feel like it's just gonna suddenly happen. Boom. It's not how many times you fail, it's that one time that you get that time, and it's like, yep, I'm ahead now. It's not even close to being over. We're at 1850 on the clock. That's really nothing when it comes down to how many runs you can get out in even a minute's time.
Well, while Aurora's trying to improve their time, which they did just get a new personal best of 11 seconds, Carter just keeps making that gap a little bit wider at a time, now all the way down to a 940 with their personal best. And now they're at the really, really interesting phase where they're saying to themselves, okay, I got a really sick time with the route that I've come up with. Let me just experiment a bit and see if another route that I didn't really give a lot of time, a lot of thought earlier, let me see if this has some potential. Because, in Carter's mind, he's probably thinking, okay, I think I found the best route, and I think I already did a great run on it, but let me just make sure, Because the last thing that you want is to think that your opponent doesn't have any chance of catching up, and then suddenly they just pull out a route you never saw coming, and then get a time like 2 seconds better than you.
Right. I feel like this level does have an 8xx feel to it. I feel like you can get 8 seconds out on this level. It's very hard to say that there's going to be another route, so to speak. This level is too open.
Right.
But still experiment. Like, if you've got 17 and a half seconds, if you're ahead right now, why not? Why not find another route? And even then, from Aurora Dash's perspective, if you're seeing that you can't close that gap, why not try to find a faster route? There's enough time. It's not like taking 2 or 3 runs or 4 runs even to see if there's something else there you're just not seeing. There's no reason to throw your face at the same thing over and over again if you're not closing that gap.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think part of what's preventing Aurora from really catching up is just that they haven't quite got that ending movement that Carter got, which is just ludicrous. Like those diagonal throws onto those platforms that just, it looks like those platforms are placed just for that strat in a way, because it's. Jeez. I hope that Carter goes back to doing a couple of attempts on that route just because I love watching them do the ending.
Right, and I'm really hoping to see a I don't know, an epiphany moment for Aurora Dash. It's just, it almost feels like they're missing. It's like they're not seeing or just not quite connecting with the the right spots. They're slightly off. It's almost like they can't quite sync up and get it into that one full run to nail it. And I can almost see the frustration on the screen where it's like, all right, I'm here. Boom. Oh, I missed. Boom. Oh, I missed. And then it's just like not just missing it every single time.
Right, and something to kind of keep in mind talking about past experience with other games, I remember that with Celeste, Aurora Dash kind of had this tendency to really go all out. And go for sometimes strats and routes that other people would deem kind of too hard for a run, like stuff that everyone acknowledged, like, yeah, this is faster, but at what cost, you know? So I wonder if Aurora is kind of taking the same approach here, you know, they see all the optimizations possible and they can't really help themselves, you know, they're not really thinking about consistency, they're more so thinking like, okay, this will make this faster, this will make this faster, but at the expense of, it's really hard for them to finish just one good attempt.
But all it takes is just one good attempt, so that's definitely an aspect. So, you know, it's from a viewer standpoint, it might be one of those things where it's like, oh, come on, you got it, and then from their standpoint, they're not worried. They're like, oh, one of these runs is just gonna snap, boom. They did shave off almost an entire second right there, moving down to 1073. So they are making progress. It's just a matter of stringing it all together. It's a matter of sewing it together, making it one nice run, and it's really 100%. Like we've said over the last a couple of races, that it comes down to not how many times you fail, it's that one time you succeed. So,
we're having another issue on that last attempt. I feel like we're going to be seeing Aurora start to lab out some stuff with the ending here in a bit.
Yeah, Carter's already been doing some more labbing, trying to increase that lead. Probably feeling pretty comfortable knowing that Aurora's been over a second away this entire time. You can see Carter doing a lot of resets and realizing, okay, I've got this available to me, and trying to maybe get the beginning a little bit more clean and then move on to the middle, which is also a very good strat to me. It's like if you can get that beginning down, then you work closer to the middle and almost sectioning out each part and practicing each part for X amount of minutes of the 30 minutes you're given for each of these levels for these races. It can really come down to getting a decent PB to be able to win. And that is a competitive standpoint, because I think we have two very distinct style of runners in this tournament that have shown up. You have the speed runner, who approaches things from a grinding standpoint. Let's get everything and just throw it at it and go and go and go. And then you have the competitor standpoint, where they're taking sections, practicing a little bit, getting here, getting there, and finding a way to get a more consistent PB for each level, rather than getting that one PB that they're going to see at each time. So it's just two different mindsets.
Right. It kind of goes back to, with any kind of speedrunning competition, you pretty much can boil things to two basic schools of thought of whether you're trying to be more consistent or be more quick. You know, whether you want to just rely on the things that you know will work 100% of the time and almost expect your opponent to mess up, or whether you want to go that route of, I'm trying the high octane strats, and if it works, great, I'll probably win. If it doesn't work, I might be in trouble. And you see the same thing kind of here. It's sometimes one type of player will pay off over the other. I feel like iSalad, you know, earlier on in the competition was kind of one of those more optimization-minded players that, like, they would take a moment to heat up, but once they got the run, they got the run. And you would see they had some success throughout different matches in this tournament, but then against Grandius, they ended up getting knocked out. So it's one approach that might work against one opponent may need to be adjusted a bit for another opponent. You know, you can't really say one of those schools of thought is inherently better than the other. You know, it's not like, say, like some kind of swimming technique where it's like, okay, this swimming technique is just better than this other one. In this case, you know, if you know that you fare well with that high octane style, then you might be more inclined to go for that. But if you know that you tend to get very nervous and tend to have that anxiety kind of get in the way of stuff, maybe that more conservative style is better for you. So it's just all down to individual preference, and ultimately no one style of approaching this kind of competition is going to win every time, and that's super cool to me.
Right, and that's something that's very fun about these tournaments and these, especially new game tournaments, and it stands to be said that Aeon Drive did just come out yesterday on all the platforms, Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, and Switch. So they're available to you all across the board. So you can pick this up casually or even try to get into the speedrun scene yourself. I said this early on, this game really does, it's not even just a matter of do you want to speedrun this game, but if you want to start learning a 2D platform speedrun style, this game can help introduce you to it. It really has a lot of elements of all platformers involved with it, but it has that one thing, that one niche thing, which is the teleportation dagger, which it's super fast, super fluid. You can throw the dagger and teleport to it so fast that if you're falling and you can reach the ceiling with it, you can constantly teleport and never die. So I was having a lot of fun with that. Not even finishing.
Yeah, it's like a Spider-Man like mechanic almost. Just it feels like lead slinging across that ceiling.
It's very fun, and honestly, it's one of those things where you just find something that makes you laugh, and like I had a lot of fun with that whenever I was playing the game prior to commentary. So.
And the dagger, it really adds a nice bit of a skill ceiling to the game, since, for those that haven't played the game just yet, you throw the dagger and teleport to it with the same button. And it's you have full control of when you teleport to the dagger. It's not like an automatic thing. So there's a fair amount of skill in like throwing and then timing your teleport right when that dagger hits the wall. Because if you just double tap B, your second B press is going to be too early and you won't actually teleport. And so, but of course, your distance away from the wall that you just threw at kind of defines what that timing is going to be like. So there's already an element of this mechanic that you're using all the time with the teleport. It varies in timing based on like when exactly you're using it and the situation. And depending on that timing, like if you get the timing well, you can speed yourself up. But if you get that timing poorly, it's a mistake that kills your run. So it's interesting that a main mechanic like that, just on its very face, has that interesting kind of skill ceiling element. In addition to all the other stuff about that we've mentioned earlier, like how the angle of your teleport, sometimes you'll want to do angled teleport, sometimes you want to do straight to the side or straight up and down. An element of like whether you want to dash instead of teleporting for some purpose, how you handle your momentum after the teleport, because I've seen like people doing some double jumping tech with the teleport. It's like something about when you jump while teleporting, that momentum gets carried through the teleport. So it's certainly a mechanic that lends itself to this speed game having a crazy high skill ceiling.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things where, so the whole entire way that it works, you don't throw it the entire distance of the screen, but as long as it is on screen, you can teleport to it. So if you throw it on one side of the wall and you go past that wall and it's still on screen, you can teleport way back to the beginning of the level almost. So it is a safety mechanic that if you're doing it casually, you can throw it and be like, oh no, you can immediately teleport to it. So that's one thing I'm noticing with Carter. I'm seeing almost an immediate, like, I don't know, button mash technique, where Aurora Dash seems to be more of a fluid press, where it's like throw, teleport, maybe not as fast, maybe not as slow as I'm saying it, but you can almost see the delay and the button press to the teleport that Aurora Dash has, where Carter Freak, I can just see a button mash. It's
like, ironically, Carter Freak sometimes is reminding me of Celeste in terms of, like, it looks like he's dashing. Even though he's just teleporting very rapidly, like, especially towards his ending, it looks like Celeste dash movement. Which is just, it kind of just goes to show how quickly Carter is using that teleport mechanic. It is hard to time it that accurately.
Absolutely, and Carter, again, shaving just a little bit off. 9, that looks like an 8.
Yeah, we've got a sub 9 now, so I think we're at a... I saw earlier for sure he's got at least an 896, and it looks like his PB is at least an 880, if not an 860. Unfortunately, GSA couldn't afford the HD stream in the back room for the casters. All the HD got taken up by chat, so we're forced to watch a 160p watch display for our commentary.
Either way, it's hard to see small text on screen anyway. Even if you're looking at different sections, it's just small text. Sometimes it's hard to tell, especially between 6 and 8. Those are so close. But even then, this is the second semifinal match. The winner of this match will go on to face Grandius in the grand finals, and the loser will go on to face for the bronze match will go on to face Salad. So really, and it's not over until it's over. We still have 6 minutes left, and that's more than enough time to just get one solid, super good run and pull ahead at any time. This is not out of Aurora Dash's reach by any means. Even though the time on screen does look daunting, it is not out of the realm of reality to get Aurora Dash into the grand finals match.
Exactly right. I mean, Carter Freak has certainly made that task very daunting, but you know, if I think Aurora Dash does need to adjust a couple of small things, but you know, once they get a really solid run together, they will definitely be giving Carter a bit of a run for their money. And I think Carter kind of acknowledges how skilled of a player Aurora Dash is by continuing to grind this route like this. You know, we saw him kind of take that moment of experimentation earlier after that first like lower 9-second time, but you know, it certainly is an acknowledgement of Aurora Dash's skill for Carter to be like, maybe I should just keep improving this just a little bit more. And speaking of Aurora Dash, I think has gotten a new PB of a 10:07, it looks like. So they are still shaving some time off of that PB. So we may see that big just sudden drop at some point.
It's very possible because, again, all it takes is just one solid put-together run. It doesn't matter how many times you don't get a run, it matters that one time that you do. And with 5 minutes left, again, these runs are so fast, we're talking sub 10 seconds. So essentially, even at 10 seconds each run, you have 6 runs in a minute that you can do. So that's in a perfect world, but at the same time, it's coming down to the final minutes, so we're running out of time, but there is still time for Aurora Dash to pull out a really good run and possibly get ahead. Carter Freak slowly just taking every little bit off that they can to make it a little bit higher of a ceiling for Aurora Dash to win. Again, winner of this match goes to face Strondius. A loser goes on to face Salad. So we're going to see another couple of runs here, another couple of matches that are going to be really nice, really hype in the next hour or so, so it's going to be really fun.
Definitely, and certainly stay tuned for those matches, because, I mean, our little tournament is coming to a bit of a close, but we are going to be having some pretty electrifying matches to go ahead and close everything out.
You say little tournament, there was 4,000 people that joined this tournament. It was far from little, my friend. This was a huge tournament, and we're just happening to come to the close of how many people there really were in this tournament. And yeah, that's insane for such a new game, especially a new platformer game, to have 4,000 entrants. That's impressive.
Absolutely. You know, it's easy to kind of forget about that when you think about, like, oh, okay, we had this like mainstreamed tournament as like a 64-man bracket, but the original sort of tournament you could enter to get into that 64-man bracket, like you said, is a field of 4,000 participants, which is just crazy for a game that hadn't even come out yet. I mean, shout out to the developers too for using such a interesting way of releasing their game. You're handing it out to speedrunners and other, like more kind of performance-oriented sort of players, if you will, and letting people see what the game looks like at a high level before it even comes out. You know, it's a really interesting strategy, and you know, for people that maybe have gotten kind of overwhelmed, like you've been interested in another speed game but gotten overwhelmed at just how much you'd have to learn for it. A game like this that's just come out, that's the meta is still very, very new, could be that kind of initial push that you need, and very few games have their skills in isolation. So like playing this game and getting good at this game, you'll be able to carry that skill to other 2D speed games. You know, it's not like you're only going to be good at Aeon Drive and nothing else. So
absolutely, there's a lot of transferable skills, and you know, in the midst of a lot of that, Aurora Dash again pulling some more time off. 9:63 is the new time on the board for them, so getting closer to a second in between the two of them. Only 2 minutes left though. Will Aurora Dash get that final run, or that only run that they need to get ahead? The thing about this run right now, the thing about that what Aurora Dash needs, I keep seeing that the teleport dagger keeps hitting that floating enemy, and that floating enemy is causing a lot of trouble, because either one, it takes the dagger out of play so you can't teleport, or you just miss the teleport and it ends up killing you, and it throws you off completely. That floating enemy has been the thorn in the side of both of these runners, essentially.
It seems like the way that the cycle is with that enemy, the faster you get to that point, the more likely it is that it's going to be in your way.
Exactly.
Aurora Dash getting a nice another 9-second time here. Yeah, 990. With about a minute left, let's see if they're able to string together a slightly better attempt.
This is coming down to the final moments. If Aurora Dash can throw together one good run, they can pull ahead and take it from the grasp of Carter Freak. It's looking less and less likely though, because if they keep hitting these mistakes, it's not going to come down to that. It's going to come down to Carter Freak going on to face Grandius in the grand finals. No matter who wins in the last final seconds here, we are going to have one match before the grand finals where the loser of this match does go on to face Ice Salad, and then the winner after the bronze match will go on to face Grandius in the finals match.
Right, and about 20 seconds or so left, and it is looking like Carter Freak is going to be that one to go on and take on Grandius. Just kind of getting an overall better feel for the level a little bit faster. I think especially with the ending. They really caught on to the ending of this stage, and that just rapid diagonal dashing pattern that they do for the ending really, I think, drives their time just that little bit forward.
Yeah, and with that, that is the final run that Aurora Dash was able to do. It came down to be about a second difference, so we had a 860 to a 963 as far as the PBs go. So that's going to be Carter Freak moving on to face Grandius in the grand finals, and then up next we are going to have Aurora Dash against Ice Salad. So go ahead and take us on out there, Electric, and we will move on from there.
Yep, and thanks so much for watching this match, everyone. Don't go anywhere, like my co-commentator Unknown Availability was saying. We do have that bronze match and then the grand finals, of course, coming up for you. We'll be back in just a few minutes, but for now, I'm Electric. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again soon.
Hello and welcome back to the final day of the Aeon Drive launch tournament. The grand finals are coming up shortly, but just before that, we're playing the bronze match from semifinalists iSalad and Aurora Dash, who played extremely well, but ultimately ran into the dagger-throwing juggernauts of Grandius and Carter Freak.
Yeah, and you know what? It just so happens that with everything that happens, you have one winner and you have one loser. But that does mean you get a bronze match between iSalad and Aurora Dash, who are both very, very good runners. I was noticing in the chat, honestly, during the last match, that iSalad was saying they're more of a JRPG runner. They're not really a 2D platformer runner, and here they are sitting in the bronze match. Like, that's impressive. That is impressive in and of itself.
That's very impressive. And yeah, you could be fooled maybe if you just glanced at this from seeing the spiky hair and the person-sized sword and going, this is a JRPG, but no, it is not. Not at all. It is a platformer, sort of. It's a platformer where the best players barely touch the platforms because of the teleportation dagger. But it really is built for speedrunning from the ground up, and you're right, someone coming from kind of different kind of game entirely to make it this far is very impressive. But when you get up there with the best of the best, I think you need a little more expertise in speedrunning in particular, probably.
Absolutely, and already this level starting off with a pit of spikes. That is exactly what you want to see. So I already like this level a little bit more than the last level. The last level was extremely open, which was interesting to see how each runner did it, but this one has a little bit of corridors to it, and it's going to be interesting to see who takes which method the runners take to get past this large pit of spikes. Are they going to go for the platform first with the teleport dagger, or are they going to try to reach the teleport dagger across and teleport to the wall? What is going to be their method of attacking this very first obstacle in front of them?
Yeah, it's very Indiana Jones to start off. Gets into sci-fi right afterwards, but giant pit of spikes, maybe with snakes at the bottom. We can't tell. You can't tell me they're not there. I'm just going to choose to believe it.
I hate snakes.
Why did it have to be snakes?
Why did it have to be snakes?
Why did it have to be snakes? But I like that right away there's like a stylistic choice about how fast you want to take this. iSalad is saying dagger all the way, and Aurora Dash, not quite befitting the name, not exactly rushing across it, taking it a little slower. But we see this. The first couple of minutes don't tell you very much about what the runs are going to look like, because these are the ones where they scout them out. But for just the second or third run, Aurora Dash actually going through it pretty quick. The thing that has separated the good players from the great in this tournament so far has been how quickly they settle on their route. The best ones, I feel like, after 5 or 6 runs, maybe 2 or 3 minutes total, already have either the run they're going to end up using or something close to it.
Absolutely, and both runners are taking a southern route. It looked like they were looking at the top route and they were saying, okay, maybe this one could work. And I think it was almost all right, this is here. It looks like I might be able to use it. Now, iSalad is finding that there is a fast way to get that dagger through pretty much an entire obstacle, going at an upward angle and getting the wall past the laser door, or the ceiling rather, past the laser door, so they can actually just teleport right through there. And that's a lot of what is amazing about this game, is you don't just have north, south, east, west. You have a lot of angles at your disposal. You can go from northwest, southeast, all that different kind of angle, and you can really skip through. You can go north, you can go west right afterwards because you can throw the dagger fast. Sometimes it might just be easier to throw at an angle instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely almost always the most efficient route. It's just a much tougher throw. We know how to push straight up, straight down, straight right, straight left, but 46 degrees? Could you do that suddenly with no warning? I don't think I could.
46, that is, yeah, thanks.
And that's sort of what it's like, right? Like, you could say even something perfectly between up and to the right, perfectly upright would be kind of tricky. But it's not even that sometimes. Sometimes it's at an angle from that angle. It's not even one of the 8 directions. It's one of the 16th, for example. And that's where you get into the pixel-perfect precision that, like I said, separates the good from the great.
Prediction on time for this level. I am thinking that this can probably end up at about high 7. I think this could be high 7 because with the route that I'm seeing right now, it's looking like with a couple of really solid dagger throws, they can really just cut out a lot of the actual problems there. Actually, it's looking like iSalad possibly has found a quicker route going top and then cutting back a little bit. So yeah, definite sub 8 is possible.
Wow. Well, not just possible, but you think it might happen here today.
I do. I think sub 8. I think sub 8's going to happen. I think. You know what? I'm going to be bold. I think iSalad's going to break the sub 8. I think iSalad's going to do it.
I think that actually is very bold, because I was sure you were just going to say sub 10, play it nice and cautious, like us casters have learned how to do over time. But I don't know. We haven't had too much trouble overestimating our runners late in the tournament. Underestimating, yes, constantly. We are constantly doing that. That is our job as casters, is to underestimate the runners so that when they break those marks, we're all the more excited, and it's all upside for us. But we have not been able to overestimate them very often, so I guess I'll take the over on 8, just to make it interesting. And how about this? If I lose, I have to say at least once Aeon Drive rather than Eon Drive.
Well, I've already won because you just said it, so here we go! Yeah, well, either way, I think that is a good one, and I think I can say that if I lose, I will, for the rest of it, call it Eon.
For the rest of it? I was only saying once, because I can't. I can't claim more than that.
If I'm going super bold, I'm
Yeah.
going super bold. I'm gonna have to say Eon Drive for the rest of the casting. That means all the way through the hype end of the tournament match grand finals. I'll be calling it Eon Drive.
I guess that's fair. It's like giving me odds, basically, because, like I said, hard to overestimate. So even though I suspect you're probably right, and someone is going to break 8, this is my compensation for taking the riskier side of that bet.
It's hard to say what's riskier in this instance because there's a lot of obstacles in this. It's tighter throws in this level, and they have 30 minutes to do this, so the time is technically on my side, but at the same time, I have to rely on the RNG of a runner. So both of these runners are more than capable of nailing these throws, though I feel like both of their styles lend themselves to being able to figure out just absolute precision when it comes to throws. So I don't know. I feel confident, and I probably will change my tune once we get to 5 minutes left.
We'll see. It's 14 and 13 so far, but it's still very, very early. And this stage in particular, you can see there's just way more ins and outs. Oh boy, I think you might be right though. I'm watching iSalad in particular get near the end at 7 or 8 already, and I'm like, oh boy, I can definitely see the route to my doom.
I'm loving it. Honestly, this is great. I'm
Good
happy
stuff.
to
there's real
put
stakes.
myself on the line.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's the bronze match. This is still to determine third place, and third place is an excellent result because we started with 4,000 people. I will remind you all, and one of these players is going to take third, and the other fourth, and that's just really darn impressive, whether you win or lose. So, still a little bit in the way of bragging rights at stake, but we've added a little something for ourselves as well. Why not?
Hey, you know what? Bronze is still a medal, my friend. Bronze is still a medal.
It's a medal. Well, so is tin, but bronze is a good medal. Yeah, I agree with that. We don't have a tin match coming up, do we?
I have no check schedule. No, we don't.
Check schedule. We don't. I know for different anniversaries, there's different materials like wood and cotton and all sorts of other things. Bronze is pretty far down, though. Bronze is definitely considered one of the more valuable medals.
If my wife ever showed up and gave me wood, I would question her whether it was meant to be or not on the anniversary. Sorry, there's a wood anniversary. No thanks. No,
I'm just gonna let that hang out there. Still no new bests for either player. No new bests for either player, but again, they're not trying to get them yet. They're still scouting, although we are 7 minutes in, and I mentioned earlier finding that route that they're going to end up using, and I think actually, I'm not sure either of them quite has. iSalad might have. They're definitely trying to ground a particular route, but I see Aurora Dash still making a couple of choices here and there.
It's definitely down to one of two. iSalad finding that little cutback, which is, again, something that I found very interesting early on in this competition, was that some of these levels do have a, it's not always hold right. There are moments where you're going to actually cut back and find a faster route because of the way you would come back. And it's technically in the other route that Aurora Dash is taking too, but the fact that iSalad is doing like a small dash, the slide dash back underneath this one spot that you can literally only slide dash underneath. I think that is such a very clever thing to do, and it's a very quick one. It's a very interesting route to have taken. I think right now it's going to come down to whoever figures out the very end of this level first with the 2 platforms. Whoever can figure out that section first and do that more precise and actually landing what they need to do will get what they need.
I think you're probably right. They both have the first half pretty well down, but I think iSalad's first half consistently a little faster.
It really is. It's just, and it looks cleaner. It looks a lot cleaner from what I can see. The biggest obstacle right now, other than just the ending, that floating enemy at the very end, just before the 2 floating platforms at the end, he's sneaky. He's in the way, and he stops a quick dagger throw unless he's in a proper spot, and it's either going to be a sword slash or possibly try to go over. It's a matter of figuring out how to handle that particular enemy in that spot.
I think both runners actually are getting down near around 10. Oh, we're trying to confirm some of these times here. Yeah, that's at least an 11.39 for iSalad, and they knew, and I know that they knew because I saw them wait for the leaderboard this time. That's how they know. And it's after they figured out this little slide off that second to last platform and realizing they don't have to wait for the platforms to move. They can slide off and hit that far wall as they're falling, and that saves them a second or two that they didn't have before. A second or two that's immediately reflected in that time. 20 minutes left just now.
Yeah, and that is something that is so unique about this game. We've been comparing this game to other 2D platformers such as Celeste and Messenger and things like that, which it is definitely reminiscent of them. But the fact that the teleportation dagger is a safety mechanism, that even if you're falling, as long as it hits that wall, you can teleport to it. And essentially, the only time you're losing is how long it takes you to hit the teleport. So it's really just a unique function of the dagger, and I love that. That is such a cool function, and it can also backfire, like you just saw on iSalad's side. Throws it against the wall, dashes, and then teleports right back to where they just dashed from. Like, nope, you should do that again.
Yep. But it's the hallmark of a good game that when you do something like that, you kind of blame yourself, right? Because you're like, well, that's what I did. It's not what I meant to do, but it's what I did, and the game is going to do what I tell it, and that is necessary for the kind of precision you need in speedrunning. 2 seconds separating these two roughly. 20 minutes left. Still some bragging rights on the line here in this bronze match. Again, 2 great competitors who just ran into 2 even greater ones, as it turned out, in Carter Freak and Grandius, but still deeply impressive stuff. If you'd showed me this at the beginning and said, no, this isn't the grand finals, this is the bronze match, I would have said, really? Wow.
Yeah, honestly, these runners are definitely showing why they are where they are, and it could have been very different on either side. You know, that's just the way competition goes. And looking at this, according to chat, it's looking like a 10-17 and a 10-03 respectively between iSalad and Aurora Dash. We're going to confirm that with the next time we get a tournament up.
Try not to die.
Okay, yeah, it looks like 10-03 for Aurora Dash, and iSalad may have something pretty close. The runners may be closer than expected, but it does look like Aurora Dash is ahead at the moment.
They are, but iSalad narrowly behind, but their end game, those last few moves, the slide off the platform into the dagger on the far wall is much quicker than what Aurora Dash is doing. Aurora Dash is going onto the platform sometimes, or jumping onto both, depending on what point in the cycle there are. So I just think iSalad's end game is just a little better. And yeah, that gets them a sub 10 right afterwards, just as I say it this time. Runner's making me look smart rather than dumb. A rare thing, and a hard thing to do, by the way.
I'm feeling more comfortable, though. We're getting close to that 15 minutes, though, and I'm sitting here
getting
saying,
nervous, weren't you?
I was! I'm not going to lie. I was getting pretty nervous about this.
I feel like it's going to come right down to the wire.
It's going to be close. It's got to be sub 8. I said sub 8.
I am rooting for an 801 so hard right now.
Oh, my lord. Please don't make me say it.
I didn't say 8 even. I'm not greedy. Let's do a whole extra second, you know.
I did technically say sub 8, and you know what? If it ends up 8 even, I'll leave it up to chat to decide if I'm going to be forever ruined into calling this game Eon Drive when there's obviously an A at the beginning of the name?
There is, but English is stupid, my friend. I think we all know that. There's a K in unknown, and what are you doing with that? Nothing.
I mean, because I'm unknown.
Unknown? Have I been saying it wrong this whole time?
You have, and I just let you do it.
You're so polite. Unknown availability. My name is perfectly phonetic, so I can't. There's no jokes to be had there. There's a superfluous letter at the end, but it makes the same sound anyway. We're almost halfway done here. We have our first sub 10 from iSalad, but Aurora Dash is just behind, a half second behind. And that has been kind of the standard margin in a lot of these matches, frankly, is about a half a second. But we've seen much, much closer, too.
And in all honesty, that's something that's been pretty consistent in these later rounds, that the lead has changed a lot too, where it's like the person who won is not always the person who's been ahead the entire time. So Aurora Dash still has plenty of time left to be able to pull ahead. We're not even sub 15 minutes right now, and there's plenty of room to grow and move on and figure out faster routes. Again, the ending is what is seemingly so rough for each of these players. I think that was a sub 10 for Aurora Dash, actually. I think I saw a 9 in there on that leaderboard. Chat looking at it does look like a 990 for Aurora Dash, so shaving off a little bit more time there, getting closer to the best of iSalad.
Yeah, getting really, really close. And, you know, just to see the progress, I think, probably helps the runners sometimes. It kind of lets them know that they're on the right track. Because if they can shave a tenth of a second off here or there, and still feel that their run wasn't perfect, it does give them a sense of, do I need to be looking into routes or not, right? What is the cap of this route?
Exactly. If you can kind of see where you stand against your opponent in this instance, you get an idea of what needs to be done for the next 15 minutes. Because we did just go below the halfway mark. So being able to see where you're at, knowing that you can shave off a tenth of a second, knowing it wasn't a perfect run, knowing that you're having to figure out a particular spot, it's able to really break down and figure out where you're at and know if you can actually pull ahead. I do want to mention, you know, this game did just come out yesterday on all your favorite platforms. It's Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch, and Steam. Steam, I do believe there is a sale going on right now for like 10% off on the launch day sale. So definitely reach out and grab it on your favorite platform. It is a lot of fun. It is a great casual game as well as a great introductory game into some sort of speedrunning that you may want to do for platforming. It is very fluid, very fun, even from somebody who doesn't play that many platformers myself. I love this game. It's a lot of fun, and I look forward to many hours playing this game. So
10% off, and very affordable to begin with. A lot cheaper than a lot of brand new games, even indie games like that. And speaking of 10, Aurora Dash has broken 10 twice in short succession, and the margin is now a third of a second.
That is, it's again, every little bit. It kind of builds that confidence almost, and that's a huge play in any kind of tournament of how confident do you feel? Do you feel like you're coming into this as an underdog? Are you feeling like, okay, maybe I can come through and win this now? I'm behind a little bit, but I can dash this out and get it. It's really going to build and help. Aurora Dash might even be able to get the lead again here, but you know, when you got an opponent like iSalad who's able to just suddenly pull out one fast run, that's all it takes to get ahead and stay ahead.
Yeah, and that might be it. I don't think either of these times are going to hold with 12 minutes left, although I am feeling pretty good about that sub 8. It's looking very, very tough, but I've underestimated runners before. Your faith in your fellow gamers is what will be your downfall.
Probably. You know, I am every minute that goes down, I am sweating to the world of Aeon Drive, so...
Well, you know what? It's funny. Every minute that goes down, too, even when the times are not changing, every minute that goes by is significant when they don't change their route. It's an indication that they are stuck with this, they are grinding this, because we are fast approaching the point where you probably cannot take a different route. Certainly not a very different route. There's still room, even I would say with 3 or 4 minutes left, for slight adjustments. Throw in one more dagger throw, for example, right? Instead of a slide, instead of a run, instead of a jump, whatever. But there's really not time for anything more dramatic than that once you get into the waning minutes. So it's increasingly looking like the routes we have and have had for the last 10 or 12 minutes are going to be the routes they're running when the clock strikes 0.
Right, and I've noticed that sometimes a runner around 7 minutes will say, okay, maybe this other route's not something I'm going to be able to pull off, and then they'll start fiddling with another route and might try something new. But I don't doubt that they're going to stick with what they have. iSalad's kind of found this this nifty little backwards dash that they can do underneath the little I don't even know what to call it. That little section that they found is really clever. That they can do that downward throw and then dash backwards and come back and almost meet Aurora Dash, where they are basically just slightly different in the direction that they go. It's pretty much meeting up in the same section, just one goes up instead of down, and then they meet in the same area.
Mid-high, mid-low, and they meet in the same spot. And I'm not sure which is better. I would say iSalad, but I'm not sure about it. Maybe just better because they perfected that little back and forth, that zigzag that you mentioned. And yeah, it's interesting when they dagger forward several times in a row, but when they dagger forward, back, forward, and your head just goes back and forth like you're watching a quantum tennis match or something, it's very fun.
Ooh, so I see 919. I'm feeling a little bit better about that.
Okay, I'm
possibility.
I'm sweating. Help me out, Unknown. Help me out.
Sub 8 might be possible. The further we get, though, I feel like I was a little bit ambitious saying sub 8, and I kind of wish I'd have said sub 9.
Uh-oh, I think we might have had another drop. I hope I'm wrong. My voice is quavering as I say it. We're going to try to confirm whether or not there's a sub 9. Chat thought they saw it. We want to be very careful, by the way. Bear with us if there's any kind of delay, because not only are there a lot of moving parts here, but we do not want to put the wrong time up. So we're going to try to confirm everything we can on the back end before it goes up there. But we do know right now this is still very, very close, and there's just under 10 minutes left.
My
Try not to die.
English future here is hanging in the balance by 9 minutes and 40 seconds or so. I'm like, what do you say other than Aeon Drive for the next 9 minutes just to be able to say it? Because you might not be able to say it anymore. Because
I know what's going to happen. The grand finals, you're just going to be a lot of this game and the game you're watching. It's going to be a lot of that.
Right.
And you know what? Fair play. Fair play if that's what you want to do. Whatever makes you comfortable in the end, Canone.
Canone.
Canone. I imagine there's apostrophe after the K.
Right. That's the way to go. I can't. Please nobody call me Uncanone anymore.
You've created a meme you no longer control.
I've created a monster.
Yep, a memester.
Oh lord, now it's coming. I'm getting thrown everything at me. This is fantastic.
The clock is sub 9. I'm not sure either of the runs are yet, though. Again, we're still trying to confirm that, but it's still very, very close. Definitely nowhere near a sub 8 yet, but it doesn't take much, and these runners have just they've surprised at every turn. Every time they can't go any lower, they do, and I mean that, by the way, in a nice sense. You think they can't go any lower, and they do, time-wise, at least.
Right, get low. That's
low.
That's the way it works. I'm floored by every single time that they managed to shave more time off, and it's so impressive. But 9:19 does seem to be the lowest time still. We still haven't gotten sub 9 yet. I
think it's coming though.
It's possible. It's possible. Whether or not they get it in this, I know it's possible. I feel like my prediction is possible, but in a 30-minute time frame might have been a little bit, again, ambitious.
Yeah, ambitious. Well, I mean, I agree with you. If the prediction is what time is it going to be, on the world leaderboard in a few weeks, that's definitely a different question.
Right, exactly. And that's another thing, too. That's I've spoken on this already on other matches, and I'll say it again this one. This game is going to be insanely fun to watch in the future. Oh, man.
Oh, you seeing this?
Oh,
little light at the end of the tunnel for you, my friend. 8-7-4. It is almost a full second's difference now. 7 minutes left on the clock, and you can taste it. You've been You've been lowering expectations for the last 10 minutes here. I think you should shift into boast mode, maybe. Maybe you should,
I don't know,
do a
maybe
little
if I keep saying they can't do it, maybe they'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll just be like, haha, you know?
It does sound like the runners can hear us sometimes, so that might have something to do with it.
Yeah, Salad's movement is absolutely phenomenal. It was in just watching the crisp movement, honestly, of both of these runners. Aurora Dash is also doing some crisp movement every once in a while, just losing that I think Electric said it best earlier, the momentum. The momentum that you gather and the momentum that you keep is a huge thing in games like this. And as long as you keep that momentum and are moving and not losing that flow, the sky's the limit.
The flow state. It's all about the flow state. We've all experienced it. You don't have to be a speedrunner to know about flow state. We've all got something that we do that with. It could be writing, it could be dancing, it could be reading, it could be, well, speedrunning. It could be casting, even. Although, I don't think you and I get that too often, unfortunately. But these players, the ones that we're seeing now at the end of the tournament, they are, by definition, the people who've been hitting that flow state over and over again. And Salad, I think, was just in one.
And shout outs to the fact that we're talking about flow salad. I don't know how that's a thing, but thank you internet handles for giving us phrases like salad is in the flow.
Salad is in the flow. Aurora Dash only has 5 minutes to try to save this bronze match. It's been a tremendous tournament for both these players. Again, I can't overemphasize how crazy it is that people this good are not even making the finals, but as a nice consolation, they are playing their hearts out here in the bronze match and providing us with a lot of entertainment and faux stakes and all that. But iSalad definitely has the better of it so far.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing another match where it's coming down to less than a second. And it's kind of impressive to see that the earlier matches were coming down to tenths of a second, but these later matches, it's almost down to a wider margin.
851, 851. That's another fifth of a second. They're gonna need to do that a couple more times to get in range here.
Good work, Jack.
So do I get props for saying that it's going to come down to the final 5 minutes and it was going to be close and like I'm just going to be sitting here sweating the entire time?
Yes. So right, like if it is low eights, then at least the spirit of your prediction was dead on. Right, it shows that you were right around there. Someone had to be above, someone had to be below, and I decided why not take the other. But if it's like low eights, then it shows that you actually read the speed of this level very well initially.
Yeah, and I do want to give major shout outs to the idea behind this format. It's a very, very intelligent way to do a game like this. There was a lot of discussion and a lot of talk about how to run this tournament and how to do it and things like that. And in the beginning with the top 64, the two 64s went at it, and then the top 32 went at it, which was very good. It kept the flow of the tournament and everything like that. And then just overall having the grind on each level and finding out who could get the fastest time, really just it's a very pleasant watch, and it's a lot of fun to commentate as well as view in general. I really big shout outs to Milo and the other folks who designed and figured out the best way to showcase this game, which I'm going to soon have to call Aeon Drive.
We'll see. But you're right about the format. If it gets a little bit longer, obviously you get crazy, like, borderline task levels of optimization, and that's cool in its own right, but it's so long at that point, and at that point you're only rewarding that type of skill set. On the other hand, the 10-minute ones, which are necessary early in the tournament, but the shorter you go, the more it's going to be about pure mechanical skill. 30 minutes feels like it's just enough time that mechanical skill is still very important, but that it also rewards the strategy and the planning as well, so that they both become almost equal components of the result. And I think we really have struck the balance really well between those two things with the 30-minute LTA.
Absolutely. It's really just such a fantastic format. I've enjoyed both commentating and watching it. And honestly, sometimes even just sitting here, I forget that I'm commentating because I'm so entranced in watching it. And it's just like, wow, this is fun. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it really is. And iSalad is maintaining a full second lead with 2.5 minutes left. Aurora Dash still struggling with the beginning sometimes, and that's a really bad sign, unfortunately. We saw that earlier with some of the streamer matches where late in the match they would still not be hitting that beginning very consistently. You know, I would say when you get down to the last 5 or even 10 minutes of these 30-minute periods, unless you're trying out a totally new opening, and if you're trying out a new opening that late, you're in trouble. Unless you're doing that, you should be getting through the first 4 or 5 moves 80 or 90% of the time by then.
Yeah, still a 951 for iSal. It's just the runs that iSal has been doing have been so crisp and clean with the route that they've been taking. And that is no slash to Aurora Dash either, who has also been getting some pretty solid ones. And it seems like maybe even that Aurora Dash is on the end of, okay, let's just go ahead and finish a couple of these and try to figure out this final one.
Yeah.
A minute 40 left. I have a feeling that we're not going to break that sub 8, but you know what? Big shout outs to them. And that's a 933 to Aurora Dash, actually. So it looks like Aurora Dash is actually ahead right now.
Yeah,
No,
851
no.
for Salad,
851
933. Right, but that is a new PB
Numbers.
for Aurora Dash, who shaved about a fifth of a second off. So I would say they're close to being in range. If there were a few more minutes on the clock, I would think that would be a very significant development. Still only takes 1 run, but I think they need to be a little bit closer at this point with 1 minute left. And iSalad with another great run. I'm not sure how quick that was. I don't know if they have much time left to shave off, but that was so smooth. It still wasn't quicker than an 851, which is crazy to say because it looked so good.
It absolutely did. I'm just like...
How is that not the best? Like, look at it. Look at it.
50 seconds. 50 seconds.
Oh, good.
Come
it's
on,
so
Salad.
clean.
Salad.
50 seconds. Save him. Save him. By the way, we're barely even talking about who's going to win this match anymore. You don't even care about that. It's just somebody break 8. I don't care who. I don't care who.
And
But Aurora Dash has a tiny chance here.
930 for Aurora Dash, shaving off just a little bit more time, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough to actually get below that 851. that
2 chances
iSal
left
has.
at most. 2 chances left at most. I think only 1 now, unless they die very quickly. This is going to be it for Aurora Dash. Here's their last try, and that is going to do it because this is not going to start until there's at least 6 seconds. There we go. iSalad is going to take this home with an 851, but Aurora Dash got all the way down to, I think, 918. Actually had 3 personal bests in the last minute and a half. At least they went out very, very strong.
Oh man, that is wild. 918 at the very end, and you know, in this game that I shall now call Aeon Drive.
Fist pump. Yes. Okay, sorry, please continue. I normally ask you questions about strategy. I think just every minute on the minute, I'm just going to say, what's this game called again that we're casting? I'll just ask you constantly, yeah.
I'll tell you what the strategy is. Never make a bet that you might lose. So there is the bronze match right there. iSalad taking the bronze medal, and again, no slouch to this competition. Aurora Dash doing a fantastic job. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That means we are coming up to Grandius and Carter Freak coming up next. Myself and Warning Track will be joining you again for this grand finals to see who takes it all, who gets the crown at the end. Please stick around for this grand final match. Thank you very much. We love you all.
Hello and welcome back to the final day of the Aeon Drive launch tournament, and not just the final day, the final match. From 4,000 down to just 2. The open qualifier saw over 4,000 entrants. The top 64 were chosen from those times, and through a single elimination bracket, we have whittled that down, sharpened it down like a teleportation dagger to these two finalists, Grandius and Carter Freak. They've been playing constantly, and neither of them has lost, but one of them's about to. I'm Warning Track, and I'm joined by Unknown Availability, and as I said earlier, you and I opened this event almost a week ago. Grandius was the very first player we saw, and now he's going to be one of the last. UA, on a scale of standing still to teleporting, just how pumped are you?
I'm way past teleporting. I might as well already be at the finish line. I'm thrilled. Grandius being the first competitor, we being the first commentators of this Aeon Drive tournament, I can't believe it. It's insane. It's so amazing to see these two runners right here, right now. And just to go ahead and say this, they're not just doing this for props. They're not just doing this just to say they won the tournament. Here's what they're doing this for. Third place, the match we just got done with, did win something as well. Gunner Ash Edition glasses, Elgato Wave 1, Critical Reflex stickers, some Critical Reflex baseball cap, which is the developer of the game, and Aeon Drive postcard. Second place is going to go home with a Lightning Bolt 360 gunner, as well as an Elgato Wave 1, a Nintendo Switch Pro controller, the stickers, the cap, the postcard, and the launch tournament wallpaper. Now, here's the thing. We just started the match. The winner of this is going to get a Nintendo Switch, a Wave 3 from Elgato, plus everything else previously mentioned. So the big prize being the Wave 3 and the Nintendo Switch is something else. I mean, that's right there, like $500 worth of prizes. That's insane.
Yeah, that's a heck of a prize pool. In addition to all the props, and hey, you know, the game's fun too. And not just are they going to win a Switch, the game is available for the Switch and the PlayStation and the Xbox and on Steam where it is on sale. So if you are at all interested in this, and I know you are, you should go get it right now. You're going to see why if you want to watch for just a few minutes here. These are our two finalists. Again, Carter Freak up on the top left, Grandius on the top right. And the margins, a lot of these matches in the tournament, they've been around a half second, like we were saying earlier, if not less. We've seen margins of 0.08, 0.06. I think 0.04 was the closest. But in the semifinals, where you'd expect that difference to be as marginal as ever, both Grandius and Carter Freak beat their opponents by a solid second, which is stunning.
And already we're seeing Grandius get towards the end, seeing the final portal, and taking a moment and saying, okay, well, look at this. I have to do this and this. There's another route. And going that route and seeing what they can do. And just really testing how far they can throw the dagger and where they need to be to throw the dagger. Realizing that taking that little bounce pad, you're not able to reach with that downright throw. And chat already calling me out, by the way. I did say the forbidden words. It is Aeon Drive. I told you before we started, chat would not let me live it down.
Yeah.
And lo and behold.
I know. Well, we checked with the computer hive mind during the break, too. And I don't know if I feel better or worse that it agreed, frankly.
Oh, man. Yeah, so I asked my Amazon device, and it said Aeon as well, further proving me wrong. My own device, not on my side.
So that's what that crashing sound was I heard. It was you hurling that against the wall.
Right.
There we go. So neither of these two are really going for any finishes yet, and this is pretty standard, especially for the best runners. They spend those first few minutes, those first few runs, they get the lay of the land, they take a look from start to finish, and they look for problem areas. That's what you're seeing from the best of the best here in particular. Grandius really likes to do this. Find something they know is going to be a problem, find a bounce pad, like you can see them focusing on there, they just finished. Find that bounce pad and see where do I need to land so this either does or doesn't launch me depending on my needs.
So let's take a moment to talk about this level. I really want to point out that there is stuff that we have not really seen quite yet, and if we have, I personally have not seen it.
The disintegrating platforms, yeah?
That, as well as the enemies firing the little fireballs that you can kill. Just all of the stuff that is being thrown at these runners right now, the disintegrating platforms, plus those enemies, that is a very steady firing. So it's going to mean a lot as far as timing and when you get to a spot, whether or not a fireball is going to be in your way. So it's critical when you're making it to a spot and what route you're taking. Because as you just saw, Grandius died to a I say random, died to a fireball that was on screen in a spot that they didn't need it to be.
Right? It's the cycling thing with the platforms and the fireballs and the enemies. Those fireballs add way more cycling issues. You make your route a little bit faster, that's great, right? Except no, now the fireball's in a different place and you have to relearn part of your route. So it's a little bit of a mix there. Mixed blessing, at least. I probably should have said disintegrating platforms. That's too many syllables for speedrunning casters, for sure. Kind of like teleportation dagger. If I want that to be called warp dagger, you should probably call those phase platforms or something a lot simpler.
Phase platforms and warp dagger?
Yeah.
You know,
let's streamline it.
It's literally the difference between any percent and 100%.
There we go. We got to optimize our casting too here, the same way they're optimizing their runs. Carter Freak does have a finish there, and it is 18 seconds, but this is meaningless in the early going. 12 seconds rather. That 2-6 combo and the 8 have all trip us up with some of that low res stuff, but it is 12 seconds. But we don't care. This is going to be sub 10. We know that.
Yeah, hands down. That's an easy call right there. Really, it's again the fireballs being where they're at. It's all about when they make it to a certain spot and whether or not those fireballs are going to trip them up. Because Grandius right there at the very end again had to pause because they threw the dagger, and if they would have taken that dagger, they would have died. They would have died and not been able to really finish that run right there. So they're kind of feeling out how long it's going to take for them to be able to get to a spot without a fireball being there, because right there Grandius restarted immediately. Like they didn't even wait. Threw the dagger, did not like where it landed, just restarted.
Yep, they know in the finals, my best time, the time I'm going to need to win, is going to have to be so good. I'm not going to mess around at all with this stuff. My standards are so high already, 5 minutes into this. And Carter Freak, by the way, the first half of this is looking very clean very, very often. They were 1 or 2 moves away from a pretty clean, maybe 10-second run early on. Wasn't quite there, but they have got this fairly buffed up already.
What happened?
Yeah, that final dagger is really, it's such a tight throw. You have to be almost as far right as possible to be able to throw that down right into the portal, the final portal in the run. It's really tight, but phenomenal to watch. This level is a great level to end on. I have to say, there's a lot of optimization and critical timing, and it just brings together all the skills that this game can require of you at a perfect level to end on for this Aeon Drive tournament.
Yeah, boy, sometimes I just want to shut up and let everyone listen to the music, because the music is so good, and it's gotta be, because with all the resets and the repetition, it has to be something peppy you never get tired of, which helps you get into and stay in that flow state that every speedrunner knows and is forever chasing.
Absolutely, and I'm very glad you brought up the soundtrack. This soundtrack is quickly becoming one of my favorite soundtracks, game OSTs of all time. It's such a great flow, and we mentioned this before we started this particular commentary of the grand finals here, that you tap your foot and you just know what's coming next before, even though you've never heard the tune before. It's such a great soundtrack to this game.
I mean, the same way the artistic style feels fresh but also reminiscent of old games, the soundtrack does the same thing. And that's what they're going for. They were trying to nail a certain kind of vibe here, and they nailed it. Not a lot of change here on the times, not a lot of interest yet. It's all setup. It's all prelude to the big rush that you know is coming, usually between 10 and 20 minutes on that clock, where the best times start to come out and we start to see the real shape of the match. We don't have it yet. This is all set up from these runners.
Wow, that run was so crisp from Grandius, but the difference between commentary and runner is exactly that. Grandius had something that they just did not like about it, where it looked so crisp to me, and they reset before they even made it. It's almost like, maybe that's a part of the strat. Maybe it's part of the strat. Maybe Grandius is holding off on really a solid finish, knowing they have it, because they don't want Carter Freak to know about the time. They want to get a time later in the thing and suddenly just show Carter, be like, haha, here's my 9.5 when you're still stuck at 10. And just like hold off on that really solid finish.
Don't let them see your final form until the final of the finals, which is where we are. Again, this is the grand finals of the Aeon Drive launch day tournament. It came out yesterday, but the tournament's been going all week, and we are down from 4,000 competitors to just 2. Grandius on the right, Carter Freak on the left. These two have been amazing. It's hard to imagine either of them losing, but we know one of them's about to. Carter Freak with that adorable little dog VTuber there. I really like that. You ever see a dog get the zoomies? Because mine does, and it kind of looks like this game.
I wish my dog had a hat with a Super Famicom controller on it. That's all I gotta say.
That would be pretty cool.
That is an awesome hat. I would rock that pink filled cap there. That is an amazing hat.
Oh yeah.
And I do want to go ahead and mention this again. These two runners are going at it for the grand prize of a Nintendo Switch and Elgato Wave 3. Both of the runners are going to walk away at least with a Gunner Lightning Bolt 360, a critical reflex, some critical reflex stickers, the critical reflex baseball cap, Aeon Drive postcard, and the Aeon Drive launch tournament wallpaper. So the real big prize that they're going to be walking away with is the Nintendo Switch and the Elgato Wave 3, which is an amazing prize. That Wave 3 is a very crisp microphone.
Yeah, I mean, Carter Freak is a streamer, as the VTuber avatar would suggest, and would certainly be glad to have it, I'm sure. And Grandius, by the way, speedruns The Messenger, which shares some similarities here. There are projectiles and platforming and all that, and too. The projectiles don't allow you to teleport, but it's a similar feel for sure. It's a deliberate throwback kind of game.
Absolutely, and really the first time that we have on the board for Grandius, as far as the solid time is concerned, 10:45, definitely a super solid time, and the lead time as of right now.
Yeah, you can feel these two holding back though. Like it just doesn't feel. We've seen so much better from them. You can tell they're waiting for that rush, and I wonder if there is a little stratagem, like you were saying. Maybe don't want to throw up a ridiculous time right away. Want one of them to maybe get a little too comfortable, and maybe, frankly, just a little tired. They've been playing a lot, and this is a very mentally intensive game. I would not be surprised if it's just taking its toll on them.
Absolutely, and that's something to think about too. Whenever you're in the grand finals, that it's not a matter of just winning the entire tournament; it's winning the match. So you know that your opponent is also going to be just as tired as you are too. So that is something else. And
oh, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this?
Wow. Okay, 8:17 much Grandius. What?
What a drop. 2 seconds. Okay, I think they're no longer playing possum. Grandia says, okay, time to show you what I can do. I'm going to throw up that 817. Carter Freak, if they haven't seen it, is going too soon, and they're going to know it's on.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Oh my lord. That is something else. I am jaw dropped. That is insane. 8:17 with 20 minutes to go. But
there's Carter, sub 10. Carter, sub 10. They're at it now. They are revealing their skills. They are not trying to hide anything. They're going to put up their best times from here on out. It's going to be a really thrilling final 20 minutes because these times are just going to go and go, I think.
And I can't even come up with the words. We're already at 8:17 and 9:39. Just ridiculous optimization, and there's more to watch. We still have 18 minutes to go of optimization and little possible tweaks that they can do, possibly even trying a different route or some crazy strat to be able to finish this out. That's just ridiculous. And Carter Freak seeing that they got a great run and looking and seeing 8:17, how do you think that makes Carter feel?
Carter got a sub 9 there for the first time. That's 2 personal bests in 3 or 4 runs, and they're still down half a second, but they know. They see what they're up against now. Not that they didn't know already. I'm sure they were watching Grandius and knew this was going to be tough. Now they know how tough. These margins are already absolutely ridiculous. By the way, Grandius, I think, might have had another PB in their sights, but missed one of those final tricky throws. It was very, very close. I mean, sub 8's clearly going to happen. I just don't know how low these two can go.
I'm without words. I can't even fathom how well this particular level you see how difficult this level can be. And both of these runners are playing at exactly the level you would expect out of a first and second place finisher. Just crisp, to the point, and here we are. 8
even.
Listen, if I'd have had my call of sub 8 now, I would be losing it.
Against Carter freaking Grandius, I would not have taken the bet, my friend. I would have been way more cautious. As good as our previous 2 runners were, I think I would have held off. Oh
wow,
my goodness.
just 8 even is ridiculous. we are 70. What is that? 75 seconds. Literally 3/4 of a second. I said 75 seconds. Yeah, 3/4 of a second between these two runners. Just that. This is so wild to see. 8 seconds flat on this level from Grandius, and Carter still seeing the leaderboard and just thinking, "Wow, what is he doing that is leaving me here?"
Yeah, well, I mean, Carter missed that last dagger again. And this has been a consistent problem. Carter's run is looking really good, but that last dagger giving him a lot of trouble. If he gets it, I think he's basically going to be neck and neck with Grandius, but we knew that anyway. By the way, we're almost halfway done. Already one runner at 8 even, the other at sub 9, and it's been going back and forth. They've been dropping around the same time. They are going full bore now. 15 minutes until we crown a champion.
Yeah, and once again, the champion's going to be walking away, in particular with a Nintendo Switch and an Elgato Wave 3. That is the major prize that they win. But both runners, at least, will be walking away with the... rather, the second place winner will get a Nintendo Switch Pro controller rather than the Nintendo Switch. So they will walk away with a controller, but they will get the Critical Reflex stickers baseball cap, as well as the Aeon Drive postcard and launch tournament wallpaper. So they will be getting something, which is still a pretty solid prize there for second. Like, honestly, I'd be happy with either one of those.
Yeah. Well, Grandius will be walking away. For Carter Freak, we're going to call it going walkies, for sure.
Going right, he's gonna get the zoomies. Getting the zoomies for the prize.
Getting the zoomies. This whole game is the zoomies, as far as I'm concerned.
The telezoomies. It's
the
exactly
telezoomies.
what it is.
I like it. There's that last dagger again. Carter Freak misses that last dagger. It's that 3/4 dagger, and it's a very tough shot. And it's the last one, which is infuriating because you can have a whole good run ruined. You'd almost rather that be up front, so you can reset quick when you miss it. But instead, burning 8 or 9 seconds at a time and then missing that last dagger. It's not a problem yet with this much time on the clock, but it's going to be at some point if he doesn't land it. But I gotta imagine one of these runs he's bound to.
Right, and that final dagger is so critical because you have to be far enough forward and just past that wall to land it. It's so it's not an easy dagger to hit by any means.
No. You know, and it's really interesting how the teleportation dagger changes your approach because, you know, normally I feel like in a platformer, you try to find the fastest route by just kind of imagining where you'd run or jump, but because of that dagger and because of how fast and precise it is, I literally think you could... Oh, what? Hang on, I'm going to hold that thought. That's a sub 8 from Grandia, 7.78. 7.78. It's a second difference now. While Carter Freak is trying to narrow the gap gets larger. Grandia is starting to pull away.
Wow. So... Here it is. Carter Freak is now becoming the underdog. See what I did there?
Oh, man. Oh, I can't believe I didn't say that first. Oh, good.
So here we are. We're at the point where Carter Freak is now literally, again, pun intended, the underdog.
Yeah.
And Grandius is proving from beginning now to end. We started the tournament with Grandius, myself, and Warning Track here, and now we are at the grand finals. Grandius proving why they made it all the way from the 4,000 competitors, top 64, to the top 2 right here. Insanely.
Wow. It's perfect. It's coming full circle. I see your underdog pun, and I raise you a grand finals if he wins.
Oh.
There we go. But I do want to talk about the strategy a little bit here because for a platformer, again, you run, you jump, you figure it out or whatever. I think you could literally take a diagram of this level and you could draw straight lines through it as if you were able to fly to map the best route because that's what it ends up looking like, right? It's literally how many straight lines, how many angles get through this maze with the fewest number of direction changes possible, and that would look pretty close to what your optimal route is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, there is still enough optimization left, and it's very little. It's very little, mind you, but there's still enough optimization left for time still to be shaven off. We're getting down to 12 minutes now, and it's gonna be hard to say that this time will be broken of 776, but still, Grandius has proven over and over again to never count them out.
Yeah, but you're right, though. This is the first time I've seen in this match where I think I would not be stunned if that's the winning time. I don't think it will be. I think it'll get a little lower. I think we're going to get around low 7s, maybe at least 7.5. But this would not stun me if this is the winning time, the 7.76.
Even to this point, you still have Grandius like testing these limits and testing these distances and really just, I'd say, peeking out the pixels and literally just saying, all right, I need to be here on the screen and just showing the absolute skill. Honestly, I feel like we're going to see Grandius being in the speedrun leaderboards over and over again and being almost like the Super Mario 64, which you can also see here on speedrun a lot, where you just see the world record holders constantly flipping back and forth on a 20-plus-year-old game. We're going to see that with this game for sure.
I mean, case in point, while you were saying that, Carter Freak went from 8.75 to 8.74. That's how little time they shaved off. That was the improvement. 0.1 seconds.
And even then, that's even possible for Grandius right now. Like, let's face it, that is still possible for Grandius. We're putting a time crunch on them. Imagine uncapped. Imagine what they could do if they just wanted to spend 8 hours.
For months.
Yeah, 8 hours a day for a month, just grinding out each of these levels and getting IL, PBs, and world records. Just so insane how well it's going to come out, and that's the way this game was built. Aeon Drive was built from the ground up to be a speedrun-minded game, but still approachable by casual players. By the way, it was released yesterday. Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, and Steam. It's on sale on Steam. 10% off right now because of its release. Don't forget about that. Go pick it up. Go try it. Go give it a shot. You'll love it. It's a lot of fun. You're already here watching it. Why not?
It's a lot of fun and doesn't cost much to begin with. This is a very affordable game. It's just a nice, pure, highly polished game with a great soundtrack. I'd buy it for the soundtrack alone, personally. The margin here is still about a second, which is bananas. I can't believe that. I don't think it's going to stay a second, though. I think Carter Freak's going to narrow it because there's a little more to improve there on Carter Freak's side than Grandius's. The question is, how low are we going to get? I'm going to take the risk and say sub 7 might be too much because these runs look so clean, but you gotta imagine a little lower is possible. Carter Freak certainly has to hope so, because they've got under 10 minutes to try to save their tournament.
Absolutely. And, you know, I will go ahead and say this too. We've talked about the soundtrack. I did get confirmation from the developers. The soundtrack will be available, at least as a, I think as a Steam release, so you can get it on Steam, but I'm pretty sure they're also releasing it on different streaming platforms. Don't hold me to that, but they mentioned something like that, so I'm hoping that maybe it's on like a Spotify or something like that, because literally I can imagine myself driving down the street listening to this. It's such a pleasant sound.
A great background music for anything, frankly. The music's great, the sound is great. One thing I like about indie games is how much attention they pay to sound relative to AAA releases. You know, it's one of the ways they can be, frankly, a lot better than those big expensive games. And sound, I would say, an underappreciated part of speedrunning, because players need lots of little cues and bits of feedback so they know almost instantaneously if a move landed or not.
Absolutely.
The times have not changed here. It's still a second margin, and that might as well be an hour sometimes, it feels like, against someone like Grandius on levels like this, but we know it's possible. Carter Freak with such a clean move. Does not hit the last dagger. Does not hit the last dagger, but it doesn't slow them down as much as normal. That was a very clean run. It's not a new PB.
I don't have the
They are at 8.5, though, now. They are at 8.5. We do have that time confirmed, so it's under a second, and Carter Freak just feels like they're a move or two away from, if not beating this time, at least getting very, very close to it. Under 8 minutes left on the clock.
We say that. We say all that, by the way. And as soon as you're talking about a second being the difference,
there it is.
7:49 from Grandius. Is Grandius even human at this point? What is going on? Are we seeing the first ever tournament task winner? What is happening
Oh
here?
my god. It's preternatural. It's someone who, again, has not been playing this game very long. The game hasn't existed very long, and they look like they've been playing it for years. You might have called it from the beginning, from the very first match, from day one, match one, when you said Grandius was one of the favorites, and here he is. He's minutes away from making you look like an absolute genius, my friend.
Hey, now that's even incredible to call me that, because I'm the one that doesn't even call the game correct name. So yeah,
That's his
but-
greatest achievement, is making any of us look smart. It's
So-
bigger than the win.
It needs to be said that this is the first ever tournament of Aeon Drive, so Grandius is looking to walk away with the first ever tournament win. At just every second that we watch.
Oh! What? So close!
Whoa!
Is that a full second drop from Carter? 1 second even drop, and they are within 0.06 seconds of each other, and there's 6 minutes left. This just got very interesting.
As soon as I speak, Carter says, "Shut up, Uncanon. I'm not done yet." So, wow, holy wow, just bringing it within literal 0.3 seconds. This is wild.
That is an angry bark at what you said, I think it was. Carter Freak, not at all a tame dog. We are very, very close now. Very, very close. We are one little move away from this flipping in the final 5 minutes of a week-long tournament. We're 5 minutes away from the end, and we still have no idea who's going to win it.
Why did you give me flashbacks of bacon strips commercials? I smell bacon, and you know, it might just be the case that Carter is baking up a possible upset here.
Oh my god. Wow.
I did it.
One-ing up each other on the puns. Yeah, look, if Carter Freak wins, they definitely have earned a treat. Let's say that.
Yes.
Definitely earned a treat. 5 minutes on the clock. 5 minutes to determine the first and, to this point, only champion. There's only one first. This will be the first Aeon Drive tournament champion. It's going to be Carter Freaker. It's going to be Grandius. Fractions of a second separating them. One little move difference is all it's going to take.
What happened?
I can't believe someone has to lose this. I can't believe someone's going to lose by a fraction of a second after a week of playing this.
I know it's so.
It's a shame.
But you know what? As far as it goes, I wouldn't have it any other way.
No.
I really wouldn't. I'm so happy that this is coming down to the wire and to such a close matchup. There has to be a winner. There has to be a loser. There's no way around that part. But for it to be so close, and for both of these runners to really show off exactly why they deserve to be number one and number two for the first ever Aeon Drive tournament, I'll accept it. I'll take it. I'm happy.
Yeah, these two are setting the standards, and I think we have to say, given the margins, the second long margins they both saw in the semis, which, yeah, a second is a lot in this game, late in the tournament, shows that they do deserve to be here. They are the two best players in this tournament, and it's only fitting that it's going to come down to this. The question is, who has one more great run in them in these waning minutes?
And my co-commentator Warning Track said it best.
Mission?
It's not how many times you fail, it's the one time you succeed that means the difference. So I will say that Chad does make a good point that, you know, this game runs at so many frames per second. We're talking less than seconds. So we're talking like 16 frames difference.
Yeah.
Frames difference in
Yeah.
and how good these runners are. It's wild.
You're right, it is. It's about getting back up. It's about doing that best run. It only takes the one. People think a high-level speedrunning is being about perfection, but it rarely is, particularly for us gaming mortals, particularly for a new game like this. A big part of speedrunning is not avoiding the mistakes, but moving on from them quickly, refocusing, and regaining your composure. And that's what these two runners do. When they fail, they pick themselves up, they go again, on to the next run. There's always a next run, or at least there will be for the next 3 minutes, and then there will be no more. There'll be no more runs, and there'll be one champion 3 minutes away.
And as Highlander said, there can be only one.
Well, neither of them are taking the Highland route. They're both kind of going middle.
You know, that's where Highlander ended up anyway, in the middle ground on Earth, so...
There we go. There we go. The margins have not changed in the last few minutes because there's so little fat left to cut off these lean runs. Grandi's going to take a look at this, though, just to make sure, and they're going to confirm that they still have that lead. Grandi's takes a look at the leaderboard, and they see it's still 0.3 of a second. What?
Hold on,
No.
hold on.
This can't
Hold
be.
on.
We're trying to confirm it.
We need confirmation. We need confirmation from our
Try not to die.
runner here, from Milo. We got to get confirmation. Is it a tie?
I don't even know what to hope for. This would be insane. There's under 2 minutes left, and we're trying to confirm the times here. Officially, it's 749 Grandius and 775
Okay,
Carter Freak,
okay.
a quarter second. Officially.
It was a tied PB, apparently. Chat is giving us a heart attack. Grandius tied their PB, apparently, is what they're seeing at 749. So, thanks, Salad, for making my heart skip by about 16 frames. So,
16 frames. Oh, goodness. There's a minute and a half left. The times have not changed, but they could at any moment. It's so close. It is absolutely down to the wire. In 75 seconds, we will know who the first champion is. There's another death from Grandius on the right, and they're going to start over again. There's no time. Any mistake, and you got to start over. Grandius was such a clean run. Oh, messes it up at the end. I don't know if they were going to be doing PB or not, but they were at least in range, and they missed that last dagger throw.
and the great thing about this is that even though we're at less than a minute, it means we're going to get about 2 or 3 more solid runs out of Carter Freak to see if they can actually pull ahead and beat this already incredible time of 7.49 from Grandius. It's coming down to the last.
It's all about Carter. He didn't hit the last dagger. That last dagger has bothered him the whole time. Another good run killed by that last dagger. He's got maybe 2 or 3 more tops, depending on how quickly he dies. The first half of this run is flawless almost every time. It's flawless that time, too. Oh, no, he messed it up again!
Oh, so close!
1, maybe 2 runs left. This is gonna be it. Grandius is so close. Carter Freak has a couple more chances here. 90% of the run is good every time. Does he hit the last dagger? He finally does! Is it gonna be enough? We gotta see the time. That was so close. I think it was just short. No, so close. Last chance coming up. It's not gonna work. Grandius is gonna take it home. All hail Grandius, the first king of Neo Barcelona.
7.49 to 7.75. Your winner is Grandius of the first Aeon Drive tournament. This game out now on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, and 10% off right now at an already great price on Steam. I'm going to give the rest of our commentary over to Warning Track to lead us out of this insane match. I was hyped. What about you, Track?
Yeah. If you couldn't tell by the way my voice broke, yes, pretty hype. That came down to the wire. Carter just could not quite hit that last dagger throw, and then he did, and it still wasn't quite enough. Some tiny little sub-optimization earlier in the run would have been the difference. Absolute congratulations to Grandius, the first and only champion of Aeon Drive. Commiserations to Carter Freak, who played an amazing tournament and had to lose by fractions of a second because somebody had to. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you to Too Awesome Studio and Critical Reflex. From the entire GSA community, from Milo running the show, for unknown availability, I've been Warning Track. May all your G's be WP.